This is Thrasher, Book 1 in the Royal Bastards MC Portland, Oregon series, written by 𝐂𝐮𝐳, narrated by Raven Rose and Leo Barnabas. Prologue. Thrasher, 21 years old. Lives over here are expendable. A soldier dies, they send another in, and most likely they die too. I've lost so many friends, too many to count. And the only thing keeping my mind focused and centered is Heather, my fiancée, waiting for me back at home. She's the only damn thing that makes this worthwhile. And when I'm done over here, in this fucking sandbox, I'm done for good. I'm ready to be out. 4 years is long enough getting shot at or getting worried about dying and not getting back to her. She's my damn heaven. Get your head out of your ass, Grunt. You daydreaming about that pussy waiting for you back at home, Clark? Rodriguez gives me shit as we drive deeper into the desert. The MRAP, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, sending clouds of desert sand and dust around us. Yeah, Clark. How's Heather doing these days? Her tits still as perky as when I met her when she was there for the send-off a year ago? Johnson turns to look at me over his shoulder from the passenger seat, the lip of his helmet shadowing his eyes. Fuck you both for talking about her like she's a piece of ass. I flip them the bird with a smile and look out the window to see nothing but goddamn sand dunes. And yeah, I'm thinking about her beautiful ass and her perky tits. You ugly assholes give a man no choice. Johnson thrusts his hips in the air and spanks the air. Oh, Clark! Oh, Clark! Davis fake moans as he drives, chuckling as Johnson fucks the air still. Okay, assholes. Fuck you. She does not call me by my last name. I can't help it. I should be mad about them talking about her like this, but being out here, day in and day out without the ones we love, I know it's them trying to pass time and share a laugh. Johnson fake tweaks his nipple next, and Davis howls like a damn wolf does at the moon. You guys are just jealous about what I have waiting back home for me, I say with a smile, as Johnson and Rodriguez join Davis with howling. The fucking animals. Hell yeah, we are. If I had a woman like that, I wouldn't have even joined the military. I can't tell if you're brave or stupid, Clark, Davis says. A little bit of both, I think, I chuckle. But it dies quickly when I see a little boy standing in the middle of the road. He's waving his arms to get us to stop. Don't stop, Davis. Could be a trap. Yeah, I feel like stopping would be a mistake, Johnson says in agreement. Man, their car is turned over on the side of the road. They need help. Rodriguez, don't let that good heart fucking blind you right now. Man, the kid is bleeding. His family could be trapped in the car. What if we're the only car that's going to pass? You know this road gets no traffic besides us? Listen to yourself, Rodriguez, Davis informs, just as we pass the rusted car that's seen much better days around 20 years ago. It's no surprise that old beater couldn't make it in this heat. This is our path, our road. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? He pulls a gun? We have guns. You want to put us in a position to shoot a damn kid, Rodriguez? Davis hits the wheel with his fist and flicks his eyes to the rearview mirror to look at Rodriguez, who's sitting right next to me. Damn it! I'm not going to put us in that position. Do you understand me? Yes, sir, Sergeant. Rodriguez speaks formally when Davis uses an authoritative tone. He is our commanding officer, so we should always be respectful. But we are friends, too. It's easy to forget rank when we are around one another all the damn time. We keep our mouths shut as we pass the wreckage. My eyes lock with the little boy's, and he is either a great actor or those tears are real. They are carving paths down his sand-stricken face. There's blood dripping down the side of his face and his eyes. Jesus. They hold nothing but desperation. He's shaking his head, yelling at us to stop, waving his arms in front of him as he begs for us not to go any farther. I have to break the gaze because it is making me feel so goddamn guilty for not stopping and helping him. His family is probably in that car, dead or dying. But when you're out here, you can't take chances like that. Chances get a man killed out here. Davis opens the front pocket of his uniform and pulls out a packet of cigarettes. "Hey, light me up, Johnson." He places the orange end between his lips, and Johnson grabs the matches, strikes it, and Davis fills the M-wrap with smoke. "If we always wear our hearts on our fucking sleeves, we are gonna A massive explosion rocks the M-wrap and ends Davis's sentence. We fly into the air, and I see Davis's cigarette fly into the air, twirling as it flies into the back seat, landing on Rodriguez's face. All of us shout, and Johnson's gun goes off as the M-wrap finally hits the ground. The bullet hits me in the shoulder, which causes me to scream. My head hits the side of the metal, and everything blurs. There isn't time to think. There isn't even time to breathe. We flip and turn, metal twisting with a sick crunch. I smell something burning, and it's making my eyes water. I don't know how long the M-wrap rolls for, but when it finally comes to a stop, I'm already falling in and out of consciousness. The sand and smoke stings my eyes, and as I hang upside down, the seatbelt digs into my chest. Blood rushes to my head, and nausea hits me in the stomach like a damn sledgehammer. My eyes close, welcoming the darkness. I know I'm supposed to think of Heather, but I don't in my last few moments of life. I think about that kid that was standing in the middle of the road, begging us to stop. He knew there was an IED waiting for us, and he was trying to stop it. God damn it. For once, Rodriguez was right wearing his heart on his sleeve. We should have stopped. I managed to open my eyes, but my vision is blurred. I hear someone screaming and see fire flicking before I fall into the depth of death. Gasping, I yank against the seatbelt and whip my head back and forth. What the fuck happened? I smell gasoline and smoke, and it's hot. Christ, it is so hot I can't tell if it's the sweat stinging my eyes or the heat. I shake my head and look around to put together pieces of what happened. Oh, IED. Right. A bomb. Fuck! I pull against the seatbelt again, and the pressure digs into my shoulder. Shit! Oh, fuck! Christ! I curse and lift my hand to touch the wound. Ah! I hit my head against the seat when I feel the hole. A bullet wound. Johnson's gun went off when we hit the ground. I remember now. Oh, I remember everything. Davis! Johnson! Rodriguez! Talk to me! I look to my right, but Rodriguez isn't there. All I can see is a broken window and the desert floor. No, no, no! I yell, then dig into my pocket for the knife I always keep. Davis! I saw the knife back and forth over the material of the seatbelt. Johnson! Anybody! Talk to me, goddammit! I fall to the bottom of the car once the seatbelt gives, landing on my bad shoulder. Son of a bitch! I grit through tight teeth, grabbing onto my shoulder and wanting to curse this damn sandbox to hell. I try to open the door, but it's jammed from the wreck, so I bring the knife up and smash it against the right spot of the glass. It's easy to shatter since it's already cracked. I lift myself up and out of the M-wrap by using the outside frame, grunting and pushing off the seats with my legs. As I claw out, the hot air sears the inside of my throat. I take a deep breath anyway and wipe my brows on the shoulder of my uniform. Smoke is everywhere, but my vision is getting a little clearer. Holy hell, I mutter. We are in the middle of nowhere with no help in sight. The crater the blast created is large. Even the car that was flipped over on the side of the road is now sitting on its side, which means that kid probably isn't alive anymore. I can't worry about him. I need to worry about my men. No one is in the MRAP. Those bastards. I told them to always buckle up. I jumped down onto the ground, my boots sinking into the sand. The wreckage is strung across the desert, certain pieces on fire, and the smell of gas is coming from the MRAP. That's not good. I need to hurry before we blow up again. Clark! I run around the MRAP, pushing through the pain and the aches in my body. Sweat drips down into my eyes again, and I wipe it off with the back of my hand. Only to see blood. Head wounds tend to bleed a lot. I'm not going to worry about that. Clark! He shouts again. When I'm on the other side of the MRAP, I'm in disbelief. There's blood. Ah, damn it to hell, there's so much blood soak in the sand. I run toward Johnson, losing my footing in the sand. Johnson! Johnson! I'm here! I'm here! I fall to his side, the sand giving against my knees. He's impaled under one of the doors that flew off the MRAP during the explosion. It's embedded in his legs, and he is losing too much blood. You're going to be okay. You're going to be fine. We are going to stop the bleeding, cauterize the wounds. We can do that. He coughs, and blood tints his lips. Rodriguez? Davis? He asks, clutching his dog tags. I don't know. I've only found you. Go, he tells me, lifting his pointed chin into the air. Go find them. I'm not leaving you. You're going to be fine, you hear me? You're going to be just fucking fine. I ripped the sleeves off my uniform and used them as tourniquets on his upper thighs to try and slow the bleeding. We are not fucking dying here. Do you understand me, Johnson? We are not fucking dying. I tie the sleeves as tight as possible, and he is screaming his pain in the air. Good. You can feel it. That's good. Bastard. You can't let me die, can you? He jokes, smiling through the blood coloring his teeth. I'll die before I leave a brother behind. I hear a groan close by, and I jerk my head up to see if I can tell where it is coming from. He grips my wrist, his hands burned as if they were touched by hell, and he yanks me down. I don't want to die here, Clark. Don't let me die here. Get me to base. No one is fucking dying. Get that through your head. I knock his hand away and study the damage of the door impaling his legs. Fuck. There is no way they can be saved. The door goes straight through the muscle and bone. I grip the bulletproof vest and yank Johnson toward me and touch my forehead to his. You listen to me. I don't care where you have to go to find it in you to survive, but you better fucking go there and find the will to live. Okay? He nods and coughs again, sputtering blood. This time, the warm liquid lands on my face. Go find the others. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. He tries to laugh, but it dies on a groan. I lay him down against the sand and pat his chest. I'll be back. I stand and look in the direction I heard the groan coming from. The sun fucking hurts. The rays are hot, making my eyes water. I blink the tears and sweat away, then lick the blood off my lips. I press a hand to my shoulder again and trudge through the sand. Clark! I hear my name being moaned painfully around me, like a ghost haunting me. I trip over something and fall to the ground, face first into the heated sand. I spit out the grains and brush them out of my eyes. Not that it matters. Sand will be all over me for weeks. When I can finally see, I shout and scurry away, kicking the desert to push away from the horrific sight. It's Davis, but it's only his head. No! I choke and then gag, rolling to my stomach to vomit up the MRE I had this morning. Davis! I drop to my elbows and hold my face in my hands. I roar the agony ripping through me as I see my best friend's head in the sand. Where's his body? What is it? Johnson yells so I can hear him. "Davis! He didn't make it!" A second later, another chaotic scream echoes through the empty plains of this hellhole. I don't have time to grieve. I have to look for Rodriguez. "Roddy!" I call out for him. "Please don't be dead, please." "Clark!" Roddy calls out. I spin to the right and head around the MRAP again. Roddy is tossed a few yards away, closer to where the IED was. His limbs are intact, but his right leg is broken. The bone is sticking out of his thigh. Thank fuck. I drop to my knees and check him for any other injuries. "Anything else hurt?" "Oh, my entire body. My leg is killing me." "Yeah, it's broken. Need to adjust it and make a splint. Something temporary." "No, just drag me to the others. We need to call for backup." "Radio is dead," I say, taking a hold of his vest and dragging him toward where Johnson is. "Damn it," he curses. "The guys? Are they okay?" I stay silent for too long, and he grips my arm. "Who?" "Davis. He was decapitated. At least it was quick then," he says, sounding grateful. Oh, fuck this. I'm far from grateful. I can't wait to be done with this. I'm tired of seeing death. I'm sick of losing friends. I have enough nightmares to last me a lifetime. After this, I'm out. I've done my duty for my country. "You asshole! You lived!" Johnson grins at Roddy, and all he does is hold up his thumb. "Someone has to. I gotta be around to steal that future wife of yours. The one you don't have, but when you do, I'll be there." Johnson chuckles. "Asshole." Roddy's sense of humor dies when he sees the extent of Johnson's injuries. "Johnson," he mutters in sorrow and with no hope. "I know. It's okay." "Don't talk like that, Johnson. Don't you fucking talk like that. I'm gonna get us back to base, even if I have to drag us there," I state. "That's 15 miles, Clark. You can't make it." "I will. I am not gonna let us die out here." I rip my uniform again to inspect the wound on my shoulder. It's right next to the vest. You fucking shot me, Johnson. What did I tell you about having your finger on the trigger?" "Your fiancé doesn't mind." There isn't the usual pep in his voice, but I know everyone is focusing on one thing: survival. There isn't time to grieve for Davis. I'm gonna go check the car where that kid was and see if I can't start it. "You can't go back there without backup," Roddy says. "I'm going. It's fine. You take care of Johnson the best you can. Try and slow the bleeding." "Yeah, okay. I'll figure out something," Roddy tells me. "I'm not a baby. Don't talk about me like I'm not here," Johnson bitches, spitting out more blood. There isn't much time. He has too many internal injuries. He won't make it. I grab my gun and take one last look at my friends. How the fuck did we get here? "Be safe," Roddy calls out from behind me. Lifting my gun, I bite the inside of my cheek when it presses against the bleeding hole. I swing the semi-automatic left to right, double-checking that we are alone. The car is about 20 yards away at this point, still on its side. I pause and listen, waiting to hear for any type of life. I hear the wind and the grains of sand hissing, the fire crackling behind me from the MRAP destruction, but nothing else. I check inside the car, aiming my gun at the driver. She has blood oozing down her head, and I reach in to check for a pulse, keeping the barrel pointed against her forehead. Dead. Staying low to the ground, I stealthily creep around the vehicle to check to see if the kid is still there. He is. But he's dead. The blast from the MRAP must have killed him. I take a minute to gather myself, clutching my gun tighter against me, and curse the fucking gods. What kind of world is this? I've seen too many kids die, too many kids with guns in their hands, too many willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good they have been taught. What greater good? It's all fucked up and bad. There is no good, and there sure as fuck is no God. What God allows this to happen? If you ask me, if God exists, he isn't a good man. He's cruel. A 10-year-old kid doesn't deserve to die. I don't care who you are or where you're from. No one deserves this life. I take my time getting to him, aiming my gun at his head just in case this is a trap. There's a piece of shrapnel impaled into his back, and when I flip him over, it pierces through his chest. Damn it, kid. I'm so sorry. The guilt of his death weighs on me, along with every other death I've witnessed and could have stopped. Roddy was right. He needed our help. We killed him by not stopping. And we killed Davis, too. I can't do anything. I have to leave him here. I stand, my knees popping as I look at the small beater this family called a car. It's a hatchback, rusted and blue in certain spots, but if it runs, it's going to save our asses. Swinging the gun to my back, I lay my hands on the hood of the car and push. It teeters, and my shoulder screams at me, begging me to stop. I let out a warrior's cry. It's the only thing that can describe it. I push through the pain, through the exhaustion, through the sadness of losing one of my friends, and grip onto the will to live. The small car tips over finally, and the metal frame creaks just as the back bumper falls off. This isn't the time to be picky. I run around the car and open the door, pulling the driver out. That's when I notice she was pregnant. God, I'm so sorry. I hope you find peace. I make sure I'm careful as I place her on the ground and place a hand on her belly. Bet you were running. I hang my head and swallow the emotion burning the back of my eyes. I hate this job. On an exhale, I slide into the driver's side and try cranking the car. The engine sputters, but damn it, it fucking starts. The smell of the exhaust is strong, but I don't give a fuck. I cheer and begin to laugh, relieved that we have a way back to base. I press the gas and turn the wheel, heading back to my friends. The tires don't have great traction in the sand, but it powers through until I park next to Johnson. I hop out and open the trunk, hating myself for what I'm about to do. I'm not getting in the trunk, Johnson protests, speaking through clenched teeth. There's blood coming out of his ears now, and Roddy doesn't seem too hopeful. The trunk isn't for you. I'm not leaving Davis out here to be fucking bird food. I walk to where his head is and pick it up, then force his eyes closed, because him staring at me is freaking me out. I place him in the trunk and search for his body. It's no wonder I can't find it. He was thrown further than all of us. When I get to him, there's already birds flocking around Davis's neck, picking at the meat. I lunge at them to scare them off and wave my arms. Get the fuck out of here! I shout, and in return they caw angrily at me. I grab him by his arm, sliding him across the sand and trying not to think about what I'm doing. Less than an hour ago, he was alive. We were joking around. And now, I'm dragging his headless body to a piece of shit car. Grunting, I squat down and swing him over my shoulder, then, as gently as I can, place him in the space of the trunk. I put his head to his neck so it doesn't look so out of place, then slam the lid closed. I place my hands on my hips and breathe to try and get control of my anger. Fuck! I scream and kick the dirt, slinging it all over. Fuck! 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 I cry at the top of my lungs. Clark! We need to go! Now! Roddy says, pointing at Johnson. I rush to his side when he spits up more blood. He holds up his hands, and Roddy and I grip onto them. We're going. Just hang on, buddy, I reassure him. He shakes his head. I'm dying. I won't make it. I'm losing too much blood. Do me a favor. No, you're coming. We are loading up now. Come on. I go to get up, but he tugs me down again. Look at me. My legs are gone, Clark. I can't feel the pain anymore. I don't want my injuries to kill me. I want you to do it. What? I shake my head. No! Fuck you! I'm not doing that. I'm not killing you. We are getting in the car. Stop this talk. Please, he begs. I want to know. My best friend loved me enough to put me out of my misery when I asked. I won't make it to base, Clark. Please, he begs. A tear escapes the corner of his eye, cleansing a path through the blood on his cheek. I want to die on my terms. I can't, I choke as he places his 9mm in my hand. Aim at my temple. Not execution style. It can look like a suicide. No! I yank away from him and try to pull him away from the door impaled on his legs. But it didn't cut all the way through. He screams, Stop! Stop! It's pointless. This is it. You gotta go. Take me home, okay? I can get this door out of you. Just let me... You have to let me go, he whispers. I don't want to die like this. Don't let these injuries be the reason I die. Kill me. Please. Kill me on my terms. I can't do that, I reply to him. Please, he says, a tear dripping over the curve of his cheek. The desperation in his eyes is what makes me cave. The gun in my hand is heavy, hot from the desert sun, the metal nearly burning my skin. My palm is sweating, my entire body trembling, as I look at one of my best friends as he lies dying. Please, he asks again, the word nothing but a gargle in blood. Roddy and I do our best to keep our shit together, but it isn't easy when your brothers are dying all around you. He spews more blood, this time darker and thicker. Do it now, he gurgles. I lay the barrel against his temple. I'll get you home. I promise. Give my mom my dog tags. Of course, Roddy states, holding on to Johnson's hand. We love you, man. It's been an honor serving by your side. Johnson's chest stutters, and his breathing is getting shallower. Pleasure's been all mine. I'm dying like I was born to. But at least, he slurs, at least I'm dying surrounded by family. Ooh, Private First Class Johnson, I say one last time. Ooh, boys. His eyes become glassy as they stare off into the sky. He's in his last moments. The gunshot is loud, almost as loud as the explosion. One last tear escapes down Johnson's face, and I reach up to close his eyes too. Roddy and I take a few moments of silence. We are losing sun now, but I don't have the energy to move. Come on, let's get him out of here, Roddy says. I grab him by the arms and pull as hard as I can, ripping the rest of what's left of his legs off. I pick him up and lay him in the back seat. Roddy takes the passenger side, not bothering to buckle up. What's the point now? The drive is quiet back to base, and I know when we get there and we have privacy, we are going to lose it. We are going to break down. When we get to the gate, soldiers are there aiming their guns at us. I hold my hands up and step out of the car, and luckily Tyler, the man manning the gate, recognizes me. "Fucking hell, we were about to call a search party. What happened?" "IED. Davis and Johnson are gone. I have them in the car." Tyler's eyes frown, and he signals for them to open the gate. "Another day in hell." "Got that right," I mutter. "Medic!" Tyler cries out, as army doctors run from the medical tent. They load Rodriguez on a gurney since he can't walk, and the others unload Johnson and Davis. "Let's get you cleaned up and get the gunshot wound looked at. I'm sorry about Davis and Johnson." He walks with me toward the makeshift hospital we have. "It's what we signed up for, right?" I ask. He parts the curtains of the tent, and I find the nearest bed and begin to undress, taking off my ruined uniform until I'm in my briefs. Damn it, I have a few gashes on my legs that will require stitches, too. "Mail!" Perez calls out, and begins handing people their letters. When he sees me, he debates if he wants to give it to me after everything I've just been through. Hell of a time for mail. But the world doesn't wait after catastrophe strikes, right? "You got a letter from Heather. You want it?" "Absolutely. She's just what I need right now." "You sure?" "I can wait till later," he says. "No, now is as good of a time as any." Dr. Branger begins to clean my wound, just as Perez throws me the letter. "Godspeed, Clark." I manage a small smile. Forced and uncaring, but a smile nonetheless. I tear open the envelope that's found a way to make it halfway around the world and unfold it. Heather's letters always come at the perfect time. "Dear Cameron, I hope this letter finds you well. I can't imagine everything you've experienced and everything you're going through. I love you. I miss you. But I can't do this anymore. I haven't seen you in a year. I haven't heard your voice in 6 months. I don't know if you're dead or alive. I can't keep living like this. I've met someone. I've been seeing him for about 3 months now, but I haven't been able to move forward because I knew I needed to write this letter to you. You're a good man with a good heart and so much love to give. A part of me will always love you and hope you find your way back home, safe and sound. I'm not strong enough to do this. I'm not strong enough to be the woman you need waiting for you to come home. I thought I was. I should have thought things through before things got this far. Be safe. I'll be thinking about you. Heather." I reread the words over and over again. I'm not sure how long I sit there for staring at a fucking Dear John letter, but here I am. Doc Branger starts stitching me up, and all I can think about is how this day just fucked me in too many ways. I crumble the letter in my hand and toss it in the trash. Fuck her. She met someone else, fucked someone else, and couldn't have told me sooner? I don't have time to mourn for her like that. I just lost 2 of my best friends, which hurts far worse than it does losing her. I lean back against the bed as the doctor does his work. I throw my arm over my eyes and hold myself back from tearing this fucking base apart. On the outside, I'm a soldier, strong and invincible. On the inside, I'm bleeding out, damaged and hurt. My soul can't be saved. My mind is going dark. And my heart? It's good for nothing. It's thrashed. Chapter 1. Thrasher. Present day. Traveling the country is always great. But after a few weeks, I'm sick of it and ready to be home. But hopping from one clubhouse to another is how fate, our prez, makes allies with other chapters, even MCs that aren't royal bastards. My favorite city we've gone through so far is Los Angeles. Holy shit, that chapter knows how to throw a party. All the cut, sluts, and booze a man could want. We bastards get down like that. Ain't nothing better than getting my dick wet whenever the fuck I want. If I could get it up more than half the time. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I can't. That's how it's always been since coming back from the war. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, but I don't like being hit or miss like this. Most of the time, I act like I only want to make them come. That it isn't about me, but them. Yeah, talk about dealing with clingers after. They always think I'm the sweetest thing to walk on two legs, but they don't know the real reason behind it all. No one does. Every time I'm in the mood, I close my eyes, and all I see is Davis's head. All I see is Johnson's brains splattered against the sand. It's been 10 years. You'd think I'd be over it by now, and it's my secret to bear. I'm not about to tell anyone about my issues. I'll die with them. Even if it means never having sex again. Fate points two fingers straight ahead and guns his bike, the Harley grumbling even louder as he punches the throttle. We pass gorgeous dirt-covered mountains, tumbleweeds, and cactuses. It reminds me of Afghanistan. I fucking hate Afghanistan. The desert is fucking hot. I don't know why anyone would want to live in Las Vegas when places like Portland exist. Where we are from, Portland has mountains covered in green trees. We even have a gorgeous river that cuts through the city. The only thing Vegas has is a road that goes on for about 400 miles. My ass hurts from sitting so long, and I'm hungry. I should stop complaining. The only reason we are in Vegas is because of me. I'm calling a debt. A marker. And I hope like hell Reaper remembers what he owes me. Years ago, back before he was the president of the Ruthless Kings MC, he was searching out a different club to join. That's right. He wasn't liking how Daddy was running it back home. For a brief while there, he'd wanted out. We met when he walked into the Portland Royal Bastards clubhouse. He had been on a run for his old man, but some shady shit went down, and he ended up owing money to the wrong man. Luckily, Royal Bastards and Ruthless Kings are allies. There was no question to help him out. I've been a part of the club since I was 18, and they supported me through my military career. I was younger than him by a good decade, but I had the money he needed. And now it's time to pay the piper. I told him I'd find him when I wanted payment. And I want it now. I'm trying to put a down payment on a house I want to buy. I'm tired. I want to settle down and be done with the wild life of chasing ass and tits. I'm tired of waking up reeking of booze. I'm tired of fighting my demons. I just want to be left alone with them and see if I can't slay them myself. In order to do that, I need my own space. It's time to get out of the clubhouse. We have new prospects we have picked up along the way in our travels, so no room will go empty. We turn on the Las Vegas Strip, and a few guys shout and cheer when they see the casinos. Looks like we might be gambling tonight, if our luck strikes. We roll to a stop in front of a red light, and a few showgirls look at us and wave. Atlas, our road captain, and our VP Raven pump the throttle to make their bikes grumble at them. I don't care what type of woman it is. They see and hear a bike, they want to feel the vibrations between their legs. "You gonna call Reaper and let him know we are in town?" Fate asks, running his fingers through his beard as we wait for the light to turn green. "Nah, hell no. Won't be long before someone calls him about another club being on his turf." No wicked deed goes unpunished, he comments, lifting a pierced eyebrow at me. He isn't the same man you knew all those years ago, when you were basically still sucking on your mommy's tit. He is killed for less. I'm not afraid to die, I answer, gassing my bike when the light turns green. I take the lead in front of the group, since I know where I'm going. I hear there is a club in Vegas that is biker-friendly, and I think it's time we made a pit stop. I relax, letting the warm breeze hit my face. I place a hand on my thigh and take in the sights. The sun is setting, so the lights are bright and flashing to capture people's attention. The 𝐂𝐥𝐻𝐸 water show is going on, the fountains spurting in the air in a dance. There's an Elvis taking pictures on the sidewalk, and then more showgirls wearing skimpy outfits with a shit ton of colorful feathers. An oversized electronic billboard shows me a Cirque du Soleil show is on tonight at the MGM. Vegas might be a sandbox, but the Strip is something everyone has to see at least once in their lifetime. Right before another red light, I turn on my blinker to make a right into a parking garage that is only for King's Club. As the bikes funnel into the garage, the rumble of the engines become louder, echoing in the dark space. We find a section in the back that has a row free, and two of us slide into each spot. One by one, the engines shut off, and all that's left is the hustle and bustle of the streets. I swing my leg over, and like always, there's a tingling sensation between my thighs from the vibrations. I stretch and groan as my back pops. "Think they have any good tattoo shops around here?" Ink asks. He's our secretary, basically in charge of all the reports and everything that has gone over in church. "It's Vegas," Fate replies, as if that is answer enough. "Yeah, but good ones. I'm not talking about the ones where they trace something and then crank out 70 tats in a day because it's a tourist trap. I want a good tattoo." "Where the hell are you gonna put it, Ink? You're running out of room," Vault jokes. He's the man in charge of all the finances. He knows what we can and can't spend. We sit pretty fucking good most days, so we are going to be able to let loose in Vegas if we want. "My skull is a canvas waiting to get painted," Ink replies, lighting a joint as we walk out of the parking garage. "Let me get a hit," I say, after he takes a few puffs. His tattooed fingers keep a tight pinch at the end, and he hands it over. I inhale deep and hold my breath, letting it soak into my lungs before I let it out. I take one more hit and give it back to him. "Smells like a skunk died in here," some drunk girl says, as she stumbles into the garage. She should not be driving. "Maybe it's you," her friend slurs, which causes both of them to giggle so much they fall onto the dirty floor. "Maybe we should help them?" Gunner asks. He always stays in the back of the line when we ride. He's a tail. "Is someone call for an Uber?" a guy calls out from his window as he drives by us. He looks frazzled, like he's been looking for this place for hours. Well, talk about impeccable timing. I point toward the girls. "I think you're looking for them." He groans. "They better not puke in my car. Ugh, I just had it cleaned from a bride projectile vomiting in the back seat." "Fucking sick," Faith says. "You're telling me," the guy grumbles unhappily before pulling away to where the girls are. "Oh my God, our Uber! Hi, Mr. Uberman. Oh, you're cute," she laughs, limping to the car since she's lost a high heel. "You should totally have sex with him. You never randomly hook up," her friend tells her. "No, I couldn't. I'm not a hoe. But would you, Mr. Uberman? Just for clarification." "Hell, I'll fuck her right here and now in front of God and everybody if she wants it that bad," Boss says, grabbing his cock through his jeans. "Shut up, let's go, I'm hungry," I say. "Remember, we are here for business, not to stare at drunk women saying shit they won't remember tomorrow." Me too, Atlas chimes in. Come on, this way. He takes a left out of the garage, and immediately we are swallowed by a crowd of people. There are people handing out flyers with naked women on them, street performers playing music trying to earn a buck, but then there are the men in nice suits handing out matte black square cards. Now, that seems more like my style. I take a few from the man, and I'm shocked to see that it says, "First drink on the house" when this card is handed to the bartender. Fuck yeah, this dude knows how to market. We pass a guy pissing into the fountain before getting to King's Club, and Atlas opens the door. Smoke lingers in the air like fog, and a raspy voice fills the speakers as someone sings on stage. The twinkle of a piano fills the air, and her voice rises above the smooth lounge music. Damn, this is more than I expected. Same, I say, appreciating the atmosphere. It isn't like other bars that look like the floors haven't been cleaned in ages. This is fucking nice. Damn, I'm gonna feel so fancy sitting in one of these booths. There's a sign that says "Seat yourself," so I take a step forward and find the biggest table I can for us. When I sit down, I notice the woman on stage staring at us, brows furrowed together, and her dark brown hair sparkling in the light. She's beautiful and has the voice of an angel, but she recognizes that we don't belong here. So she must be an old lady to one of the kings. I've already called my prez and let him know you're here. You're lucky. He just got back from New Orleans. We all turn to see a guy, tattooed from head to toe like ink, standing there with his arms crossed and a screwdriver above his ear. His cut says Tool, and then under it says VP. Damn, he's above me. I gotta show him some form of respect. I'm actually here to see Reaper. Last I checked, the bastards and the kings were allies. So, no harm in that. Unless harm is meant to be inflicted, he retorts, tossing the menus down on the table. They land with a loud smack. No harm. Just calling in what's owed. Reaper and I go way back, I explain, and the understanding lights his eyes. Food's on the house. You buy your own drinks and stay away from Juliet. He points to the stage to the woman singing. She's my old lady. Good to know. We will keep our hands and feet to ourselves, Ink says, giving Tool a mock salute. You have our word, Fate says. If Reaper wants to talk to me, I'm the prez of the Royal Bastards, Portland. I know who you are, Tool says, unimpressed. I'll have someone come take your orders in a minute. In the meantime, I'll bring a few pitchers of beer. Listen to the music. Juliet is amazing. I can hear the love for her he has in his voice when he speaks her name, and I get jealous. I haven't been in a relationship since Heather ripped my heart out and stomped all over it with that letter. Love hasn't been worth the time. But I can't deny I don't miss being with someone after a long day. It just isn't in the cards for me. I've heard he has killed men with that screwdriver, Gunner tells us. Yeah. What else do you think it will be used for? Tightening screws? Atlas snickers at his own joke. He does that a lot. Well, yeah, Gunner says. Obviously. Obviously, Atlas scoffs. You hear this guy? He points to Gunner. A guy that looks like death reincarnated doesn't carry around a screwdriver for shits and giggles. I'm not giggling. Who said I was giggling? I wasn't. Gunner eyes us around the table. I wasn't. We laugh at Gunner, who gets picked on more often than not, then cheer when Tool places two pitchers on the table. I pour myself a glass and lean back, watching Juliet belt those smoky notes into the vintage microphone. The beer tastes good, cold and carbonated as it slides down my throat and settles in my empty stomach. The door opens, and who I see standing there has me chugging the rest of my beer down. Reaper is standing there, a blonde woman at his side that has me sitting up straighter. She's pretty. No, she's fucking gorgeous. And she looks a little like Reaper. Daughter, maybe? Ha! Wouldn't that be some shit? His eyes land on me, and I'm surprised to see a smile take over his face, as if he is happy to see me. The woman by his side is sipping a drink. Probably a daiquiri of some sort she got from one of the drink carts that are all over the strip. It's red and it's staining her lips. She's short, a fucking pixie, and her shirt swallows her whole compared to the skinny jeans she's wearing. She grins at Tool and gives him a side hug, which has my fists clenching around the glass mug. Why am I jealous? Tool and Reaper share a conversation, and they are looking at us, telling me Tool is telling them about me. Blondie practically prances over to Juliet when she gets done singing, and she smiles at her friend. Fuck. I want to be on the receiving end of that smile. Reaper slaps him on the shoulder, then heads over to our table. That girl is beautiful, Ink whistles. Stay away from her. A few of the guys turn around and look at me, shocked when it sounds like I've called dibs. It's Reaper's daughter or something. We don't want trouble. Trouble is my middle name. Atlas laughs at his own joke again and holds up his hand for a high five. No one returns it. He slaps his palm himself. I'm hilarious, he says. Damn, Thrasher. You aren't a kid no more, are you? Reaper comes around the table and holds out a hand for me to shake. No, Prez, I am not. I'm all grown up now. Sit down. Have a beer? Yeah, thanks. He takes the seat next to me and pours himself a glass. Fate, how you doing? How are them old bones treating you these days? I can still beat the shit out of you just like I did your old man, Fate replies, running his fingers through his graying hair. Fate is a little older than Reaper, not by too much, but in his 50s and still built like a brick shithouse. I don't doubt that, he chuckles, taking a big swallow of beer. How about you guys come over? We'll have a cookout and talk about business then. I'm assuming you'll be wanting your money back. I nod, licking the beer foam off my lips. I feel her eyes on me, and like a magnet, my attention drifts from Reaper to the blonde woman. She catches me looking and quickly looks away, pushing her hair from behind her ear to hide her face. My plan was to get in and get out of Vegas as fast as I can. A part of me hoped he had the cash on him right now, so we could go on about our day. But I want to get to know her better. What do you say, Prez? Want to stick around for a few days and sin in Sin City? Might as well. It's our last hurrah before heading back home. Might as well go out with a bang, right? The guys hold up their glasses, and everyone cheers, taking a celebratory sip at the reunion that hasn't happened in a good 10 or so years. Sounds good, Reaper. I recommend hitting up the casino that used to be Circus. Giovanni's there. Mafia. He is an acquaintance who took over when his nephew disappeared, but I have no choice but to trust Giovanni Moretti for now. You're not going to want to miss it, Reaper says. I pretend to listen to him and pretend I'm not looking at his daughter, but she makes it too damn hard. I'll call him now and ask if he has a few rooms available, unless you want to stay at the clubhouse. Hell yeah, I'll take some fancy fucking hotel rooms. Fate slams his mug on the table and the beer sloshes over the rim. Yeah, thanks, Reaper. That sounds good. I feel the heat of her staring at me again, and I lift my eyes from the table. She still looks away. I know where I want to be. And it sure as hell isn't in a hotel room with one of these assholes as my roommate. If I found a way to stay at the clubhouse, then I could be around her. Hey, Reaper, what's your daughter's name? Ink asks the question I know a few of us are wondering. Introduce us. We won't bite. Reaper's humor fades, and his brown eyes turn a dangerous shade of murder. She isn't my daughter. She's my sister, and she's off limits to each and every single one of you. If I find out that any of you touched her, consider what I owe you non-existent. You'll be fucking dead with your heart ripped from your chest. And that is why other clubs fear him. We were just curious. She's so much younger. Yeah, she was a surprise. I found out about her during Christmas. He whistles and calls her over. Oh, fuck. She's coming over here. I don't know what to do with my hands. Table? Thighs? Nah, table for sure. But thighs hide how nervous I am. What is wrong with you? Ink whispers to me. Nothing. What? Nothing. I'm fine. If there were a narrator in my life, he would say, in fact, everything was not fine. Morgan Freeman would be saying it, of course. The closer she gets, the more oxygen gets sucked out of the room. Sis, everyone wants to meet you. This is the Royal Bastards MC. They come from Portland, Oregon. Hi, I'm Delilah. She waves. It's curt and shy, just like her voice. Of course her name is Delilah. She's just as pretty as a flower, too. A flower I want to pick.
Chapter 2. Delilah. We were at Bubba Gump's, a few buildings over from King's Club, when my brother got the call from Toole that the Royal Bastards were here to see him. We hadn't ordered yet, so we were able to get up and leave easily. I wasn't sure what I expected. The Kings are all badass and good-looking, but I knew they had to be an anomaly. Not every biker club has men that could be on calendars shirtless, right? Turns out I'm wrong. Dead wrong. Is it an unspoken rule for bikers to be drop-dead gorgeous in order to get in the club? It's like a buffet of hot man meat waiting to be devoured. Oh God, I can't believe I just thought that. It's nice to meet you, Delilah, says the man I haven't been able to take my eyes off of. When I hear his voice, there is no denying he can see the blush that spreads across my cheeks. It's the downside of having really pale skin. Everyone knows how I'm feeling because of this stupid blush. I can't lie. I can't be shy. I can't want someone. I can't be mad. It's always written all over my face. His voice is smooth like aged wine, because I know it has to sound better over time. He is gorgeous and muscular. His hair is shaved on the sides, but the top is longer and has a natural wave to it. It's messy from riding his bike, a few pieces curling over his forehead. The skin around his eyes is a little paler than the rest of the skin on his face, probably from wearing sunglasses. But the faint tan line doesn't diminish how handsome he is. He has bright blue eyes, the color of aquamarine, and tattoos peek from under his shirt. I want to see all of them. I'm Thrasher. This is Ink. He points to the man next to him. Howdy, he greets. Thrasher goes around the table. Fate is the prez, like Reaper is. How are you, Delilah? Fate asks. Gunner? Thrasher continues as Gunner waves. Atlas, Boss, Raven, and Vault. Rest of the guys are continuing on to Portland with a few new prospects. So you're stuck with us, he says. I feel sorry for myself. I really do. I joke, sipping on my daiquiri, unable to look away. But I make myself. If Reaper catches me looking at Thrasher, I'll never be around bikers again. And since this is my new life, I have no choice but to listen to Reaper's wishes. No dating men in the club. No dating other bikers. No Dating. Period. End of story. I like that he cares. I fell on their doorstep and he never once told me to leave. He accepted me, gave me a home, and loved me. The least I can do is listen to him and date someone on the opposite side of their world. While Thrasher causes my heart to throb in ways it hasn't before, I'm not ready to date or have sex. And by looking at him, he seems like the kind to want sex. I'm still healing after almost getting frozen to death, but I don't want to think about that right now. You wound me. He feigns hurt, placing his hand in the middle of his chest. In the middle of his broad, defined, bulging chest. His hands are big too, and you know what they say about big hands. And it isn't about big gloves. Sit down, join us, have some food, Thrasher offers, pointing at the 2 empty seats around the table, one being in front of him. Yeah, I'd choke on my food if I had to eat in front of him. Reaper pulls out the seat next to him. Sit. You haven't eaten since breakfast. I don't need to eat 5 billion calories a day like you do, and I can't. I have an appointment with Giovanni, I say, slurping on my drink as if I didn't just drop a bomb. The beer glass drops on the floor, shattering, and I jump back to miss the shards. You what? Reaper growls. I have a job interview, I state. The hell you do. You aren't working for him, Reaper says. I don't know the man well enough for you to be around him alone. I'm damn sure he is hiding Mateo. You are not working for him, no. The answer is no. Good thing it isn't up to you, I snip, and the guys around the table stare between Reaper and me. But not Thrasher. His eyes are only on me. I need to work, Reaper. You'll work here. It is up to me. It's up to me to protect you. And you working for Giovanni is out of the question. No, I control my life, not you. I appreciate everything you have done for me, but I need to make decisions on my own. I understand your worry, and I love you for it. But I'm not asking you. I'm telling. Reaper rubs a hand over his face, and Thrasher seems proud that I've stuck up for myself. Can we talk about it? He asks, taking my hand. Delilah, I know I'm controlling, but you can work anywhere else on the strip, just not with Giovanni. That's all I'm asking. He's dangerous. You're dangerous, I point out. You're right, but I'd never put you in danger. Please? He asks, and Reaper never asks. Anywhere? I quirk a brow, testing him. Anywhere. Just, not strip clubs or the corner. Neither of those, he clarifies, looking uncomfortable talking about this, and I giggle. Okay, I relent, squeezing his hand with mine. I know this is his way of showing he loves me, and I cherish that. I won't go work for Giovanni. He fist pumps the air. Yes, thank you, Delilah. Thank you. Reaper reaches over the table and hugs me. I just don't want anything to happen to you, he whispers in my ear. I know, I say in return. Aw, that's fucking cute. Do we need to braid our hair now? Fate gives us a hard time and finishes off the pitcher of beer, pouring it in his glass. Let's order our food. I'm going to go. I'm really not that hungry. I lean down and press a kiss to Reaper's forehead. I'll take an Uber to the clubhouse. Really? You okay? Are you sick? He checks my forehead with his palm like I'm a freaking baby, and I knock his hand away, embarrassed. I'm fine, I swear. It was nice meeting all of you. Thrasher's eyes meet mine, and my stomach flutters, reminding me of why I need to leave. The last time I felt like this, I had to run for my life. I turn around and head toward the door, but make a quick beeline to say goodbye to Juliet. She's getting ready to sing again, so I make it quick and blow her a kiss. She waves, taking a sip of water to get her vocal cords ready. But before she can even say goodbye, I leave. I need to get as far away from Thrasher as possible. And then get food. Because I lied. I'm freaking starving. Plus, I like alone time. I think people take for granted when they are alone. It's intimidating, I get it. All there is you and whatever thoughts you have running through your mind. Sometimes people don't like to spend time with themselves because they don't like who they are. But I don't have that problem. I like who I am. I find being alone peaceful and therapeutic. There isn't pressure to make sure the person with you is having a good time. The only time you are on is your own. How great is that? Don't get me wrong. It took a long time to get to where I'm at. When I came to Reaper, I never wanted to be alone. But now I don't mind it. I need it. I see things in a whole new light. I can take in the sights and go into stores and go as fast or slow as I want. It's a luxury. The first step to liking being alone with yourself is accepting what is, accepting why you are the way you are. What happened that made you like this? When I was drugged and woke up in a freezer, I blamed myself. Why? It wasn't my fault someone did this to me. It's theirs. I haven't told anyone, but when I woke up in that freezer and saw the stitches along my skin, I knew what happened. Not only did they beat me, they harvested my kidney. I guess they thought I was dead, I don't know, but the freezer wasn't locked, so halfway frozen, I ran. I remember hearing about Reaper from my mom. She said if anything bad happened, to find my way to Vegas and get the Kings. I barely made it. I was halfway dead when I got there. Luckily, I was close, just in the next town over, but my body had been broken. All because I trusted a gorgeous man who had nothing but bad intentions for me. Yeah, I won't be fooled again. It took me being alone to replay the situation in my head. I learned from the experience. I figured out what I could and couldn't do differently. I was naive and innocent, way too trusting of the world. And gullible. So damn gullible. And maybe I still am. I like to think people can be trustworthy, even after what happened to me. I choose to see the good and not the bad because being drugged on a first date and waking up in a freezer doesn't seem to be something that would happen more than once. I refuse to believe the bad outweighs the good. And I learned all that from being alone and working my thoughts out. I almost prefer it, too, being alone. It's just peaceful. A group of guys are loud and yelling as they walk down the sidewalk. One man has a stereo on his shoulder, and they are dancing and singing. As they pass me, a man from the group takes my hand and starts dancing with me, spinning me around and twirling me. I smile, laughing at the random thing to happen. But these are things that matter. These are the experiences I'll want most. I can now say a man I didn't know came up and danced with me. He twirls me again before letting my hand go and running to catch up with his group of friends. I gasp for air, holding a hand over my heart. "Have a good night," the stranger yells. "You too," I call back, face flushed once again, but this time because I was having fun. I am having fun. That might not have happened if I were with someone. I spin around and run into a familiar broad chest. "Having fun, Flower?" When I hear the jealousy-laced voice, my eyes slowly slide from the middle of his chest, passing the dog tags around his neck, and tilt my head back to see Thrasher. He is smiling as if he knows something I don't. I gulp. "You'd rather dance with a stranger than have dinner with me?" he asks. I wasn't hungry. My stomach gives away my lie as it growls. Traitor. He leans down and his breath smells like beer. For some reason, I like it as it ghosts over my cheek. "Have dinner with me," he states as a sentence instead of asking. The downside of always being alone? I don't know how to reply to a guy asking me out. My horoscope said not to get out of bed today. I don't believe in them, but they are fun to read. Right now, I'm wondering if my horoscope was on to something. If I never left my bed, I wouldn't be here right now. Because as much as I want to say yes, my answer is going to be no.
Chapter 3. Thrasher. No one says no to me. Delilah said no. No. I'm baffled, flabbergasted, astounded. But I'm not going to give up. I saw something in her eyes that said she wanted to say yes, but something held her back. I need to figure out what that something is, tackle it, conquer it, and then maybe I can get this beautiful woman to go out on a date with me. It's all about trust. And if I want to prove to myself that I'm ready to settle down and stop fucking around with things that don't matter, then I'll put in the work. Wake the fuck up, asshole! Ink shoves my shoulder, and I bury my face in the pillow again, wishing I was with Delilah instead of here. Hey, wake up! This time when he shoves me, I surge upright with my hand wrapped around his throat. All I can feel is rage. All I can imagine is killing that bastard who placed the bomb in the sand that killed two of my best friends. He slaps his hand on my arm, trying to get me to let go. Thrash! It's me! It's me! He screams. And his screams remind me so much of Johnson, so much of my own when I saw Davis's head just lying there, eyes open in shock. I can't breathe! He chokes, his face turning red. So I squeeze harder. I want to kill this bastard. He manages to punch me across the face. The pain snaps me back to reality, and when I see Ink there, grabbing my wrists and coughing, I let go immediately and stare at my hands. I stumble back until the bed hits the back of my legs, and I collapse. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ink. I'm so sorry, I ramble, dropping my head in my hands as I rock back and forth. Now I remember why I can't be with anyone. I can't trust myself not to choke the life out of the woman who decides to be next to me, too. Hey, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Happens all the time. When I let a woman take charge, he says, squatting down to the floor in front of me, knocking my leg with his fist. Seriously, don't worry about it. I should have known better than to try to wake you. You were shouting in your sleep. I don't even remember what I was dreaming about. I scrub a hand over my face and lick my lip, tasting blood. I touch 2 fingers to the split and lift a brow at him. Hey, it was you or me. I'd do it again. Thanks. I'm sorry, I sigh, feeling heavy and suddenly tired again. I want to go back to sleep. Like I said, don't worry about it. Come on, a few of the guys are going to go down to the casino floor. Come with us. Right, the casino. I barely remember coming to it last night. I had a few more beers after her rejection and was a bit buzzed, which was probably why I was in the middle of a night terror just now. Alcohol doesn't seem to help my state of mind. I'll be down in a minute. I'm going to shower. Bring your cash. Man, I can't fucking wait. I've been dying to go on vacation. This is well needed. Yeah, we deserve to have some fun. Ink rubs his throat and makes a sound to clear it. All right, I'll see you down there. Ink walks over to the dresser and grabs his cigarettes and wallet, stuffing them in his pocket. He heads out, the door slamming a second later to leave me alone with my thoughts. Alone. I'm not good at being alone, even though I find myself alone more times than not. I'm constantly thinking bad shit, but the one thing that eats away at me is survivor's guilt. I reach for my phone on the nightstand and message Roddy. We talk every day, and he's still one of my best friends. He lives in Minnesota. I haven't seen him in about 2 years, but he seems to be doing okay. He walks with a limp from his injury, but at least he is alive. I don't know what I'd do if I lost him, too. Me. How are you doing today? A few seconds go by before my phone dings. Roddy. Same as you? I don't know whether to consider that progress or not. Me. Sucks for you. Today isn't a good day. Roddy. Seems like it's every day. I don't know what to say to that. He's right. Every day is a struggle. It's hard to understand if life is worth all this constant pain. I toss my phone on the bed and strip out of my clothes, since they are damp with sweat, and flip the light on to the bathroom. Damn, I whistle when I see how nice it is. Reaper's friend really pulled out all the stops for this resort. The bathroom is huge, and the bottoms of my feet are warm. I bend down and place my hand flat against it, and whistle again. Heated floors. The man really invested. I straighten and rub my fingers against the smooth counter of the marble vanity and stare at myself in the mirror. I look like shit. Dark circles under my eyes, stubble across my jaw, and my skin shining with sweat. My heart is racing, threatening to beat right out of my chest. I lay a hand against the mirror and hang my head, taking a deep breath to help calm the anxiety rushing through me. When I get a hold of myself, I turn around and walk into the shower. There's no glass to make it a stall. It's open and spacious with black stone making the walls. A huge rainforest showerhead is above me, and I turn on the water, letting the cold water hit me first. The cold liquid feels good against my heated skin, and I'm about to shiver when I turn the water hot. I groan, my muscles relaxing at last. I look down, the water draping over me like a waterfall wall, and close my eyes. I think of the war. But while I'm thinking of something so damn ugly, something beautiful creeps into my thoughts. Delilah. She drowns out the warfare, and all too soon I'm left with her brown eyes staring back at me, unsure as she gasps for air from dancing with that stranger. If she wants to dance with a stranger, she can dance with me. Blood rushes down south when the dancing that comes to mind doesn't involve a dance floor. I snap my eyes open, relieved to see my cock filling and feeling that throbbing build inside my heavy sack. I sag against the tile, resting my arm across the wall, and press my forehead against the wet skin. There's usually a 50% chance I can get it up with a woman. But I've had this ache for Delilah since the moment I first saw her. Maybe the other women didn't turn me on because deep inside, I knew I didn't want another one-night stand to add to the countless I've had already. They all start to feel the same, to sound the same, and I'm sick of it. Maybe the only thing I need to change is the kind of woman I'm sleeping with. I wrap my hand around the base and tug, my groans singing off the acoustics of the bathroom. It's been a few months since my cock has shown any interest, and I'm about to take advantage of the arousal. I begin to jerk it in rage, yanking on the fat length and drilling the tight vise I've created with my fist. The harder I stroke, the better it feels. I'm punishing myself in a way, angry that it's taken all this time to feel something good. I toss my head back and moan, imagining Delilah's beautiful eyes, her pale skin, her perfect blonde hair. The electrical spark has come releasing in creamy streams along the black tile. Fuck, I grunt as 7 spurts leave me. When I'm done, I chuckle from feeling so damn relaxed. That's exactly what I needed. And I have Delilah to thank for that. I wash the tile off and finish up in the shower by washing my hair and body. I grab a white towel, which is pretty common in hotels, only there is a black M embroidered on it. It's soft, too. Hella soft. How much would they charge me if I stole it? I've never felt something so damn fluffy in my entire life. I rub it against my face, enjoying it a bit too much, then dry off my body. I wrap the towel around my waist and try to take one last look at myself in the mirror. I always try to see if I can stand the sight of my reflection for more than 10 seconds. The longest I've ever made it is 7. But the mirror is fogged up, blocking any chance I have. So I go back into the bedroom, the 2 queen-size beds unmade. It smells like fucking man in here, and it reeks. So I open the French doors to the balcony to air out the room and take a deep breath as the air wraps around me. The sun is warm, and the breeze is on the cooler side since spring is right around the corner. Vegas looks so different in the day. I guess sin has to sleep at some point, doesn't it? After enjoying some fresh, non-stuffy air, I change and get ready for the day. My goal is to see Delilah at some point, so a man has to look his best. I spray on some cologne, the same one I've had for years, since it isn't something I wear often. The sprayer isn't working. I hit the silver trigger again and flip it around. There is a half of a bottle left. I spray again, and the mist comes out. Ugh, getting directly in my eyes. Damn it! Oh, God! I squeeze my eyes shut and try to get to the bathroom blind and run smack into the wall. Ooh, what the fuck? I scream, wondering how this day could go from bad to good to bad again. I finally get into the bathroom and turn on the sink, then do my best to wash out my eyes. When I open them, they are red, a bit puffy, and there is a red mark on my forehead from where I hit the wall. Accompanied with the split lip, I look like hell. I hope I don't see Delilah today. I'll probably trip over something and hurt myself, the way my luck is going. When I see her, I need to be on my A game. And then I start thinking, what if I don't have any game? I ask myself in the reflection, and immediately look away. That's just ridiculous. I have game. Women throw themselves at me in every city we go to. Hooking up and dating can't be that much different, can it? We are just prolonging the inevitable until I realize we aren't going to have sex and I just eat her pussy instead. Thinking about Delilah spreading her legs for me has my cock coming to life again. Well, I'll be damned. I can't remember the last time this happened. I think Delilah will be different, if my body is telling me anything, and I think that's why I'm so nervous. Different isn't bad, but change is scary when life has been the same for a decade. Being in a relationship again has me uneasy because of what Heather did. I'm over her, but the way she ended things will stay with me forever. No man wants a Dear John letter, especially when he's halfway across the world. She could have waited a few more months until she saw me in person. She was already fucking someone else, so why write me? I wonder if Delilah is that kind of woman. I know being with someone who is in the military, gone all the time, leads to temptation and loneliness. I'd want someone loyal. If love can survive war, it can survive anything. Or it can get left behind, blown to smithereens. Delilah seems sweet, but she's a closed book. And I would bet she's loyal to a fault. I want to see. I want to experience something other than these night terrors and constant regrets. I'm going to put myself out there. I'm going to take a leap of faith. Delilah might be the death of me. either by my own fault or by Reaper's hands. And like Johnson, the only way I want to die is on my own terms.
Chapter 4. Delilah. B10, I say to Micah, who places a red plug in his game board. Yes. D8, his young voice announces. Nope, I say too proudly as I place a white plug in the empty hole so I know he already called it out. Okay, my turn. B9. He throws his hands up with a sigh. Unfair! You always sink my ships. I do not always sink your ships. Always would mean every time. I sometimes sink them. There's a difference. We have to learn not to be so dramatic with our words, Micah. Now it's your turn. He sighs, plopping his chin in his hand, pouting that he isn't winning. Some kids are such sore losers. I love Micah, but holy crap, the kid can't lose or take it in stride. It's why I can't stand playing Battleship with him. But he begs and pleads, and I cave because the only other person he wants to play with is Delaney. Delaney is his younger brother, and he never wants to play either, because of Micah's attitude when he loses. They don't hang out with the club often. They like to stay in their rooms, away from everything and everyone. They only trust a few people, me, Sarah, and Juliet. Basically, the women of the club. Their story is a long, sad one. The club rescued them a few months ago. Half the time, the kids stay hidden away or at school, so they aren't a problem. They are far from it in my book. But only time can make them see how wonderful they are, and as long as they are treated with kindness, I have no doubts that they will grow up and be very successful. He tries C4, but it's another miss, and now it's too late for him. B8, I say. Battleship, he mumbles in disappointment. I'm going to go see what Delaney is up to. He hops from the chair, leaving me to clean up the mess of the board game. I should get on him to clean up his mess, but I don't mind. I check the time. It's a little after 7, and I'm debating if I want to go out. Reaper announced that the Royal Bastards won't be coming here until tomorrow for the cookout, so I have the entire night to do something to get my mind off Thrasher. Maybe I'll figure out a way not to be around him tomorrow either. I can go look for a job all day, walk inside every single hotel and casino and boutique and shop on the Strip until someone hires me on the spot. Anything is better than being in forced proximity with a man that makes me feel too gullible again. I'd stupidly believe any word that comes out of his mouth, because that's who I am, and there isn't anything wrong with that. Why should I need to change a good part of me if someone chooses to be cruel and take advantage of me? Maybe they are the ones who need to change. I get up from the kitchen table and slide the chair under, tucking the game under my arm. The game room is off to the side next to the kitchen, and there is a green-painted hutch nestled in the corner. I open the glass doors and slide Battleship on top of Twister and Operation. I used to like that game. Operation used to be my favorite growing up. But after everything that happened, I can't stand to even look at it. I have a 12-inch scar on my side. It's too hard to look at, so to make a game out of surgery, I'm bitter about it when I don't need to be. I know it's harmless fun. Kids love it. But I look at it, and all I wonder about is the man who cut me open and took my kidney. Did he play Operation? Where did he get the idea to hurt people the way he hurt me? The game is innocent, but isn't that how all psychopaths start out? Sweet and innocent? Deep in thought there. I scream and grab one of the board games from the shelf and throw it at the person talking to me. Dominoes hit them right in the gut, and they hunch over, groaning. Knives is there, holding his stomach and staring at me like I've lost my ever-loving mind. Oh my God, are you okay? I rush to his side and guide him toward a chair so he can sit down. Dominoes might be small, but they're heavy. I can't imagine they feel great hurtled through the air to smash into you. Why did you go and do that for? He inhales a deep breath, then out, until the red in his face disappears. You caught me in the middle of something, and you scared me, I admit, feeling like a dumb blonde for reacting first and thinking after. I'm sorry for scaring you. You were staring at the game hutch in a daze. I just wanted to make sure you were all right. I wince, considering I am fine, and he is not. I'm great, Knives. Just one of those days. Anything to do with those bastards rolling through? He asks. No, why would you say that? I lick my lips nervously, wondering if I've been found out. I don't know. You're just quiet. Knives leans forward and narrows his eyes at me, and I lean away. Do you recognize one of them? Are they the reason you came here? His eyes widen as a false realization sweeps through him. Oh my God, they are here to take you back, aren't they? Well, they can fucking forget it. They will have to get through us. I'll kill them. But which one hurt you? I'll kill him first. He unsheaths a ninja star and slides it up and over each knuckle quickly. No, oh no. It's nothing like that, I swear. I can't even remember what the guy's face looks like. Really, it has nothing to do with the royal bastards. Well, one bastard, but I'm not about to say who. Liar, Knives says, narrowing his eyes, then stands abruptly. He points the ninja star at me and starts laughing. Oh, you like one of them, don't you? Delilah likes who? Tool asks, opening the fridge and taking a bottle of water out. One of the bastards? Ooh, Tool grins. That won't go over well with Reaper. Hey, I don't like anyone, okay? The way the words fly out of my mouth sounds more defensive than usual, but my mouth doesn't stop there. And even if I did like someone, it's no one's damn business but mine. I hurry out of the room, my shoulder colliding with Knives as I leave. Delilah, wait! Delilah! He shouts after me, but I keep running, keeping my head down so I don't make contact with anyone. I snatch my purse from the coffee table. Sarah, Reaper's old lady, doesn't ask me questions and doesn't stop me. She understands the need to getting the hell out of this freaking sausage fest before the testosterone suffocates me. Why am I freaking out? I whisper to myself as I press the unlock button to the car Reaper bought me. Panic forms in my chest, and tears prickle my eyes as I open the driver's side door and get in. I don't like feeling cornered. I don't know Thrasher well enough to like him, but I am interested. And so what if I am? I'm not allowed to like a biker because my brother says so? No, that's not fair. This is my life now. I'm surrounded by bikers. It's only a matter of time before I happen to show interest in one. The tires squeal along the dirt, and when I get to the gate, Braveheart opens it for me. I punch the gas and the tires dip into the potholes while the car creaks from the pressure. I turn the radio on, and a Johnny Cash song comes on. Perfect for my mood. I turn right to go toward the strip, but every part of me wants to drive this road until it runs out. They want to know what's wrong with me. I feel restless, like I don't have a place here. I'm Reaper's sister. No one owns me. I don't belong here. Something feels out of place. I love the guys, the girls, and I've grown to love Reaper. But I feel lost. It's like I'm waiting for something to happen to get my life back on track, instead of this stagnant place I seem to have found myself in. I want to work. My brother doesn't want me to. I want to find love. My brother doesn't want me to. I want to do more than sit at the clubhouse, but... Yep, Reaper won't allow it. He's so afraid something bad will happen to me, but what he is failing to see is that something bad is already happening. I'm being held back, caged, and I hate it. I want to do something wild, crazy, and unheard of. I want to step out of my comfort zone. I can't be here anymore. I love them. They are my family. But family isn't enough to mend a broken soul. I have to do that on my own. My time here has been well spent, meaningful, and beautiful. I have healed in ways I knew I wouldn't have been able to on my own. But the rest is up to me. For some reason, I find myself pulling into the casino, the one place Reaper told me to stay away from. I'm not dressed for the occasion since it's such short notice. I pull my Honda Civic to the front door and the valet, a young guy who can't be more than 16, greets me with a smile. His mouth is full of braces and he has acne on his face, a bit tall and gangly since he is growing into his limbs. Ah, puberty. I don't miss those days. "Hi, how are you today?" he asks me happily, taking my keys away from my outstretched hand. "I'm looking to win," I tell him, not wanting to tell him the real reason why I'm here. "Well, good luck to you. I hope you do." Thanks. His kind, refreshing spirit has a pep in my step, which falls short when I see two huge Italian guards standing outside the door. They scream mafia. I throw my shoulders back, disregard the messy bun plopped on the top of my head, and begin to confidently walk past them. I'm nearly through the entrance of the lion's den. Just a few more steps. One arm from the left and then one from the right block me. "Ms." The one on the left tries to be polite, since he doesn't know my last name. "Adwell," I say. "Mr. Moretti will be down in a minute to see what you need." I open, then close my mouth, then open it again. How does he know I'm here? "He knows everything, Ms. Adwell," the one on the right of me says. "Why can't I go in? I'm a paying customer." "We have been ordered by Mr. Moretti not to allow you in," the man on the left explains, making me feel dizzy with all of their back and forth. I grit my teeth as a roll of frustration slaps me across the face. Reaper. This is the shit that makes me mad. No matter how many times I talk to him about letting go of the reins a little, nothing ever changes. I'm about to lose my mind. Fine, I'll wait. I stomp toward the bench like a child having a tantrum. But you know what? I guess I am. Call me a brat, I don't care. I know I have it good now, but I'm a grown woman. People have to have the freedom to live their life how they want, or tensions will rise. And I've had it about up to here with the bullshit. "Delilah." A strong Italian accent has me lifting my head to see Giovanni standing there in a dark blazer, black slacks, and a black shirt. When he smiles and holds out his hands for me to take, I do on instinct, because he is charming. So far, he hasn't done anything to me to prove he isn't trustworthy. "It's good to see you." He kisses each side of my cheeks. He helps me up and gives me a once-over. "You look amazing." I blow a piece of hair out of my face and deadpan him with a look like that clearly says, "I don't believe you, but I'll take the compliment." "Thank you." "What can I help you with? After I received a Reaper's call telling me not to talk to you in any way, I didn't think I'd be seeing you. Shame. I think you'd do well here." "That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. Moretti. Do you know anyone looking to hire? I came to you because I think you might know of some places others don't." His brows lift in surprise. "I want something a girl like me isn't supposed to do. I want to try something I've never tried before. I need to feel something other than the skin I'm in. Maybe then I'll feel alive again." "Dio mio. You realize what that could entail?" His square jaw shines off the light above us, showing the hard edge as he clenches his teeth together. "I do."
It is going to piss Reaper off.
I know. I lift a shoulder. I should care more than I do, but I'm to my limit. Maybe it is immature. Maybe I'll regret it. But all I know is that it's something I need to do.
Devious little thing, aren't you?
He shakes a hand with another wealthy-looking man in passing, as if they know each other well. When his friend is through the doors, he steps closer to me, his pointed black loafers skimming the tips of my Converse shoes.
Vieni con me. Come with me, Delilah. I'll make all of your dreams come true.
That I doubt, but I have a feeling I came to the right man anyway. A bit of guilt gnaws at me like a hungry dog for going behind Reaper's back and doing what I said I wouldn't. But I can't have him control my life. He has to be able to realize I'm not his little sister anymore. Those years between us have come and gone, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't turn back time. It's done. I don't want to be held back. The feeling of being caged makes me want to rebel.
Have you ever heard of mercy?
Hopefully, some will be granted to me.
Oh, if you want the mercy, I am sure you could have it.
I'm not sure why he is speaking in riddles, but the dangerous glint in his eyes tells me he is talking about something else. Something I'm not picking up on. I'm starting to get nervous. Was this a bad idea?
I've texted him. Let's get a drink while we wait.
There's no turning back now, is there? Once a deal with the devil has been made, the only way to back out is by giving him your soul. Reaper may harvest souls out of anger, but Giovanni looks like he harvests souls for spite. Well, I'm too stubborn to ever admit I've made a mistake. And whatever mercy he is talking about, I sure as hell hope it is given to me.
Chapter 5 Thrasher. It's a little after 10 here at the Peep Show, a place that is a complete dump. I don't know where the hell Raven found it, but it's exactly what I need. It isn't anything fancy. In fact, it's dirty, run down, and the sign outside says, P-Ho, because whoever owns this shed is too lazy to change out the red neon sign. It's not even on the strip. It's closer to the outskirts of town, settled in the desert. The parking lot is sand, which means I'll have to give my bike a good polish when I'm back in Portland. The more I sit here in this cheap-ass chair, staring at a dirty window to start this peep show I paid $5 to get in the door for, the more I know I need to tell the men it's time to wheel up and head out. I'll talk to Reaper tomorrow about giving me cash, not go to the cookout, and make more of a business transaction out of it than a party. Delilah deserves a man who is better than me, and I can't ruin her with my shit. What if we go out and hit it off, sleep together, God forbid my cock actually work, and then I'd choke her to death? I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Well, and then Reaper would kill me, so at least I wouldn't be mourning her for very long. Want another? A man with silver hair asks as he makes rounds to each station the guys sit at. Peep Show is so old, the seats we are sitting on aren't even chairs. They're stools. The raggedy, torn, stained curtains are the only thing between me and the guy next to me. It's fucking gross. I down my whiskey and hand the silver-haired man my glass. Yes, please. I bet that glass has never seen a dishwasher. Coming right up, he says without any excitement and walks away, his boots pounding on the hollow floor. If I look down under my boots, I can see through the cracks of the hardwood planks and see the desert right below me. This establishment must have been built like 100 years ago by men who didn't give two flying fucks about appearance and just wanted to see some tits. Who doesn't? The guy comes back with my drink, and it is filled to the brim instead of the 2 fingers worth I asked for. Hey! I grab his attention before putting $10 into the machine like the sign on the window says to. It's the only damn thing that seems to be futuristic at the peep show. Yeah? Need some? He eyes my cut, and if I'm not mistaken, there is appreciation there. Who owns this place? I do. Just bought it 2 weeks ago. Shithole, right? Name's Mercy. We shake hands, and I sip my overflowing whiskey glass. Thrasher. And I've seen places that have had better days, I say, not wanting to sound like I was hounding his new business too much. He runs his hands through his hair and places his hands on his hips. Well, I wanted a business for dirt cheap, and this place only cost me a couple $1,000. Lots of renovations are coming, and the peep show will be no more, including the peep show. So have one while you can. A couple $1,000? How'd you swing that? I ask him. Was at the casino, felt lucky, met Giovanni, and he introduced me to the right people. Now I'm standing in my winnings, Mercy explains. That's some good luck. I wish you the best, I tell him. He tilts his chin and starts to stride in the direction of the bar when 2 guys begin to fight. Beer is thrown, glass shatters, and drunken slurs are shouted. Mercy pulls them off one another and drags them outside by their collars. Taking another drink, I stick the cash in the machine, and it sucks it in with a buzz. I scoot the stool up, wondering what the fuck I'm about to see. I hope it isn't some weird podunk toothless shit. I can handle a lot of things, but that I can't. Every asshole has his limits. That's mine. The light comes on in the room behind the glass, and the clock on the left starts counting down from 2 minutes. A smooth leg pokes from behind the curtain, covered in fishnet stockings. She rolls the stocking down her leg, slow and sensual, and then tosses it toward the glass. Damn, okay, I say, impressed with what I'm seeing. Maybe the looks of this place are a little deceiving. Right when she begins to take off the second stocking, the damn light goes out, and my 2 minutes are up. Oh, come on, I groan in frustration, and get out my wallet again. Damn, so that's where they get you. $10 for 2 minutes, and I felt like I didn't even get to see anything. I guess that's why they call it peep show. I shove a $20 bill in next, and my time goes from 2 minutes to 4. It's better than nothing. I want to see what else she can do. I'm on the edge of my seat, excitement brewing, and my cock perking up at those long, silky legs driving me out of my mind. I take another sip, the whiskey hot going down my throat, and she gives me a tease. She tosses the next stocking at me and rolls her hips, but I only see the outline of the shape of her body as she keeps half of herself hidden. The way she moves her body, it's graceful, fluid, and sways to the beat of the music playing behind the window. When she crawls out onto her hands and knees, whipping her blonde hair back and forth, then circling her hips, I want to launch through the glass and have my way with her. Her ass is covered in black lace, and her breasts have black nipple pasties on them. I want to peel the stickers off with my teeth. My cock has gone from interested to downright feral. I'm hard as stone. Seriously, what has been up with me lately? I feel like a randy 18-year-old all over again. She can't see me on her side, but she finds a way to lock her eyes to mine. She's wearing a mask to hide her face. It's lace, just like the panties she has on, creating a lure of temptation. And then darkness again. Son of a bitch! You've got to be kidding me! Grumbling, I fish out another bill. Only this time, it's 100. 20 minutes of uninterrupted time. I go to insert my money in the machine when I hear moans echoing down the hall. I pause and swallow. A bead of sweat gathers at the base of my neck and tickles as I listen. The guys are beaten off to who they see in front of them. Skin is slapping together, the breaths are heavy, and it's enough for me to get the hell out of there. Since I waited too long to put the bill in, a red light turns on, saying the session is over. I want more from her, but I don't want it here. I'm not ready to give up on her just yet. I get up from the bar stool, bringing my whiskey with me, and see Mercy behind the bar slinging drinks. I lean against the countertop, cringing when my shirt sticks to the edge. When was the last time this was cleaned? Done already? He asks. Yeah, afraid so. I don't like hearing other men getting off. That ain't my thing. He dries off a glass with a surprisingly bright white towel that appears to be new. Ha! He gives a short laugh. Yeah, me either. But I guess back in the day, they didn't really give a fuck. They just wanted to get off. I mean, I get it, but I shiver in disgust. It really wilts an erection thinking about it. Can I ask you a question? Are there private rooms? Can I rent a girl for the night? I clear my throat with how fucking terrible it sounds. I meant for the show. I don't want to be around all the guys. I mean, paying for sex is legal in Nevada. All I have to do is ask the girls if they're interested. How could I have forgotten that glorious detail? And the way I feel tonight, I have no doubt I could get it up. The blonde. Who was she? The girl teasing me. I want her. His lips twist into a knowing grin. That's Lily. She's new. She started tonight, but I don't know if she'll be back. She wanted to try it out and see if she was good at it. Oh, she was fucking great. What are her rates? I want to get to the point. It's already close to midnight, and I told Ink I'd meet him back at the casino by 2. You want the room for the night or just a few hours? Hours? I shrug. I'm not trying to give a girl hope when I don't have any myself. I charge $1,000. I give the girls $9.50 and I take $50. That's it. No negotiations. 1,000? I sputter. In this fucking shithole? You're kidding me. I can go down the street and get it for 200. Then nothing is stopping you from going down the street, is there? He sneers, gripping the edge of the counter as he leans across it. This is my place. Shit is changing. I take care of my girls just like all men fucking should. If you don't want to pay her rate, then you aren't worth her time, and you can get the fuck out. 1,000. Take it, or there is the fucking door. And having the option to buy pussy for the night? Consider this last call, because it isn't ever happening again. I don't like to feel threatened, but something tells me this guy has a gun pointed at my dick right now behind the bar. Plus, he is right. I shouldn't have been an ass about it. I respect he does that for his girls, and he only takes a small fee. What do you do with the fee? I ask, curious if he is as good of a guy as he is portraying himself to be. I put it in an account for him. When they need money, they ask, I'll give. Wow. That's awesome, man. It shouldn't be so impressive. You think most of these women want to be doing this? No. No woman wants to fuck every single man that walks through the door, but they have bills and mouths to feed. They are trying to make it in this world, and the least I could do is make it easier for them. Sounds personal. Well, I'm not here for pillow talk. I'll go talk to the girl that danced for you. Mercy tosses a room key to me and points to the stairs. It's your lucky day. I just renovated the upstairs rooms. When I come back, I'll tell you which one to go into. He throws the towel off his shoulder and vanishes through swinging saloon doors. While I wait, I kick myself for sounding like an arrogant dick about getting it for cheaper on the corner. I was only making a joke, but it was a fucked up joke to make. I should have known better. And now that I'm here and waiting, I feel guilty for being here, because Delilah is all I can think about. I feel like I'm cheating. I try to shake that feeling. She turned me down. She said no. I'm a free man. I'm able to do what I want when I want. Then why does it feel wrong? Why does my chest hurt? I rub the ache forming right where my heart is, and Mercy steps behind the bar again, slapping the counter with the towel. She said 2,000 and she's all yours. Why is she charging 2? Because she's never doing this again. He'll be her only one when it comes to this job, and, he blows out a breath, she's a virgin. Hell no, I'm not trying to take a girl's virginity. I whisper the last word, as if it's a sin to even say it out loud. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Hell no. I get my wallet out and give the guy $1,000 anyway. Tell her she deserves better than this for a first time. Jesus. I rub a hand over my hair, wishing I could take that girl away someplace safe. If she's here, her situation can't be good. I didn't think I'd respect you, but you just proved me wrong. He grabs the cash off the counter and holds it up to me before stuffing it in his pocket. I'll give it to her. No fee taken out. Thanks. 1 day down, 100 to go. I stopped turning around to leave when his words stopped me from moving. What's that mean? He sprays cleaner on the counter and wipes. Next guy might not be so good as you. That's all. I'll do what I can to protect her. I didn't even think of that. I'll wait until closing then to make sure she's okay, I say, pulling up a stool. And that 1,000? That's me buying her time. No other guys. Tell them she's paid for, all night. Drinks on the house, then, he says, placing 2 shot glasses down and filling them with Jameson. He pushes mine over to me, and we lift them at the same time before shooting them back. It isn't cheap enough to burn the sour taste in my mouth about a virgin needing money so bad she would be willing to give it up like that. I won't be that guy. No fucking way. But I will be the guy that waits here all night to make sure she makes it to her car safely without any of these sick fucks touching her. I don't care if I have to sit here all night. I'm not moving off this nasty bar stool until she's off the clock. A virgin. No matter how sweet she sounds, there's a sour undertone of warning.
Chapter 6. Delilah. He doesn't want me? I ask, taking the roll of cash from Mercy. I shouldn't feel a pang of sadness. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't care. I should be thankful no one took me up on my offer. What the hell had I been thinking, offering myself up like that? There's rebelling, and then there is being a complete idiot. I got way too comfortable and confident after the peep show, where I only earned $30, but that was $30 in just a few minutes. I got to thinking how much I could make in one night. Then Mercy asked if I wanted to be rented for a night. My rebellious nature said, sure, why not? Got to lose that V card at some point. And I'm thankful I didn't lose it like this. But then there is this irrational part of me wondering why this guy didn't want me. Did I do something wrong in the peep show? The robe I'm wearing is big and fluffy, nowhere near as sexy as some of the silky robes the other girls are wearing. Sue me. I like soft things. No, Lily, don't ever think that. I'm so damn happy it didn't happen like that, though. Take this cash and use it. Save it. I don't care. But your time for the night is bought.
He doesn't want you to go around having sex with every man that asks."
"There are going to be more men?" I squeak, not wanting there to be. I'm way too far out of my comfort zone. I stepped into something new. I dipped my toe in. Well, I dipped my whole body, but I'm ready to come out of the deep end now. Mercy chuckles and hands me a can of Coke from the fridge in the back room behind the bar.
"Sweetie, there are always going to be other men. You gotta be careful. You can get yourself in trouble taking men up like that, okay?"
I nod and pop the can open, sipping the bubbly beverage down my throat.
"Plus, we don't need Reaper finding out about this. I'm already on his shit list. Go home, Delilah. This isn't for you, okay? There's no need for this."
"But I still have the rest of the night."
"No, you don't. You're fired."
I chuckle and stand from the chair. My toes dip between the cracks of the floor as I pad over to the wooden locker where my stuff is. "You don't have to. I quit." I place 2 fingers on either side of my temples to relieve the ache and sigh. I'm only here to make Reaper upset, and that was wrong of me. I was just mad at him. I feel like he holds me back to the point I can't breathe. Mercy crosses his arms over his chest and scratches under his chin.
"Well, you're an adult. You can do what you want. But being honest with him is what matters."
"I don't want to hurt him."
"Don't you think if he finds out you went to Giovanni and then me, he's going to be hurt anyway? Just be honest with him. Reaper's a good man. He can be a little stubborn at times, but he just wants what's best for you. He knows you have to spread your wings eventually. Have a good night, Delilah."
He knocks on the wall as he reluctantly leaves, not wanting to leave me alone. I exhale a heavy breath and open my purse to shove the cash inside. $1,000. Who carries around that kind of cash? Not wanting to think any more about it, I shrug off my robe and a slight tremble works through me when the cold air wraps around my body. I slip on my jeans, wrap my bra around my waist, then hiss when I peel off the nipple pasties. "Ow! Ow, ow!" I chant while pulling them off. My skin is red and irritated. I toss the stickies in the trash and finally get my bra on, then my oversized kiss shirt. Yeah, I love big shirts, sweaters, and everything else that's comfortable. I hate tight clothes. I slide the strap of my purse over my head and gather my hair from underneath the leather. I finally take the mask off and lay it in the bin with the others. While I am glad this is over, I'm glad I did this. I feel powerful and sexy. I owned my body, and a man paid to see more of it. With a small smile, I slip on my shoes and push through the swinging doors with a new bounce in my step. Holy crap, I did something insane, and it felt so good. I want to do something else. Like, what if I stole a pack of gum from the grocery store? Oh my God, that would be wild. Just thinking about it has my heart racing.
"Night, Lily,"
Mercy says from behind the bar. He only calls me that for cover. "Night, Mercy. I hope to never come here again," I say with a friendly wave.
"The guy who gave you that cash is waiting for you outside. He's going to walk with you to your car."
Okay. I do my best to hide the uncertainty. I'd rather Mercy walk me to my car. He must see the look on my face because he clarifies.
"He's a good guy. Trust me."
Trust. I can do that. I push the front door and it swings out, allowing the cool air to sweep over my sweaty skin.
"Hey,"
a booming voice thunders from my left, and the smell of smoke greets my nose first. Hey. My words are silenced when I see him, and he is just as surprised to see me. What the? Oh no. No, this can't be happening. I keep my head down and hurry to my car, shuffling my feet as fast as I can.
"Hey, Wait a minute, Delilah, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Hey, stop. He grabs my shoulder and spins me around, gripping me so hard there might be a bruise left there tomorrow. His blue eyes are accusatory as he locks them with mine. Did anyone see you tonight? I can't speak. I'm too afraid to. Answer me. Did anyone see you? He snaps, shaking my shoulders. Tears brim my eyes because he looks at me like he hates me. One, I stutter. He gave me $1,000 not to be with anyone else tonight. I'm supposed to meet him so he can walk me to my car. 1,000? He mumbles, looking away confused, and I can practically see the light bulb go on in his head. That was me, Delilah. I gave Mercy that 1,000 to give you. That means... My eyes round in horror. Oh no. Oh yes, he growls, pushing me against the wall unexpectedly. Thrasher, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry. He silences me with a kiss. A rough, angry, borderline hateful kiss. And I give into it. I give in to him. I throw my arms around his neck, and when his tongue probes my lips, I open wider, giving him the entry he wants. He tastes like I thought he would. Smoke, whiskey, and mixed with a hint of leather and exhaust clinging to his skin, it makes me weak in the knees. Right as I'm about to roll my hips to feel him, his hand drops to my hip and squeezes. His lips break from mine. Our breaths mingle and our gasps tangle. His air finds its way into my lungs. I breathe him in and out, an intimacy I've never felt before, but I want to again. I kissed boys when I was younger, but I've never kissed a man like Thrasher. You have no idea what seeing you did to me in there. And now that I know it was you, it makes so much sense. I'm pissed at you, though. I could have been anyone, and I don't want other men seeing what I want. What you want? I whisper in an echo, licking my lips. He pushes my hair out of my face, the calluses of his fingers brushing over my cheek as he tucks the stray behind my ear. Oh, I think you know what I want, he growls, pushing his pelvis into mine. His hard and very large erection presses against me. My heart jumps and lust dances between my legs. As much as I want him, I know plenty of men like Thrasher, the love them and leave them type. It's taken me months to put myself back together again, and I'm not about to start all over. I lay my hands against his chest and shove him away, then open my purse to grab the money he gave me earlier. I'm not a whore. If you were expecting sex for this, I'm not that kind of girl. I thought I could be, and I'm not. I don't want your money. He doesn't take it, so I shove it into his pocket angrily and then blow past him, leaving him standing there. Such an idiot, I mutter to myself. My keys jingle in my purse as I shuffle my hand around in there to grab them. When I do, I press the unlock button, and when I go to open the door, there's a hand on me again, pinning me to the door. The metal of the car is cold from sitting outside in the night for a few hours. My cheek is cold where it's pressed against it, and his front is plastered against my back. You think you can get away from me? You think I want you because of what I saw in there? Oh, Flower, don't get me wrong, I do. His nose runs along the top of my head as he inhales. Seeing that ass shake, those tits bounce, that body sway, and I've never wanted someone like that before. I thought I was broken, but then I met you. I don't understand what he means by that. Broken? In what way? But when I take you, it isn't going to be in some shithole sex club where I pay for your time. It's going to be in my fucking bed. That virgin cunt staining my sheets with its blood. And I'm going to fucking own you.
My breath hitches when his hand squeezes the back of my neck.
Oh, you like the sound of that, don't you?
He rocks his erection against my ass, grinding it against me, making me wonder how it would really feel inside me.
I think you feel what I feel. I think you want to discover what is between us.
We can't, I struggle to say, the words broken from how hard he is pressing me against the car.
We can,
he says, nibbling the back of my neck. My eyes flutter shut, the warmth from his lips heating my skin. He flips me around and my tits rub against his chest. My nipples are hard, tenting my shirt, and as his chest expands, the muscle teases the sensitive buds. We can't, I correct him, barely able to string 2 words along as he kisses down my neck. Reaper.
Don't worry about him.
His hand runs through my hair, and he hums when the strands slip between his fingers.
Beautiful.
Don't worry about him. I have to. He's my brother. He has done so much for me, and I know he wouldn't approve of us. Thrasher lifts his head from my neck, and again, his palm wraps around my throat and gives to a gentle squeeze. His thumb rubs against my bottom lips, and his blue eyes are hot coals lit with lust.
He's a good brother. I wouldn't want my sister to date anyone like me either.
Then we are in agreement.
Oh, Flower, there is no agreement. If I had a sister, she'd probably go behind my back and date him anyway. See, the heart wants what it wants. The more we walk around each other, the more the tension will grow, the more our need for one another will grow.
His hand presses against my heart as it wildly pumps. He smirks, then reaches for mine and settles it against his chest.
You do that to me, too.
I swallow. He's right. His heart is thumping against my palm, just like mine.
You mean to tell me we can't act on what we feel? There's something here, Delilah. Something real. Something I haven't felt in years. And I want to know what it feels like when I have it. The longer we wait, the more torturous it will be for the both of us. I bet you've thought of me every second since we've met.
Cocky.
Confident. Because there is no way in hell the person I'm thinking about constantly isn't thinking about me too.
His words are what every woman dreams of hearing.
I'm only here because Reaper owes me.
He leaves the sentence hanging, expecting me to connect the dots. I wrench away from him, breaking his hold on me. I feel used in a way that didn't cost $1,000 fucking. So, you think you can take me as payment? To settle your debt?
I know I can. There wouldn't be a damn thing he could do about it either. He owes me. I want you. You want me. It's the best of both worlds.
You are unreal. You think I'd do that? You think I'd want to go with you and be some damn prize for you to keep? I respect myself more than that. If Reaper owes you, that has nothing to do with me. I can't believe you'd say that.
Don't act like you don't want out of here. I see it written on your face. You're antsy.
Just because I want to leave doesn't mean I want to leave like that. Not as someone's trophy. God. I shake my head and open my car door. I should have known. You did give me $1,000 after all.
So no one else would be with you. Don't make me out to be the bad guy when I'm giving you options and you're the one that's in denial. You want to stay by Reaper's side, obey his every want and need, and only listen to him? Go ahead. I can promise you this. You're going to have a miserable life if you do that. You're going to look back on this moment and regret it.
Oh, you're something else. I don't even know you. What makes you think I'd leave family for a guy I hardly know?
A guy who can give you what your brother can't.
You don't know anything. You think it's so simple to just walk away? Is that what you do, Thrasher? Do you walk away from the people you love? My words strike a chord. His jaw clenches, his eyes flash, the lust gone, replaced with rage. He steps into my personal space, his face closing in on mine, and while he is fuming, his hand is still pressed against my raging heart.
Don't ever talk to me about what I do for the people I love. You don't know what I've gone through for the people I love. You don't know what I've risked for the people I love. Don't you sit there and lecture me when you need to be the one lecturing yourself. What about you, Delilah? He spits angrily in my face. What have you proven to yourself about love? Let me tell you, love is the only thing I have fucking lived for, sacrificed myself for. Don't you dare fucking talk to me about love when you probably haven't come close to scratching the surface.
I don't say anything. I'm too busy staring into the void his eyes have taken on. He scoffs.
That's what I thought.
I think it's best if we don't continue this. We are obviously too different.
Oh, Flower.
He slams the door to my car and his arms cage me in.
I'm not leaving Vegas without you. Come hell or high water, you're going to be mine.
The hell I am, I say, too stubborn to give in. Because I have a feeling that he's right.
Chapter 7. Thrasher. You're gonna be fine, Johnson. You're gonna be okay. You have to let me go, he whispers. I don't want to die like this. Don't let these injuries be the reason I die. Kill me. Please. Kill me on my terms. I can't do that, I reply to him. Please, he says, a tear dripping over the curve of his cheek. The desperation in his eyes is what makes me cave. The gun in my hand is heavy, hot from the desert sun, the metal nearly burning my skin. My palm is sweating, my entire body trembling, as I look at one of my best friends as he lies dying. Please, he asks again, the word nothing but a gargle and blood. Do it now. I lay the barrel against his temple. I'll get you home. I promise. Give my mom my dog tags. Of course, Roddy says, holding on to Johnson's hand. We love you, man. It's been an honor serving by your side. Johnson's chest stutters, and his breathing is getting shallower. Pleasure's been all mine. I'm dying like I was born to. But at least, he slurs, at least I'm dying surrounded by family. Ooh, Private First Class Johnson, I say one last time. Ooh, boys. His eyes become glassy as they stare off into the sky. He's in his last moments. I press the barrel of the gun against his head and say my goodbyes. The gunshot rings. I gasp awake, clutching my chest and frantically dart my eyes around the room to make sure I know where I am. The desert slowly fades away, and the hotel room I'm staying in slowly comes to focus. The lamp on the other side of the room flips on, and Ink is out of his bed, sitting down on the edge of mine in 2 strides. Plopping down on the bed, I throw my arm over my eyes and try to regulate my breathing. What the hell is going on with you? Ink asks. You have me worried. I don't know what's wrong with me. My nightmares seem to be easily triggered lately. After the argument with Delilah last night, it makes sense that I had a bad dream about Johnson. She brought up my love, as if I've never done anything with it before. That was such a fucking slap in the face. Love. What does she know about it? I bet there is no one else I know who would kill their best friend if they asked. I did that out of love. And it took a piece of me I will never get back. I'm fucking ruined because of that moment. A part of my soul is gone, non-existent. It was taken from me the moment I pulled that trigger. Love is sacrifice. And if someone isn't willing to do that, if someone isn't willing to sacrifice, then it isn't love. It's fraud. Man, you gotta talk to me. Maybe talking about it will help. Do you want some water? Yes, man. That would be great. Thanks. I whip off my disgusting, sopping wet shirt and drop it to the floor. He opens the mini fridge and grabs a bottle, then heads to the bathroom. When he returns, he has a fluffy towel in his hand and tosses it to me. Here, dry off. You're disgusting. Gee, thanks, I mumble, rubbing the towel over my face and enjoying it a little too much. I'm not gonna lie, it's making me feel a lot better. I'm contemplating on stealing it. The crack of the lid twists off from the plastic snapping, and he hands the bottle to me. I chug half of it down, then pour some onto the towel and place it on the back of my neck. That feels so good. I'm burning up. Talk to me. I look toward the lamp, away from him, and if I stare at the light long enough, it reminds me of the quick flash that came as the bomb went off. I remember tumbling through the air, spinning around as the vehicle spun out of control. I remember waking up alone. I remember so much blood. My chest hitches from the familiar sting behind my eyes. I can't cry in front of ink. I'm a broken man, but I will break in privacy. I can't, I admit. I can't, Ink. Yeah, you can. There is no judgment from me. I'm your friend, Thrasher. You keep screaming in your sleep, choking me, waking up gasping for air and covered in sweat. You don't think I know PTSD when I see it? My old man was a Navy veteran. I'm too familiar with it. I know you served. And what you say, it stays within these walls. I promise you that, brother. I've never talked to anyone about it. I don't know how to start. Listen, we have that cookout with Reaper tonight. And whatever is triggering you here, it won't be for much longer. We will be going home. There are always going to be triggers. It's always going to be like this. Nothing is going to change for me. I stare off into the distance and look beyond to the city view outside our windows. This time, when my eyes water, I can't stop them, because I'm about to admit out loud the one thing that's going to haunt me till the day I die. I killed my best friend. I hate to admit it, but saying the words out loud feels good. I expect to hear something out of Ink, a gasp, something, anything, but he remains silent. I bring my sights to him, and there's no judgment on his face, just listening. We're going on our patrol like we always do, same road that we had traveled 100 times. And there was this fucking kid there. I bring my hand to my head. He had blood here. We were used to people ambushing us, so we didn't think anything about it. We thought it was a trap. This kid was waving his hands in the air, begging us to stop. My friend Rodriguez wanted to, but he wasn't in charge. Sergeant Davis was. Davis thought it was more of a risk if we stopped. So we kept going. There was a car turned over on the side of the road, too, and we thought there was a bomb in it or something, you know? Ink nods, but I know he doesn't know. He's being understanding. And then we hit an IED. It all happened so fast, I don't know how it happened. We had been down that road 100 times. The vehicle flipped. Johnson's gun went off and shot me in the shoulder. I pressed my fingers against the scar. I didn't think about my life in that moment. But that kid, he was telling us to stop. He knew. He was trying to stop us, but we didn't. Jesus, Ink finally mutters. When we finally stopped rolling, I was the only one in the truck. I'm the only one that ever gave a shit about wearing a seatbelt. I had no injuries besides that bullet to the shoulder and a bump to the head. When I got out to look for my friends, I pressed my palms against my eyes and then punched the pillow to get out some of the frustration. Johnson was there, the door impaled in his legs, cutting them in half. He was bleeding so much. And Davis, I had to carry. I press my hands together and cup them like I'm holding water. Ink reaches out and touches my shoulder. I take a deep breath. I had to carry his head after I went back to the car flipped on the side of the road near the kid to see if I couldn't get it to work. It did, after I pulled out a dead pregnant woman from the driver's seat. Anyway, I carried his head to the trunk, then his body. Rodriguez had a broken leg. Nothing too terrible, but he still walks with a limp. What happened to Johnson? Ink questions. He was... I clear my throat and take a drink of water. He was coughing up a lot of blood. Base wasn't close enough. He was dying, and he knew. He asked me to kill him. He didn't want to die because of the injuries he sustained. He wanted to die by a friend's hand. My hand becomes a gun, and I pretend to shoot. So I pulled the trigger. I killed him. I really killed him. Oh, fuck, Thrasher. Come here. What? I ask, confused as he wraps his arms around me. What are you doing? Giving you a hug, man. That's some heavy shit. And you don't need to be carrying that around. You didn't kill him with bad intentions. You gave him peace. You gave him what he wanted. Let go, man. Let it go. He squeezes me tighter, and I'm still put off about him hugging me. We don't hug. This isn't a pillow talk. He deserves to know the truth since I nearly killed him the other night. Hug me back. It feels therapeutic, I promise. I'm a solid hugger, Ink says. That causes me to chuckle, even in my deepest despair. I'm not hugging you. Oh, come on. He jostles me from side to side. You know you wanna. Secretly, I kinda do. It has been ages since anyone hugged me. Hugging isn't really a thing we do in the club, but feeling support from a friend feels good. I expect this out of Alice, not you. Alice can't hug worth a shit. Come on, give me a good squeeze. You didn't just say that. My mood is lighter, so I do as he says, and wrap my arms around his back. You're gonna be okay, Cameron, he says my name, bringing the moment back to a serious note. You'll get through it. It's hell now. It's hard. It fucking breaks you. But you'll find something in this world that makes it easier. He slaps me on the back and breaks the hug. If life isn't hard, you aren't living it right, he says. Thanks, Ink. I think I might have found that something. She drives me crazy, and she's probably why I'm having these flashbacks. Reaper's sister? I nod. You fucking idiots. So much for keeping the peace. No way he is gonna let that fly. Yeah, well, it isn't like she's making it easy. I kinda told her that Reaper owed me, and I said she could be what I was owed. He bends down and slaps me over the head. You did what? What the fuck? Are you stupid? What makes you think any woman wants to hear that? I thought she'd like feeling so wanted. Good Lord, man! How long has it been since you've been in a relationship? A while, I mumble. Obviously, women want to be swept off their feet. Your job is harder because her loyalty lies with the kings. And you want her to change that? For what? What's better than what she has right now? That's what you have to prove to her. She's got a family, and she doesn't know us more than you know the gum you stepped in on the street. Romance her. Send her flowers, chocolate, something that doesn't say you're trying to be a caveman. And since when do you know all this? I know, I'm so wise for my age. I hold out my arms again. Want to hug it out? Fuck off, my hugs are special. They come around rarely. You know you wanna. I wiggle my fingers and brows at the same time. He points a finger at me. Stop it, he says. No, you're making it weird. Ink grabs his wallet from the counter. I'm gonna go play some slots. You need to shower. You fucking stink. I grab a pillow and sling it through the air. He stands on his tiptoes and bends his body back to miss it. You missed, he gloats and opens the doors. Hey, Ink. Yeah, brother? Thank you, I state, needing to let him know I appreciate everything he just did for me. Anytime, man. What else are friends for? Remember that. The door shuts on the way out, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I get up, lifting my arm and cringing away when I smell myself. Jesus, I really do fucking stink. Why am I like this? I push off the bed and push down my shorts, then head to the restroom. I flip on the shower and do the one thing I hate doing. I test myself. I do feel lighter after talking to Ink. I know I'm not magically fixed, but it's a step. Lifting my eyes from the sink to the glass, I begin to count. 1, 2, 3. Don't hate yourself. It wasn't your fault. 4, 5, 6. He asked you to do it. If he asked me to do it, why can't I breathe? 7, 8. I can't. I break contact with myself and get in the shower. It's too bad self-hate can't get washed away, or I would have been a new man years ago.
Chapter 8. Delilah. I'm not going to the cookout. Forget it. No.
You're coming to the cookout, right?
Reaper asks as he leans against the doorframe to my room. Fuck. I wouldn't miss it. I fake enthusiasm and my stomach knots with anxiety when I think about who is coming to the cookout. Thrasher. I was up all night thinking about that kiss. I want him. There's no doubt about that. But I want my family too. I don't know if Reaper would allow me to have both.
Awesome. It's been a while since a different chapter altogether has been here. It's important we keep the peace.
He just keeps hammering that nail, doesn't he? Knock, knock, Sarah announces, with a bundle of red roses in her hand.
Hey, doll, what are those? He asks.
Don't know. They came for Delilah. Someone has a secret admirer. Sarah awes, prancing into the room with a grin on her face even brighter than the roses.
What?
Reaper uncrosses his arms and snags the card from the holder inserted between the flowers. He makes a beastly noise in his chest.
Well, I don't like this. It could be someone dangerous. We don't know who did all those horrible things to you, Delilah. I think it's best if you stay inside. I don't want you to go out. Not while we don't know who these are from.
Sarah plucks the card from Reaper's hand and then stretches her arm to me. I snatch the card out of her hand to read it, but I'm too caught up in the staring match going on between Sarah and Reaper. I don't think that's a decision for you to make. She can go have fun with everyone, Reaper. You can't stop her from living.
I'm trying to protect her. My rule, my club. Delilah, you stay inside.
Reaper's word is final as he slams the door. I sigh, plopping my head on my pillow. It's like I'm in that freezer all over again. But obviously not violated or abused. I'm just caged. Forget him. He's growly lately. What's the card say? Tell me, tell me, tell me, she says, bouncing on the bed. I sit up and rub my finger over a soft petal. They are gorgeous.
If I could tell you 1,000 times how sorry I am, and instead tell you how beautiful you are, I would.
I blush from his words. I know Thrasher sent these flowers, since he brought up the amount of money he almost gave me. And now my annoyance with him is gone. Geez, I'm a sucker. Guy kisses me once, pisses me off, and then I vow to stay mad at him, but it doesn't work. All because he sends flowers? I can't forgive him yet. Oh my God, you already know who they are from, don't you? Sarah pokes my side. Tell me everything. I can't. I lay the card on the nightstand next to the bed and exhale a tormented breath. Reaper would never allow it. Ooh, it's one of the bastards, isn't it? 'Cause I know it isn't anyone here. I nod. Yeah, it's Thrasher.
Oh, he's hot. Don't tell Reaper I said that, she rushes to say.
And that's the guy that Reaper owes to, right? Yeah. I pluck on the thread coming undone on the side hem along my thigh. He'd freak out. You see how he is with me. She leans back and sighs. I know. The thing with Reaper is, he's stubborn and proud, but he loves fiercely. He thinks he is protecting you, making up for all those years he didn't get to know you. When you really want something, when you do what you need to do, he respects that. After he gets over how stubborn and proud he is. She nudges me in the shoulder. It will be okay. I don't want to lose him. You won't. I swear you won't. Let me take care of that girl. I'm the only person in the whole world who can set him straight when he gets in a mood. And I'll do what I have to do. She winks at me. Thank you, Sarah. Seriously, don't mention it. If you like Thrasher, then like him. Because believe me, denying your wants only leads to one thing. What? Explosive, forbidden sex. We laugh together and she gives me a side hug. It's going to be okay. You can't let him walk all over you. If I allowed that, I wouldn't ever be allowed to leave the bedroom. Stick up for yourself. She plucks a rose from the vase and brings it to her nose. I'm going to take one for the road. Flowers are sexy, when used right. When she closes the door, I slide a long green stem out of the vase too and inhale the sweet scent. It's like they were just cut from the bush. I brush the petal across my cheek and imagine it's his lips instead. Soft, gentle, sliding against my body. The rose dips in the nook of my neck, across my collarbone, then down my shoulder. I wish it was his touch. My breath hitches, and I close my eyes, remembering how he felt against me. I brush the rose between my breasts, and I lean back to explore more of my body, when a loud crash sounds from the main room. "Damn it, tyrant!" Tool yells at his dog, which yanks me out of the sexual haze brought on by a rose. Damn, Sarah wasn't lying. The petals are fun, and they heighten the sense of touch. I lean over and stick the green stem back in the vase. I've never had anyone give me flowers before. Now I know why women like them so much. It makes me feel wanted and appreciated. Maybe Sarah and Thrasher are right. Maybe I do need to stand up to Reaper, because I really enjoy this feeling of being wanted. Taking one last inhale of the roses, I pick up my book and lean back in bed. Peeking at the clock, I have about 2 hours before everyone arrives. It's just enough time for me to get ready. I toss the book on the bed and say the hell with listening to Reaper. I'm going to that cookout. Nearly 2 hours later, I'm primped, shaved, plucked, and perfume sprayed. I wanted to go for the "I'm not trying, but I secretly tried so hard" look. I think I have too much eye makeup on. I look scary. Too much eyeliner. What if I sweat and then it begins to run down my face and I look like a melting clown? Stupid. Why am I even trying? I glower, snatching a makeup wipe and rubbing it over my whorish eyes. Why did I choose 80s blue? I should never be allowed near an eyeshadow palette again. I run the cloth down my eyes and smear the mascara, eyeliner, and shadow. I jump when I see my reflection staring back at me. Oh, this is what I was afraid of. I rub my skin until it aches to get the black streaks off, but it isn't working. What the? I scrub my face again, but come up empty-handed. No, no, no. Don't panic. It's going to be fine. I throw everything in my makeup bag into the sink and search for the eyeliner and mascara. When I do, I see the blue ring around the containers saying they are waterproof. Waterproof? More like everything proof. It isn't coming off. I whine, kicking my foot into the ground. I throw the products I'm holding into the sink and decide to take another shower. At this point, I'll never get to the cookout. I get undressed and put on a shower cap, since I just washed and blow-dried my hair, which takes an hour to do, since my hair is so thick. I turn on the hot water, only the hot water, and step inside the stall. I love my skin to be a scalding bright pink. I squeeze a ton of honeydew body wash in my hand and scrub my face. Oh, it burns. I got soap in my eye. See, this is what happens when I try too hard. A disaster. I rinse my face off and try to open my eyes to wash them out. When I'm done, I wash my face for a second time, just in case, then turn off the water. Wrapping a towel around me, I step out and dry off, then catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Good news, I got all of the makeup off. Bad news, my eyes are red and puffy from the soap, and my face is red from scrubbing it too hard. I'm not going to the cookout. I throw my pink shower cap on the floor and head toward my room, defeated. I throw on panties and a large Ruthless Kings shirt that falls to my knees, then crawl into bed, grabbing my handy-dandy book. I'm kidding myself. I can't focus on reading. I can't focus on anything other than the fact I know Thrasher is about to be here and I'm going to be staying in my room. Maybe it's what is best. Thrasher is so different from me. He's commanding, a brutal force of nature. I'm meek and a bit unsure about my life and what direction I want to go in. I don't know what I want out of life. I didn't always used to be like this, believe it or not. Growing up, my mom was tough. She had to be, since she was a single mom. She was the side woman, the one that fell for the words, "I'm going to leave her and be with you, I swear." And then it ended up never happening. So my mom grew to be tough as nails and cold as ice. She'd always tell me, it isn't about what's right or wrong. It's about what you gotta do to make life worthwhile. And sometimes, right and wrong blur the lines. I remember her telling me that over dinner. It was spaghetti with melted butter on it instead of tomato sauce. We couldn't afford much else. Mom always busted her ass to give me the best life she could. She never decided not to love me. She was always there to listen, even when she thought I was being a coward. She'd laugh in my face right now with how I'm being with Reaper and Thrasher. Heck, with everything else going on in my life, too. I've never been unsure about who I am or where I'm going. It's exhausting. After being drugged, kidnapped, and operated on, I lost a part of myself. And I don't just mean my kidney. I'm numb. I'm afraid of everything that's going on around me. I'm afraid of life, and I don't know how to live it. I remember everything about being in that freezer. It was so fucking cold. Every time I inhaled, the icy air stung as it wrapped around my lungs. I shivered constantly. I felt frost nipping at my skin, preparing to freeze me to death. I couldn't say I was awake. Maybe they didn't drug me enough. I don't know. I'm thankful that whatever mistake happened, it did. I have no doubt in my mind I was supposed to die in there. That's when I noticed light peeking in from the tiny crack in the lid. It was open. It felt like my side was going to burst open as I pushed the lid back. I drop my hand to my side and take a deep breath, relieved the wound is healed. I'm not there anymore. But I will always remember stepping out of the freezer into some type of locker. Oh God, it smelled so bad, like rotting flesh and blood. And as I walked around the basement, that's where I noticed all the bodies. They hung from the ceiling like pigs. They were butchered. Some had their limbs removed. Some had chunks of muscle cut away. Some had been there for so long, their flesh had dried to their bone, and I could see their skeletons. I was in a slaughterhouse. I got lucky fleeing like I did. I didn't run into anyone as I ran out the door and into the desert. I had to press a hand to my side as the pain pulled the stitches. I felt the cold desert beneath my feet, the sharp twigs poking my skin. Cactus needles pierced the sides of my legs, and I only had one thought in my mind: get to the Ruthless Kings. I can almost hear my mother's voice as she died. She had lung cancer from all the smoking she had done over the years. Find your brother. Find Jesse. Follow the loneliest road. You can't miss it. I love you. It's what she said to me on her last breath. I had been doing okay. I had a small job as a waitress, nothing special, but I was making it on my own. I waited on a man who had a dazzling smile and damn good looks. Like an idiot, I met him after I got off work because he said he wanted to get to know me better. Gullible. Next thing I know, I have a needle going into my neck. A knock at the door startles me out of my thoughts. I press a hand against my chest and calm when I realize I'm safe. I'm here. Reaper saved me. And that's why I listen to him. It's why I'm devoted and loyal. Because all he does is protect me, even if it smothers me. The knock comes again, and I open my book. I'm busy, I shout, hoping they go away. The doorknob turns, and when the hinges creak, I look up to see Thrasher standing there with a plate of food in his hand. Damn, he looks gorgeous. He isn't wearing anything special. It's a plain gray Henley with 3 buttons down his chest that are open, revealing smooth tan skin. He has a black beanie over his head today, which is making his blue eyes pop, and his jeans are worn and snug against his thighs. Instead of saying hello, he closes the door behind him and rushes over to me, setting the plate of food on the nightstand. "What's wrong?" he asks, brushing away the tears I hadn't realized are spilling down my cheeks. "Talk to me, Flower." "Nothing. Just thinking. That's all." "What are you thinking about?" I shake my head and eye the food. "You're missing the cookout." "Only reason I'm here is for you. I can get the money owed to me anytime. I came to see you." "Yeah?" "Yeah." He takes a seat next to me, runs his hand down my arm, and intertwines our fingers together. We sigh at the same time. "Feels good." He brings my hand to his lips and kisses along the top. "Feels right." "I know it does. I feel it too. But I unravel our hands and immediately miss his touch. Reaper.
Reaper will get over it. Why are you fighting me so hard? I just want to get to know you. Why won't you let me? I'm not leaving this room until you tell me.
He kicks off his boots to make himself comfortable. I run to the door and lock it. You're insane. Someone could walk in. His eyes narrow.
What's your pain?
What?
Your pain. Why are you all bottled up and about to explode?
He tenses his body as an example. I don't know what you're talking about. He pats the side of the bed.
Yes, you do.
You won't understand. I cross my arms and his eyes are glued to my legs. I'm not wearing pants. I jump on the bed and scurry under the covers to hide myself.
I think hiding from me is a little late. I've seen...
He licks his lips.
Nearly everything.
I hate that I'm blushing. He rubs his knuckles across the heated skin, then drops his hand to the comforter and pulls it back.
You're beautiful,
he says, stroking his rough, calloused hands down my legs. He comes to a stop on my calf and rubs his thumb from side to side. My skin reacts in the form of goosebumps, but he doesn't lift his hand under my shirt. Taking me by surprise, he climbs over me, then falls to the side and gets under the covers with me. What are you doing? I flip to my side and tuck my hands under my cheek as he covers us up with the blanket.
Getting comfortable? Because I'm not going anywhere, Delilah.
He cups my face and leans in, stealing my lips in a quick, heated kiss. There's no tongue, but it still feels like a force of nature. When he breaks away, his head lies against the pillow and he blinks at me. His long lashes curl and they are thick, voluminous, and what girls pay hundreds of dollars for. I bet he doesn't even appreciate them. It's tragic.
Tell me your pain, and I'll tell you mine.
I know he didn't see my scar the other night. It was covered by lingerie. I lift my shirt, and he stops me by grabbing my hand.
What are you doing? He asks. You don't have to.
I lift my shirt more, and his attention falls to the long, ugly scar on my side.
What the fuck happened to you, Flower?
He pushes me to my back and scoots down until he settles between my legs, tracing the scar with his fingers. My pain, I answer. This is the reason why I'm so dedicated to Reaper. He saved my life, Thrasher. I can't turn my back on him.
Turning your back on him and choosing to move on with your life are two separate things. What happened?
If I tell you, you'll tell me your pain?
Every wicked, twisted, fucked up inch of it, Flower.
I let out a shaky breath and wonder if he will view me differently after I tell him what happened. I don't have anything to lose. Except Thrasher.
Chapter 9. Thrasher. Did they catch him? Did Reaper find the people responsible? I ask. I'm fucking livid after hearing what she went through. God, she must have been terrified. No. He tried. It's pretty quiet. I don't know if what I went through was someone doing it for the first time, and then got cold feet when I escaped or what. But I've been safe here. Reaper does everything he can to protect me. So you see why this can't happen. I'm sorry, Flower, but I don't see why this can't happen. He protected you like a brother should, but stopping you from living your life isn't what people are supposed to do. I'm sure he is scared to lose you, but losing you and you doing something else? Like I said, two different things. And I doubt the guy that did this to you is a first-timer. I bet anything he moved so they wouldn't find anything. So you think he is still out there? Her voice quivers, and I wrap her in my arms, keeping her safe and grounded. I'm not ever going to lie to you. But yeah, I think he is still out there. And I think he is still doing to other girls what he did to you. I'll find him, Flower. I swear. My cheek presses against her chest, her heart strong as it steadily beats. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. It's calming. I haven't felt this much peace inside myself since ever. Even with Heather, it never felt this good. I let out a sigh, relaxing into her as she takes off my beanie and runs her fingers through my hair. "Thank you for telling me the truth," she says. "Don't thank me for something that should come natural." "Your turn," she says. "Keep your end of the bargain." I sigh, push off her, and fall to my back. I fold an arm behind my head. This time she lays on my chest, and even though she fights me, fights this, there is no way we can stay away from each other. What we feel is meant to be felt. I was in the army. I was on patrol, and we hit an IED. It was bad, the wreckage. I lost 2 friends that day. One, his head was cut clean off. My other friend had internal injuries, as well as a door impaled on his legs. He asked me to kill him. Begged me. He wanted to die on his terms, and he wanted it to be by me. And I did. And even though I know it's what he needed, I still blame myself. I did it because I loved him. He was my best friend. So that's my pain. I carry that with me every day. "Oh, Thrasher," she whispers, petting her hand against my cheek. I didn't shave today, so I can hear the whiskers rubbing against her. "It wasn't your fault. I'm so sorry." "I know," I gulp. "I know that. But it doesn't make nights easier. I have fucked up dreams. I nearly choked Dink to death thinking he was the enemy when he tried to wake me up. I'm fucked up. Broken. And to be honest, you'd be better off if I left you alone. I believe that. But I don't think I can, Flower. Every time I try to convince myself to turn away, I find myself right where I know I shouldn't be." "And where's that?" she asks. "Here with you, wanting you. And the more I do try not to touch you, the more I convince myself to walk away. I can't. I just want you more." "Me too," she admits. We lie there for a bit. It's quiet, comfortable, like we have done this 100 times. It's natural, even when we are fighting each other. But even then, I wouldn't want to fight with anyone else. After tonight, me and the boys are heading out, I say, bringing up the undeniable road we both knew this was leading to. She pushes herself up, and when she looks at me, those golden brown eyes turn glassy. "You're going back to Portland?" "Yeah, Flower. It's time we head home. We weren't supposed to stay this long, but fate needs to head back. We have business there." "Oh." She pushes up onto her elbows, then swings her legs off the bed. "Oh," she repeats. "That hurts worse than I thought it would." A crazy, unrealistic thought comes to my mind. I grip her shoulder and push her back onto the bed. I climb on top of her and map her face. The smooth edges, the fragile structure, the high cheekbones, the pouty lips, everything. And I say what I've been meaning to say since the moment I saw her at King's Club. Come with me. It's so exciting to finally say out loud, let's do this. That's insane, Thrasher. So? Who fucking cares? It's me and you, and that's all that matters. Everyone else can go fuck off if they don't like it. What's the worst that can happen? You breaking my heart? And I know damn well you'd leave it in pieces. What do you need me to do to prove to you I'm serious? I'm not wanting to go anywhere. I don't know, Thrasher. This is insane. This is wild. Tell me it doesn't feel right, I insist, my body pressed against hers. Tell me that you don't feel fucking monumental with my body on top of yours. I don't even know your real name. It's Cameron. Cameron Clark. Cameron, she whispers under her breath. She begins to pant. The heated breaths ghost across my lips, and I can't hold back anymore. I need to feel her kiss. I need to feel her. There's a ruckus in the main room. It's loud, the music is blaring, and there are shouts and laughter. Everyone is having a good time. Come with me, I whisper, prying her mouth open with my own. Come with me, I repeat, nearly begging, pouring the words down her throat so they sink into her body, mind, and soul. I kiss her slowly and drop my hand to her thigh, lifting the silky limb around my hip so I can be right against her. Come with me, I ask, desperately this time, then deepen the kiss. I dip my tongue in her mouth and tangle it with hers. She's tentative, unsure, and when she wraps her arms around my back, there is a weak quiver running through her. Okay, she finally replies, breaking the kiss just enough to let me know. I stare down at her, and the largest smile takes over my face. I roll us over. She squeals and laughs, and when she's on top of me, she bites her lip, knowing the position we are in is an intimate one, since she isn't wearing any pants. She's hot between her legs. I can feel it against the hard ridge of my cock under my zipper. But the last thing I want to do is push how much I want her. You just made me the happiest man alive, Delilah. You make me happy too, Cameron. Her blonde hair fans her face. As I study her, I can tell she's related to Reaper since they have the same brown eyes. But that's it. I know whatever awaits me outside that door if Reaper catches us isn't gonna be pretty, but she's worth facing all the ugliness in the world if she makes me feel this good. Delilah grabs the hem of her shirt and lifts it above her head, tossing it on the floor. She fucking blushes again, looking shy and innocent. In ways, she is. In ways, she isn't. On their own accord, my hands explore her lean stomach. My fingers trace the scar, and I sit up, kissing it, wishing I could take all of her bad memories away. She moans, and I lift my eyes up to see hers shut, her head tilted back, and her breasts jutted out. Her nipples are hard, bright red peaks calling for my attention. My fingers dig into her ribs, gripping the skin in fever as lust completely takes over my mind. Fucking gorgeous. I've never seen anyone like her before in my entire life. I slide my hands around her back, drifting my hand up her spine. I love the way she shivers. She grasps onto my shoulders and groans as I kiss my way up her stomach. When I get to her tits, I hum, loving the size they are. They are fucking perfect, too. They fit right in the palm of my hand. Not wanting to deny myself any further, I suck one of those tight red beads into my mouth, and she whimpers, tensing her body. I let it go with a soft plop and make my way to the other one, wanting to adore that one as well. There can't be any part of her that remains untouched by the end of the night. Cameron, She moans my name, rocking herself against me in her tight lace panties. When I hear my name fall from her lips, it breaks me. I flip us over until she's on her back, and I have more control of her body. I grab the back of my shirt and yank it over my head, tossing it onto the floor with hers. "You're beautiful," she says to me. Me. She strokes along the curve of my pecs, then migrates to my abs. I can hardly breathe with her hands on me. I drop to my forearms and brush my nose against hers. It's you who's the beautiful one. I don't give her a chance to speak. We kiss and fucking kiss until we are rocking against one another. My cock is rock hard, begging to slide into her hot virgin cunt. I want it. I want to own it. Like a real bastard, I want to claim her. Just knowing it's mine, knowing she's mine, turns the fragility inside me into something more. Turns me into someone stronger. While our tongues duel, I grab the band of her panties and tug them down her legs. I wait for her to say something, to tell me to stop. But she doesn't. I lean back and unravel the thin material from her ankles, adding them to the pile on the floor. She's naked now, and I have to take a moment to appreciate the masterpiece in front of me. She's got hair on her pussy. It's trimmed and blonde, begging me to pull on it while I lick that sweet clit. "Look at you," I growl, kneading her tits. Delilah reaches for the button on my pants and pops it. Next, she lowers the zipper, and even the sound of that turns me on. "I think it's unfair you aren't naked," she states, pushing my jeans down to my knees. I kick them off and kneel on the bed before her, naked, my cock raging. It curls over my belly button and curves a bit to the right. I take it into my fist and stroke, watching her lips part and her eyes dilate. She licks her swollen lips. I know what she's thinking. It's written all over her face. How is it going to fit? I know I'm a big man. I'm long and have the girth to match, but I know she's made for me. "I'm going to take care of you, Flower. Don't you worry," I reassure her, slipping my fingers through her folds. She's fucking dripping. I use her juices as lubricant, circling my thumb over her clit. "Oh," she moans, her body jerking as her nerves spark her body. "Oh my God," her voice shakes. I want to watch her fall apart just like this. Keeping one finger on her clit, I move my other hand to her wet hole, gliding one finger in, all the way to the knuckle. She tenses and whimpers. I imagine having something inside for the first time is uncomfortable. "You want me to stop?" "No, I'm just not used to it. Don't stop. It feels good at the same time." "There's no pressure, Flower. We can stop." "Don't ever. I want this. I want you." Her hand grips the back of my neck and pulls me in for a kiss. Her body relaxes and unclenches around my finger. I keep the same pace for a few minutes, sliding it in and out while paying attention to her clit. When her legs are shaking and her mouth falls open, I can tell she's getting close. I add another finger. It's snug and tight, and I can't imagine how she's going to feel wrapped around my cock. "Cameron, Cameron, Cameron," she chants, thrashing her head left and right and cupping her tits as I finger fuck her, preparing her for my cock. That's it, Flower. Say my name, because it's the only fucking name you'll be saying for the rest of your life. I slide another finger in and curl them inside, searching for that spot that will make her. Ah, there it is. She orgasms hard. Her back bows, and she clenches her fist above her head. Succulent sounds leave her. Sounds no other man has had the pleasure of hearing except me. That's it, baby. Feels good, doesn't it? I'll always make you feel good, I tell her, as a bead of pre-cum drips down the length of my cock. Her cheeks are that bright shade of red, something I have a feeling I'll be doing a lot to her. I love it. Delilah finally comes down from her high, her eyes glassy as if she's recently smoked a joint, and she groans when I pull my fingers out. Her brown irises turn to saucers when I bring my soaked fingers to my mouth and suck her off of them. I moan, tasting her honey, a taste I'll never be able to forget. You're fucking delicious. Cameron. She hides a grin, hiding the side of her face in the pillow. Look at me, I order. She doesn't fight me. She turns her head and watches as I bend down and kiss her clit, then flatten my tongue over her seam, gathering more of that nectar I'll be forever addicted to. I don't stay down there too long. I'm wound too tight, and I need to be inside her. I kiss my way up her body, and when I'm hovering over her face, the tip of my cock is right against her entrance. She's breathing hard. She's nervous. Hey, it's just us, me and you, Flower. What if I'm bad at it? She asks, her words unsteady and broken. Nothing we do together could ever be bad. I dip my hand between us and grip my cock, making sure I'm where I need to be, and begin to push into her slowly. Her teeth dig into my shoulder as she adjusts to the pain. I know when I get to her barrier. It blocks me from sliding into her deeper. She lets go of my shoulder, and I know I'll have teeth marks there. Good. I like that she marked me. We lock eyes, and I clutch the back of her head, bearing our foreheads together, and take a second. I want to feel what she's feeling. She's nervous, excited, anxious, and the trembles won't leave her. Thrusting my hips forward, I break through her virginity and capture her painful, pleasured yell with my mouth, muffling it so no one can hear. I'm pressed all the way in, and I groan from how tight she is. I lie us down until she's flat on the bed and remove my hand from the back of her head. You feel incredible, Delilah. You feel... She wiggles around and moans. How big? You know how to stroke a man's ego. I push her hair out of her face and give her a minute to adjust. I kiss her cheeks, her forehead, and then her lips. I lick a path down her neck and blow the wet trail until I see the goosebumps I love so much. You can move, she says, brushing her hand down my back until she's squeezing my ass. Oh, I knew you had a good butt. She grips it again and wiggles her brows. It kind of tickles, so I laugh, and she does too, lightening the mood and tension in the room. I've never had fun with a lover in bed. It's a good change of pace. I slide my hand under her ass and give it a squeeze, growling when the meat gives. No competition when it comes to yours, I reply, bending my head down and flicking my tongue over her nipple. Oh, please, she gasps. Move. I need you to move. I slide out and back in, Small thrusts at first, until I know she's used to me. I sit up, spread her legs wide, and look down where we are connected. Fuck me, what a pretty sight. My cock is right where it belongs. The flesh is drenched with her juices and a hint of blood. Not too much, but still, it makes me feel good to know I'm her first. And her last. Faster, she begs. She doesn't have to tell me twice. I fall over her, lock my hands around her shoulders, and drive in. Our skin slaps together. Her moans are getting louder and louder, but I don't want to silence them. I love hearing how good I make her feel. And I'm making loud sounds too. I can't stop myself. This is just so fucking intense. Her tits bounce with every curl of my hips as I pound into her. Our lips meet in a sloppy, wet kiss that has no form of synchronization. We're too focused on what's feeling good. That feel good, Flower? You like the feel of my cock? I grip her tit with one hand and hold her hips down with the other. Oh my God, she groans. Yes, so big, and thick. I love how you fill me up and stretch me out. Her filthy words make me snarl, and I find a way to fuck her harder. I haven't come close to filling you up yet, I warn her. No, I threaten her. We don't have a condom on, and I've never fucked without a condom a day in my life, but I don't want anything between us. I flip her over and press her head into the pillow. I grunt while my cock slides in and out, pummeling her tight hole. Oh, God, she cries. Yes, harder, more, give it to me. Her hand reaches for my thigh, and my hips stutter. I love it when she dirty talks. Keep your head down. My hands clasp her ass cheeks and use them to rock her cunt onto me while I saw in and out of her. Yes, she cries. Oh, fuck, Cameron. I'm gonna come. I roll her over again, wanting to see her face as she comes around my cock. I know I'm not gonna last much longer. Her nails rake down my front, and the pinching of my skin has me tossing my head back and gritting my teeth from the pain. I knew she was a loud lover, but holy fuck, she's a screamer. She comes, detonating around my cock like an explosive. She soaks the space between us, whimpering and riding out the ecstasy I made her feel. Her mouth is open, crying out to the heavens, and I cover her mouth to hide those delicious noises. When we are anywhere but here, I'll never silence her again. The feel of her milking me, sucking me in, has me coming in 3 more strokes. Fuck, Delilah. Oh, fuck, yes. You feel so fucking good. Like mine. Oh, fucking mine, I moan, letting the possessive words flow out of my mouth as I plant myself as far as I can. I bathe her womb with my seed. I gasp and choke as I try to get air in my lungs as the intensity of my orgasm sucks it out of me. Fuck. I tilt my head down and watch my cum leave her, coating me and dripping onto the bed. Wow, she slurs, sleepy and high. Wow is fucking right. I kiss her gently, passionately, pouring every intense emotion I have for her from inside me. The music outside is still loud, which means no one heard us. I wouldn't care, but I know she would. I slide out of her, and we both moan from the loss. Falling to my side, she flips to match my position, and we just stare at one another. She grins and bends down to kiss me again. I'm not a man to deny such a thing. Not from her. The kiss turns me on, and once again I'm hard and sliding into her tenderness once more, this time slow, gentle, and easy. And the next time we climax, we fall asleep. She's in my arms. I'm happy, and my dreams don't consist of death or the past. They consist of her.
Chapter 10. Delilah. The sound of wood breaking has me popping my eyes open and sitting up. I scrub my eyes, wondering where the sound is coming from. The door cracks. I check the time and curse. My heart palpitates in my chest, and I feel like I'm having a heart attack. It's 8 in the morning. The next morning.
Delilah!
Reaper slams himself into the door. I know because the wood bends and the door shakes from the force. Thrasher! Cameron! I shake him awake, and when he opens his beautiful blue eyes at me, he grins, but it falls short when he hears someone trying to come in. He's up, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He hops off the bed, and the first thing he does is grab my shirt and pull it over my head, then tosses me my panties. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. I struggle to find which side is the front and back of my underwear, but it doesn't matter. I just need to be covered. Thrasher, on the other hand, has dried cum and blood on his cock and thighs, and I'm remembering how good it was feeling him inside me, how right it felt, and the panic of getting caught slowly fades. I'm not going to be afraid. Thrasher tugs on his pants and doesn't have enough time to zip himself up before the door breaks down. He's in the middle of picking up his shirt when Reaper, Sarah, and a few men from the Royal Bastards stand there. All eyes on us. Since Thrasher's pants are undone, there is a tease of what happened between us still noticeable. Sarah gasps and lifts her thumbs in the air, giving me the okay. But Reaper? He's fucking pissed.
Reaper, let me explain.
Thrasher doesn't get a chance to. Reaper throws the first punch, which has Thrasher stumbling back. He hits the nightstand, and the plate of food he brought in last night crashes to the floor. I throw my hands over my mouth and gasp, "Thrasher, are you okay?" I stand, forgetting about the messy bed, and rush over to him. I turn his head to get a good look at his cheek. It's bruised, and there is a little blood, but it isn't horrible.
I'll let you have that one, Thrasher says, but hit me again and all bets are fucking off. I'm okay, Flower, he says, not ignoring me, even though all eyes are on him. Reaper charges again, and Thrasher tosses me onto the bed, so I'm not caught in the middle. Thrasher ducks, missing Reaper's fist. He throws his own, landing Reaper right in the kidney. "Stop! Please, stop!" I cry. Sarah is crying, and there's a little disappointment in her face. Reaper tackles Thrasher, wrapping his arms around his waist and slamming him to the floor. "Reaper, stop it! Please, both of you!" I beg them, but Reaper is on top of Thrasher, punching and letting all of his fury out. Thrasher manages to wrap his legs around Reaper's neck and twist him. When he manages to slide from under Reaper, he grips the prez by the back of the neck and throws him against the wall. Reaper isn't done. He looks at me, then eyes the spot next to me on the bed. Blood. My blood. I cover it up with the blanket and he takes his knife out, getting ready to toss it at Thrasher. Thrasher stands there, sweating, bleeding at the lip, and tired. I dart off the bed just as Reaper slings the knife through the air. The sharp blade pierces my shoulder like butter. When I hit the ground, the pain is blinding, and immediately my vision blurs. Thrasher is in my line of sight immediately. Then Reaper. He has tears in his eyes, and he scrubs a hand over his face. Fuck! I'm so sorry, Delilah. It wasn't meant for you. What were you thinking?
I was thinking you weren't going to hurt him because of some protective instinct inside you. I hiss when I try to move. I'm a grown woman, Reaper.
I can be with who I want, and I want to be with Thrasher. I can't allow. It isn't up to you, I yell, gritting my teeth. The force of raising my voice has my muscles tightening around the knife. It's up to me. I want him. No one else. I groan. Oh, damn, this sucks. I look down at the knife embedded to the damn handle in my shoulder. Blood is dripping across my chest and down my arm onto the floor. But I'm lucky. It should be as easy as pulling it out and stitching me up. I'm going to take you to Doc, Reaper says. Don't. I have her. I think you've done enough. Thrasher places a palm up to stop Reaper from touching me, then looks down and rips the shirt to get a better look at the wound. Okay, I know it hurts, but in the scheme of things, you got out lucky. It isn't life-threatening. That's great. My teeth chatter from the pain. Bad news? This is going to fucking hurt, Flower. I figured. Good thing you're worth it, I say on a laugh. He kisses me, stroking the top of my head. We are, he whispers, then sits up. This is going to hurt. Oh my God, you are sleeping on the couch for the rest of the week, Jesse, Sarah shouts at Reaper. Thrasher wraps his hand around the handle, and just the slightest pressure from that has me lifting my good arm, clutching onto his shoulder. The shoulder where my teeth indentations are noticeable. There is black and blue bruising, and some of the skin is broken. Oops. Ready? He asks. No, I say at the same time I nod my head. He smiles. You're going to be fine. I got you. On the count of 3, okay? Okay. I take a few deep breaths. 1, 2. He yanks it out, and I scream at the top of my lungs, then choke on a sob. I'm such a baby. Can't even take a knife to the shoulder. You said 3! Yeah, but I did it before 3, so you weren't expecting it. Believe me, hurts less. What the fuck kind of sense is that? It still hurts, I shout as he presses his palm against my wound to slow the bleeding. I know, Flower, but you took that like a badass. I can't believe you did that. My brothers have been the only men to take a knife or bullet for me. He looks at the wound and grimaces. She needs stitches. You got a doc? Yeah, Reaper says, withdrawn. His face is as white as a ghost. Yeah. Let Knives take you. I'll clean up here, he says, avoiding my gaze. Thrasher slides his arms under my leg and tries his best to avoid touching my awesome new wound. When he picks me up and heads out the door, the bastards are there giving me a round of applause. You're a little badass, Ink says. It's going to leave an awesome scar, right? How tough will I look? I ask, squeezing my eyes shut when a wave of pain has my stomach turning. Oh, the toughest. You're going to give me a run for my money, girl, Fate says. Anyone who sacrifices themselves for us is family. She is family. She's my old lady, Thrasher says, exiting the majority of the crowd as we follow Knives. I stare up at him, feeling hot and sweaty. Yeah? Oh yeah. You aren't ever leaving me. I can't fucking believe you did that. You can't do that again, okay? My eyes round from his audacity. Well, don't put yourself in that position again and we won't have problems. You're going to keep me on my toes. Knives opens the basement door and the cool air feels good down here. It must be a few degrees lower. Doc, we have incoming, Knives shouts, his voice bouncing off the metal walls. Lay her there. Doc points to a bed, and Thrasher gently puts me down on the bed. Doc comes over and snaps on a pair of gloves while he examines the wound. What happened? Reaper and Thrasher got into a pissing match because everyone figured out Thrasher was missing and my door was locked. He broke it down, they fought, and Reaper threw a knife. And I jumped in the way. That was stupid, Doc judges. Oh yeah, like your little Ms. Innocent, I mumble in a smart-ass way.
My lips get loose when I'm in pain. I learn something new about myself every day. He sticks me with a needle right inside the cut, and I jerk, holding my breath until the burning fades to nothing. I'm numb. Oh my God, you could have warned me, I say.
Hurts less when I don't,
he replies, pushing me forward to get a look at the back of my shoulder. Why do I keep hearing that today? It still hurts. Doc ignores me and grabs his kit.
Okay, it looks like it didn't go all the way through. I'll stitch her up and she'll be good to go.
You're going to give me the good stuff, right? Thrasher, Knives, and Doc laugh.
Yeah, I'll give you the good stuff, Delilah. Don't you worry.
As soon as he says those words, he is plugging my arm with an IV and slipping me the good stuff, just like he promised.
I'll be here when you wake up,
Thrasher says, pressing a kiss against my forehead.
I love you.
I think he says. I'm not sure. My brain becomes fuzzy and my eyes close. A bit dramatic for a knife wound, maybe, but I'm glad I'm sedated. This shit hurts. It's worth it. He's worth it. When I wake up, my eyes are heavy, sluggish, and there isn't any pain in my shoulder. Just a pressure. My eyes adjust to the darkness, and Reaper is there, hands through his hair, and his forearms block his face. Jesse, I croak, sounding more like a man than a woman. He drops his hands, and that's when I see his eyes are red and swollen.
Hey,
he rasps, scooting his chair closer. His eyes drop to something next to me, and when I look, it's Thrasher. He's asleep in the recliner, his hand tangled with mine.
I'm so fucking sorry, Delilah. I shouldn't have gotten so mad. I love you so much. It was wrong of me not to listen to you. I wanted to keep you safe. I spent so long without you. I only just got you, and I had so much time to make up for. I hope you can forgive me.
I know, I say, reaching my free hand toward him. I love you too. But the only person I want to hear you apologize to is him.
I thought he was using you. I didn't know.
You didn't ask, I correct him, and the ball of dread tightens in my stomach with what I'm about to say next. I'm leaving with him, Reaper. It's what is best for me. I can't be here. I love you and everyone here so much. But I need to get out and grow. The same brown eyes as mine well up with tears, and he looks away and clears his throat.
You sure? I can be better. I can change. I don't want to lose you. You being my sister means the world to me.
I'll always be your sister. We will visit. We can call each other on weekends and come by for holidays. I'm not leaving forever, but I'm going to go make my own life. I appreciate everything you've done here for me. You're the best brother a girl could ask for. But I'm ready to go out there again. I'm ready to be in love. I've never had that before, Reaper.
And you deserve it, he says. I won't force you to stay. I've done so much damage already. He makes you happy?
Since the day I met him.
That's how it was with Sarah. I had to wait, though, until she was legal. I'm glad you don't have to do that. It's torture.
I don't know how you did it for years. I barely managed a week.
When you know, he says,
tapping my hand with his.
I'll let you rest.
He stands and bends down to kiss my forehead.
I never meant to hurt you.
I know, Jesse. It's okay. I forgive you.
He better treat you good, or I'll come there and I'll kill him.
If he hurts me, I'll let you.
Deal.
He chuckles and makes his way to the stairs. He turns around, and the light shining above him makes his black eye look worse than it really is.
I am so sorry.
He trudges his way up the steps and closes the basement door behind him.
"You're in love with me, huh?"
I gasp and turn to see Thrasher peeking at me with one eye. You scared me. A serious look takes over his face.
"You in love with me, Flower?"
His finger glides over my knuckles.
"Because even though I haven't known you long, I feel like I've known you my entire life. And I've never had that before. So when I say I'm in love with you, I fucking mean it."
It's so fast, I blurt. What if it isn't real?
Fuck fast. It's only fast because that's what society wants us to believe. I know what I want. I know what I feel. And I want you. You really going to come home with me?
I said I would.
I had my doubts.
I meant what I said. I want to come with you. And yeah, my heart is telling me I'm freaking in love with you. You think I'd take a knife to the shoulder for just anyone? I try to push myself into a better position, but I can't. It pulls on my stitches.
"Here, let me help you,"
Thrasher says, picking me up around my waist and scooting my butt back into the crease of the bed.
"Better?"
I sigh in relief. So much better.
"I have done nothing in this life to deserve you," he says, roaming his eyes over my face. "But I'll spend the rest of my life trying to."
You've done more than your fair share. I think it's time you finally get a break, don't you? I ask. Lay with me, on my good side. I scoot over, and I don't say anything about the ache between my legs. He wraps an arm around me, and I settle against his chest.
"Can't believe I had sex with the Prez's sister."
I slap him in the stomach and giggle. You better hush.
"I'm a lucky son of a bitch, aren't I?"
Yeah, you are. Stop gloating.
"Never,"
he chuckles while holding me tighter against his chest. I hope he never does either. I kind of like his gloating.
Chapter 11. Thrasher. We stayed in Vegas for another 4 days before Doc gave her the go-ahead to ride. Now we are on the open road, the wind in our hair, and I have her arms wrapped around my waist as we travel through desert, mountains, and right now, the beaches. The ocean is to our left, and to the right, we have beautiful green mountains. Portland is so fucking gorgeous. I can't wait to take her hiking, fishing, kayaking, or whatever else she wants to do. Portland is the perfect place for it. I check my rear view and notice Reaper's truck. Him and Sarah are following us since they are the ones with all of Delilah's stuff. We left her car back in Vegas. She will need one with 4-wheel drive up here anyway. Honestly, I didn't expect him to be so okay with it. But ever since she took the knife from me, he changed his tune real quick. He hasn't complained once being on the road either. We have stopped a few times for gas and to eat, and while we aren't best friends, he tolerates me. It's progress. I lift my hand off the handlebars and lay it against hers, since her palms are flat on my stomach. I've never had a woman on the back of my bike before. It's a big fucking deal for anyone to allow that to happen. And if she rides with anyone else, it better be a life or death situation, because that's grounds for me to kill somebody. Having her behind me, riding, enjoying the thing I love most, just makes me realize how lonely I was before she came into my life. Her hand drops to my pants and rubs against my crotch, and I jerk the bars, swerving off the road before righting myself. "Christ!" I yell, just as Reaper blows the truck horn at me. Yeah, that's just what I need. Let me get into an accident. Then that tightrope he is balancing, the killer knot, would finally break. I reach around and squeeze her thigh, warning her not to do that. When we get home, I'm going to show her what happens when she fucks with a man while he's driving. Atlas is in front, next to Fate and Raven. since he is the road captain. He holds his right arm out and takes the next exit. The grumbles of our engine slow as we come to a stop in front of a red light. The salt is in the air, and the city is to the right. Fuck, it feels good to be home, and I can't wait to see the rest of the guys. It's been too fucking long. The light changes to green, and Atlas takes a left. We live a little outside the city limits on a mountain, and I can't wait to sit out on the porch again with my coffee, because the view we have is 1 in a million. The ride feels so much longer the closer we get. We are 5 minutes away, but it seems like 15 hours. The buildings get fewer and further between, fading out to forest. Atlas points to the right, signaling another turn, and when we do, we begin the climb up the mountain. We own this entire mountain and all of this land. Pastures among pastures. We have a few cattle, some horses, pigs, chickens, and a few other random animals like an emu. A few of our men enjoy the cattle trade and horse breeding. It brings in great fucking money for the club. We give horse lessons too, which was my idea. So that's what I do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I know by looking at us, we don't seem like the type. But every member contributes in his own way. When we get to the tall metal gate, Atlas swings off his bike and punches in the code. The 15-foot gate swings open slowly to reveal a paved driveway that disappears between the Douglas firs, which has been the state tree in Oregon since 1936. They are taller and fluffier than pine trees. Of course, all the better things in life are fluffy. On either side of the driveway, they tower to the sky, and I can feel Delilah's chin rubbing against my back as she looks up, trying to take in her new surroundings. We have to kick our bikes to a different gear when the driveway gets steeper. After a minute or so of climbing, we get to the top, and the clubhouse comes to view. It's a large mountain chalet-style home, 3 stories high, with a wraparound porch. It can house 30 people. Just in case kids ever happened for any of us, fate wanted to make sure. It might be a possibility now that I have Delilah. At least until I get us our own place. The rest of the guys are on the porch waiting for us with big grins on their faces as we all come to a stop. One by one, the grumbles shut off. Delilah hops down from the bike first, and I follow suit. I take off my helmet, and when she does, she stumbles since she still has sea legs. I catch her, and those cheeks blush again. Sorry, my legs are all tingly. I bet you're wet, too, I say before kissing her cheek. And that will come in handy when we are riding, and I need to pull over and fuck that tight little cunt. I'm getting hard just thinking about it. I'd like that. I bet if you rub my clit with your finger, I'd come in a matter of seconds. That's how much being on your bike turns me on. She nips my ear and keeps her voice as soft as a feather while she speaks. A rumble vibrates inside my chest, and I'm about to carry her inside to my room and have my wicked way with her. Well, well, who's the pretty lady you got there, Thrasher? Charm calls down from the porch. He's the enforcer of the club, and his name suits him just right. He's a model on the side, charming women from their damn panties left and right with his good looks. I point at him. You stay away from her, asshole. She's mine. My old lady. Touch her, see what happens. You going to introduce us or what? It's going to be nice to have a real lady around here. The club whores. You have club whores? Delilah snaps her eyes to mine. Damn if that jealousy doesn't look good on her. Only on weekends, Delilah, Fate clarifies. They are dramatic, so I got sick of it and cast them out to Friday night and Saturdays. Isn't that right, boys? Fate asks to the rest of the crew. Yes, Prez, they say in unison. Have you slept with any of them? Delilah asks. Right now, I'm so fucking glad I didn't. I saved all my fucks for when we traveled and I got to fuck other sluts. I don't mess around with the locals. If I ever needed to get laid, I left. No, Flower. I never touched one. You can ask the guys. She debates on whether she believes me or not, then finally wraps her arms around my neck and kisses me. I deepen it and make sure the tongue is noticeable, so the guys see it. Yeah, get her, Thrasher, Cash whistles. Another cat calls, and then they begin stomping their feet against the porch. Oh man, it's a frat house, isn't it? Just a lot fewer polo shirts and khakis, I reply, wrapping my arm around her shoulder. Reaper jumps out from his Ford Raptor, then walks around the front to help Sarah out. Nice place you got, he shouts. Thanks. It's home, Faith says as he heads up the wooden steps to the house. The rest of us do the same, but Reaper doesn't let me get away that easily. He grips my neck and talks out of the side of his mouth. Next time I see you lose control of your bike like that with my sister on the bike, I'm gonna kill you. He slaps a hand on my back and acts like he didn't just threaten me. Damn, this place is gorgeous. Makes the desert look dry, Sarah finishes. Not a place like it in the world, Fate begins to say. Since you're staying a few days, let me show you around. I don't have an old lady or nothing, so cooking doesn't happen often here. Fate's voice fades as he enters the house, Reaper and Sarah right behind him. The boys line up in a single file to meet Delilah, though, and all of them have fucking grins on their faces that I don't like. Don't look so smug, guys, I warn. Why not? I'm about to meet the prettiest woman here, Bender gloats. He's one of our new prospects. He takes a step forward and grabs Delilah's hand. It's nice to meet you. When you get tired of him, you know where to find me. Boy, you better get your ass inside before I make you spit shine my boots. I fake charge him, and he gives me a wide berth as he runs inside. Dexter is next. He's a bit on the creepy side, but we love him anyway. He's our cleaner. The guy that cleans up the blood and dead bodies when we need him to. Dexter, you look pretty. That's all he has to say in his gravelly voice before following Bender. I'm Hack. He pushes his glasses up his nose and then gives her a big hug, swinging her around and around. Okay, that's enough. That's enough, I say. He sits her down, and Cash is next, placing a big fat kiss on her cheek. I'm Cash, darling, he says, his southern accent coming out strong. Hi, Cash, she says. I'm Charm. You stay the hell away. Get in the house, I tell him, and he snickers before winking at her. Dice comes up next, then Trucker and Luciano. That's everyone, I say. Well, there's Cape, but he's a nomad. He will be back next month, I think. I like it here, she says, walking around the porch, and then gasps when she sees the view of the city. Behind the city, the mountains are tall and reaching the heavens. Oh my God, this is gorgeous. She peers down at the pasture next, just as a few of the horses run past. You have horses and cows? She gasps, bursting at the seams with excitement. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of animals. You know how to ride? No, she shakes her head and squeezes the rail. Horses are amazing, but I've never ridden one. They have always scared me. I'll show you. It's freeing. Kind of like riding a motorcycle. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the horses will be giving birth in the next few weeks, if you want to watch. Are you kidding? She practically screams, her voice carrying through the valley. Yes, this is going to be so amazing. Thank you for bringing me with you. She jumps on me, wrapping her legs around me, and kisses me so hard she nearly knocks me off my feet. I grip her ass and press her against the porch, groaning with how she's showing me how thankful she really is. Her tongue enters my mouth, and I suck it in, making her whimper. A knock on the window breaks the spell. I turn around to see who it is, and it's fucking Atlas, thrusting his hips in the air and spanking the fake ass he's fucking. His lips are puckered in an O, and then ink comes into view, creating blowjob gestures. Delilah meets them with her own gesture, points to me, then her mouth, and pokes her tongue on the inside of her cheek. The guys holler in surprise, and I pick her up and carry her to the chair that's in the corner so we can be alone. I love you, I say. They're just trying to have fun. It's okay. I don't mind. I know. And that's one of the reasons you've got me, hook, line, and sinker. She cuddles her head into my chest as we take a minute alone. Are you going to show me around? Eventually. I just want to hold you for a minute. Just a minute? She jokes, poking my side. All the minutes this world has to offer, if I can help it.
Chapter 12. Delilah. It's the next day, early morning, and I'm sitting out on the porch watching Thrasher unload the trailer, along with Reaper, Bender, and Ink. While I decided to come out here and watch the sunrise over the mountains and sip my coffee, Thrasher decided to unload all of my stuff today and set it up in his room. He wants me to feel at home. I already do. The moment I walked through the door, I knew I was right where I needed to be. I happily sigh, and my breath causes the steam billowing in my mug to sway. It's a chilly morning, and the warmth from my mug heats my hand. The blanket is wrapped around me, and I feel like a breakfast burrito since I have coffee in my hand. And I might be a bit warm because Thrasher has his shirt off, even though it's in the 50s outside. The fog is still rolling over the ground and through the pastures. It doesn't seem to faze him, though. He is sweating as he carries in my wooden vanity. He stomps up the steps, biceps flexed, and his tight butt doing a jiggle as he walks by me. I reach a hand out to grab him, but my palm gets the best of me, and I spank him instead. He stops dead in his tracks. Did you just spank me? Yep. I pop the pea. I drink my coffee, unashamed over my loss of control. I can't help it. It's a cute butt. Who has a cute butt? Ink asks as he carries up 2 standing lamps. I do. She likes my butt. Thrasher gives it a slight wiggle, and it makes me squeal, reaching out for the cheek closest to me. It's like a damn peach. I want to bite into it. I've never seen a juicy tush, but his is. I want my name on it. Wait, no, I don't. I don't want to ruin the beautiful canvas with a tattoo. My God, get a room. I don't like his butt. You have a bit of drool. Just here. Ink points to his lip, and I wipe my mouth, believing him. When I come up empty, he guffaws loudly, and the 2 of them enter the house, leaving me staring at my coffee. I might have an addiction to Thrasher's butt. Whatever. If everyone else knew what it looked like, they would too. When they come back out, Thrasher kneels next to the red wood rocking chair I'm in and kisses me until my breath is gone. Come on, we have her bed frame left, and then you can put your bed on it. It will finally be off the floor, and then you can suck face. Ink gives us a hard time as he heads toward the truck. Sarah is in the grass, puking, and Reaper is rubbing her lower back, whispering in her ear. Hey guys, after the bed frame is unloaded, we are going to head back. She isn't feeling well, and while she hasn't done any heavy lifting and has taken it easy, like the doc said, I want to be safe and take her home. Yeah, man, absolutely. Give us 5 minutes. I hate that you're feeling bad, little lady. I hope you feel better, Bender says, squatting to get the back of the headboard, while Ink gets the front. Thanks, she grumbles, holding on to her stomach. I'm going to make her some peppermint tea. Hopefully that helps. Can you bring her over, Thrasher? I ask him sweetly. You got it, Flower. He jogs over to Sarah, and I cock my head, staring at his butt. He must feel me. I'm caught red-handed when he turns around. I shrug and blow him a kiss, then open the green screen door and step inside the cabin. The floors are a light oak, and the ceilings are made of thick beams to match, up in a cathedral style. They are high and meet in the middle to create a triangle. To the left is a large dining area, 2 long tables that sit at least 15 people each. The living room has 2 sectionals pushed together to create one big couch, and when the pieces are together, it creates this big bed. It's colorful, a bright red. I can say this about Fade. He really likes to bring pops of color here and there to the house. In Vegas, it's all badass black. I turn to the right and come into the restaurant-style kitchen. Everything is stainless steel, besides the cobalt blue cabinets. The kettle is still warm from when Ink made his tea, so I grab a mug from the cabinet that Thrasher pointed me to this morning when I was making my own coffee. I snatch a peppermint tea bag from the jar and plop it in the cup and pour the boiling water over it. A spoon, I mumble to myself, trying to remember which drawer they are in. I open the drawer to the left of the oven, then the right. When I come empty-handed, I pull every single drawer out. Aha! I knew I'd find it.
Watching you find the silverware was like watching a cat trying to get a laser pointed to the ground.
Atlas sips his coffee loudly, judgment flashing in his eyes. At least I found it, I huff, stabbing the spoon in the cup and giving the tea a good twirl. Speaking of cats, do you think I'd be able to get one?
He
scratches behind his ear.
I think we are more like dog people.
Walk with me outside, Atlas, I say in a way that says this topic is open to negotiation. What if the cat was like a dog?
Cats can't be dogs, Delilah.
He scoffs.
Silly.
He drinks his coffee again. Does he really think I don't know that? He pushes the door open for me, and I walk outside to see Sarah in my old chair, wrapped in a blanket, looking white as a sheet. This conversation is on hold, Atlas.
Cats can't be dogs, Delilah, no matter how hard you try.
He repeats, shaking his head as if I'm the one that isn't getting it. He posts up against the porch rail.
What?
Thrasher asks as he passes by, carrying the footboard. All by himself. His muscles strain again, and the rope along his bicep is tense as he carries it through the house. I have sex with that man. Me. With all that man. I do. I'm unable to speak, and it's too late because he has disappeared into the room.
You're drooling again,
Ink says, wiping his face off with a towel. Sarah laughs, the hint of exhaustion evident.
I don't blame her. He is hot. You stop that talk,
Reaper says seriously, but even I can see the hard glint in his eyes. She rolls her eyes and puckers up her lips for a kiss. You're my one and only.
I better be,
he growls, dipping down and owning her lips in a kiss. When they break apart, Reaper keeps a hand on her shoulder, rubbing the muscle there. She stretches her neck to the side to give him more access. Here, I finally give her the mug. It's peppermint, for the nausea. Thank you so much, she says, eager and relieved to have an option to help her sickness. No problem. I'm sorry you feel bad. It's okay. I shouldn't have come. I was just feeling stir-crazy, she says, humming when she drinks the tea. This is so good.
So what's all this about cats?
Thrasher comes out of the front door, wiping his forehead off with a white towel that has an M on it.
Is that from the resort we stayed at? You stole the towel?
Ink sits in another rocking chair, then dries the back of his neck with the rag he has. I don't know how they are sweating when it is so cold outside. Thrasher stares at the towel in his hand, then rubs it against his cheek.
So, it's fucking fluffy. I love fluffy stuff. Fucking priss.
Ink jabs.
Hey.
Thrasher points the towel at him.
I stole more than one. And you know what? I was thinking of sharing. But you can forget it. These are my fluffy clouds of joy. You're just jealous.
You tell him, babe. I love soft things too, I say, taking his side in the argument.
It's why we are meant to be together.
He bends over, fakes giving me a kiss, and steals the mug right from my hand to take a drink of my coffee. He winces.
My God, Flower, how much sugar is in that?
Enough for you not to want it, I snicker, snatching my mug back. I've learned over the short time I've known Thrasher, he doesn't like his coffee sweet, but instead of making his own cup, he will drink mine until I'm the one left without coffee. So I make it to where he can't stand it.
Brat,
He teases. Coffee thief. He bends down, bracing his hands on the arms of the chair, and brings his lips to my ear.
heart thief.
I roam my eyes from his sweaty chest, the small conversations around us fading, as I stare at his face. He's so damn handsome. It isn't fair. Sweet talker, I reply. He winks those curly lashes at me, making my heart swoon a bit more for him, and I know I'm in trouble. I know it isn't just my heart at risk, but my mind, my soul. He has no idea the power he has over me. I walk around with my heart ripped out of my chest, and he is holding it. He has to handle it with care. One squeeze, and that's it. It's broken. I'll be broken.
All right, we are going to get on the road,
Reaper announces, lifting the empty mug from Sarah's hand.
We are going to stop along the way and have us some alone time.
Reaper, Sarah scolds him, slapping him in the chest as he helps her up from the chair.
You dog,
Atlas whoops and cheers.
What? We never have alone time. I'm taking this trip as a gift. One night, maybe two. We will see.
You better feed me first. Sarah comes up and gives me a quick hug. I'm proud of you. I think you're going to be happy here. I think so too, I say, not wanting to let her go. My eyes well with tears, and I sniffle.
No, don't you dare cry. You can't.
Her voice gets high and pitchy because she's about to cry too. I'm fine. I lean away, breaking the hug, because if I hold on, I'm afraid I won't ever let go. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. We are only a flight away. I have a feeling we will see a lot of each other. Atlas, can you walk me to the truck, please? She waddles away, cupping her pregnant belly.
I'd be happy to, Ms. Sarah,
he says proudly, setting his cup down on the rail. He holds out his arm and she slides hers around it.
Love you, Delilah,
she shouts, the gravel crunching under her shoes. Love you too, Sarah. I'm standing in front of Reaper. The sun is starting to rise higher in the sky, and the fog is disappearing from floating above the ground. He pulls me in, tugging me quickly into a tight hug. My shoulder twinges with pain, but I ignore it. I'm starting to get emotional again. I bury my face in his shoulder and squeeze my eyes closed, letting the tears fall to soak his shirt. I'm going to miss seeing my brother every day. I love you, I tell him, squeezing him as tight as I can.
I love you too,
he says, patting my back, then kissing the top of my head.
You be good, okay? I'm going to miss the fuck out of you. I think you belong here, though. It's clear. Don't be a stranger, okay? Call me, text me, FaceTime, Zoom meeting. I can get you plane
Oh my God, Jesse. We're family, remember? You're not getting rid of me that easy. We'll come visit, I promise. He knocks his knuckles against my chin and nods, smirking as his own eyes water.
Yeah, kid. I remember, and I'll never forget.
His boots bang against the wooden planks as he walks away. He stops in front of Thrasher and holds out his hand for him to shake.
Take care of my sister, Thrasher. With my life, Reaper.
Thrasher slaps his hand in my brother's as they shake on it. When they let go, Reaper gives me one last look, a tight smile, then heads down the steps to his truck. Thrasher wraps his arms around my shoulders, and the first sob breaks from me when I see my family pulling away. They wave from inside the truck, and then that's it. Their taillights fade into the distance, and I'm left with this unbearable sadness. Another sob breaks free, then another, and before I know it, I'm crying uncontrollably. Thrasher picks me up, and I wrap my legs around him, holding on tight as he carries me to our room. In my blurred vision, a few guys are staring at me, forlorn looks on their faces, feeling sad for me.
I got you, baby. It's okay. I'm here.
Thrasher soothes me, shutting the door behind him with his foot. He carries me to the mattress lying on the floor, since the bed frame isn't set up yet, and sits down.
I love you. Let it out. I want you to know, I am never going to stop you from seeing your family. You don't have to feel pulled between the two of us. You want to see them whenever you want. I'm more than okay with that. You don't need my permission, obviously. I'm just saying, they are my family now, too. I only want you happy.
I'm going to miss seeing them every day, I managed to say through choked emotion, barely able to catch my breath.
I know this isn't going to be easy, the adjustment. I'm here for you for that, okay? You want to see them next weekend? I'll fly you there myself. You want to make it to where you fly there once a month? I'll do it. Twice a month? I'll do it. Every weekend? I'll do it. Not every day, though, because I'm a selfish bastard and want time with you.
That makes me chuckle. I lean back and he smiles when he sees my face. He wipes my cheeks off, drying my tears.
There's my girl.
A fondness softening his tone. Hi,
I whimper. Hi, beautiful. I hate seeing you so upset.
It will pass. Will you really be okay with me seeing them whenever I want? I ask, twiddling my thumbs together as I wait for him to reply. He tilts my chin up and looks me dead in the eye.
I'll never, ever keep you from your family. I'm not that kind of man. Your happiness is my priority. You are my priority.
I sag against him, his skin warm from hauling in furniture and sticky from dried sweat. Being close to him, enveloped in his body like this, makes me feel so safe. My eyes droop, and I fall asleep from how emotionally drained I am. I'll feel better later. Right now, I just want to miss my family. I might be with the royal bastards now, but there will always be part of me that belongs to the Kings.
Chapter 13. Thrasher. I closed the door to the bedroom and lay my hand against the door. I knew the adjustment would be tough for her, but I never thought she'd be in so much pain. I should have known better. Leaving the ones you love, dead or alive, it's hard. She's connected to the Kings, and I will always make sure she stays connected. Is she okay? I turned my head to see most of the guys standing there, filling the kitchen and living room. Ink is standing next to Atlas. Bender is cutting up a tomato while Luciano stirs a pot of pasta. Boss, Bender, Dice, Gunner, Vault, and Wrath are sitting on the couch, all of them turned around, staring at me. Yeah, she was crying pretty hard. Kinda made me tear up a little, Dexter admits, rubbing his chest, then burps. Oh, no, sorry. Wasn't emotion. Thank goodness. I snort. Minus this dipshit. Is she okay? Really? Ink slaps Dexter in his chest. She'll be fine. She's sleeping it off. It's a big change. She'll adjust in time, Fate says. She's strong. Don't forget, she's the same woman who tossed herself in front of a knife and made light of it. She deserves to cry and rest. She'll be better for it. I hope so. I hate seeing her hurt. She cried herself right to sleep. "Here, looks like you need this," Cash says, handing me a cup of coffee. "Thanks, Cash. I appreciate it." "Well, since we were all here, I think it's time we all went to church. It's been too long, and we need to catch up. Let's go." Fate heads down the hall, then up the stairs to the next floor where church is held. Everyone follows the Prez's lead, and I eye the door Delilah is behind one last time. I don't like leaving her. I want to crawl into bed with her, hold her, and tell her everything is going to be okay. Come on, man. You know Fate don't like it when people are late for church. Wrath, our chaplain, says, steering me toward the staircase. Yeah, I know. I just needed a minute. She's under our roof. She'll be okay. If anything, she's safer here than she will ever be. From your mouth to God's ears. Wrath quirks a small grin, and it tilts to the left, since he doesn't seem to have feeling on the other side of his face. None of us know why, but something happened, and it's the one thing he won't talk about. Half of his face is frozen, and the other half tries to make up for it. God's always listening. The memory of me shooting my best friend in the head surges forward, and I nearly trip up the steps. We will have to agree to disagree on that, Wrath. From what I remember, God wasn't with me that day. I used to believe in him, pray to the man every day. But being in Afghanistan made me fucking pissed at the one thing I was always told to believe in, to count on, to have faith in. So yeah, I guess me and the big man upstairs are kind of on the outs right now. But I'll find my way back. I always do. When I get to church, I enter a room created to be a chapel. We are different from a lot of clubs. We don't have a conference room and chairs. We have pews, and our prez stands behind the podium with a giant stained glass window of our emblem behind him. Fate's always been a man who likes color, so when the sun shines through, it's a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, greens, and yellows. The skull wearing a crown, while two bikes of flames coming out of its mouth, casts deep, colorful shadows along the floor. Fate thinks church should feel sacred, so he made a sacred place. This is where the boys come on Sundays if they want to listen to Wrath, since he used to be a preacher back in the day. Some of us come here for solitude and peace. Others come here to yell and fight. Either way, no matter our beliefs, problems get solved in this room. And when we walk out those doors as a group of royal bastards, we walk out feeling lighter. And nothing like bastards at all. Deep down, though, we know what we are. In our cores, in our blood and bones, we have rotten bastard souls. And we are right where we belong. I sit down in the back oak pew, my designated spot, and lean back, placing my boots on top of the bench in front of me. All right, Fate announces, calling church into order. He raises his hands and turns his palms downward, telling everyone to quiet down without speaking a word. It's been a few weeks since we have all been together. Traveling the country can be exhausting, but I think it was beneficial, especially for one of us. Fate looks my way, and all the guys whoop and cheer. I'm one lucky son of a... I remember where I am and clear my throat. Biscuit. Everyone chuckles, even Fate. We all try to remember not to curse in here, but old habits and everything. Now that Delilah is here and safe, resting, he eyes everyone, another way of saying not to bother her. His eyes are cold as dread, and every time he looks at me, I feel the icy tendrils of that icicle impaling my chest. New rules are going to be implemented now that we have a real lady in the clubhouse. The guys grumble and moan a bit, but nothing too outrageous. Yeah, change is hard. But she came here to start her life with us. And I think it's the least we can do, don't ya? Now, where are you psycho son of a biscuit? He trails off and points to Dexter with the gavel. You. No more cleaning your bloody knives and cleaning supplies in the kitchen sink. Use your bathtub. But the pressure is better in my bathtub, Dexter argues. What? Atlas questions. Ink scratches his head. I wipe off the top of my boot, confused as fuck. Makes no sense, Dexter. It takes longer to clean off the blood in the sink. I like how long it takes. Jesus, mother... Ink rolls his lips together, pinching them shut. How have you not killed any of us yet? I would never. Well, I thought about Dice one time because he kept taking my supplies, but I'd never actually do it. Yeah, that makes me feel loads better. I'll be sure to lock my doors at night, Dice states. Like locked doors could really keep me out, Dexter chuffs, unimpressed with Dice's idea. Okay, moving on. Dexter, you have your orders. Boss, I know, I can't walk around naked on Wednesday nights anymore. I didn't like you doing that anyway, Luciano adds, slicing an apple with his knife. Boss stands and places his hands on his hips. That isn't fair, Fate. You know I come from a nudist colony. I was born and raised thinking my own skin was all I needed. I need my naked day. Fate rubs his temples, and I'm laughing so hard I can hardly breathe. Fuck, I've missed church. I mean, fudge. Damn it, boss. You'll have to find a nudist colony around here or something. I don't wanna. I just want to have my day here. Hey, Delilah won't mind. I'll make Wednesday nights date nights, I offer. Last thing I want is for Boss to feel uncomfortable. He might have been raised as a nudist, but more than half the time he is clothed. And he trusts us. He won't trust a new group of people. Really, Thrasher? You mean it? Boss asks with hopeful eyes, gripping the back of the pew as he turns to me. Yeah, buddy, don't you worry. You can freeball all you want. No judgment from me, I say with a confident nod. And if Delilah sees him naked, Ink asks, you gonna be okay with it? I'm gonna have to warn her, if that is what you mean, but I trust her. Plus, only cock she's ever gonna have inside her is mine. Fate slams the gavel, and inwards I curse when he mean mugs me. Fate curses, talks filthy, but he doesn't do any of that in church. Sorry, Fate. Anyway, how's the bar coming along, Vault? Vault stands and pulls out his notes. Dirty Bastards has turned a hefty profit for the 4th month in a row now. Things are looking good. But I don't like fucking butts. A few guys chuckle from how it sounds, and he gives us all that look again to shut up. An unknown drug is making its way around Portland. A few dead bodies have popped up from it. One person was at the bar the night before they were found. The room ignites with curses, and Fate hangs his head, gripping the edge of the podium. And you didn't think to tell me this? You didn't think to let me know earlier? He screams, his voice booming like a calling from God. I just confirmed it, Prez, or I would have told you sooner. He slams his fist on the podium, and the mic rings. I flinch, but after a few seconds, my ears finally stop ringing. I don't want drugs in the bar. That's bad fucking business. We just got the cops off our ass for that missing cop. They will never find him, Dexter informs Fate, sucking the front of his teeth. Right now, that backstabbing SOB is burned to dust. Spread out along the sea. Poof! He blows something fake out of his palm. All gone. I want everyone who enters the bar checked from head to toe. We don't fucking deal. We move. There's a difference. Well, maybe someone is pissed we aren't dealing, I chime in out of nowhere. And this is their way of screwing us over. Maybe, Fate mutters, not believing me fully just yet. Is there anything else anyone needs to bring to the table? Yeah, I don't know if this has anything to do with us, Raven starts to say as he stands up. His long black hair shines in the colorful light of the stained glass. It started down in California, but bodies started appearing either on the beach, woods, or side of the road. Mangled? Cali? What's that got to do with us? I ask. Because bodies are showing up here too now, and not the overdoses. I've been following it. The bodies are all the same, frozen, dead for months. Missing limbs, blood, organs, everything. It's rotten. I think we should keep an eye out. I slam my boots to the floor, and it causes an echo. What did you just say? I start thinking about Delilah's story and everything she told me. This can't be the same guy. The chances... Repeat what you just said, I yell, spit flying from my mouth. Thrasher, Fate warns. No, I need to know. You said frozen, right? Mutilated? Yes. I wouldn't have brought it up, but the city is our home. If we have a serial killer here, we have to do everything we can to protect the people. We don't know anything about this guy. He could be anyone, Cash throws out there. We know someone who can help. I hang my head, and my hand presses against the pew in front of me. The fibers of the cushion are not soft along the backing, and it scratches against the callus on my index finger. What? Who the hell do you know that survived a serial killer? Raven runs his hand through his hair stressfully, pacing up and down his pew. That could be a problem. Serial killers don't forget the ones who get away, Thrasher. Who is it? My stomach turns when I think of all the pain and suffering she's gone through. She was safer in Vegas, and I just brought her to her worst nightmare. There's no way we are moving out of this clubhouse anytime soon now. It isn't safe. Delilah. What? When? You can't be serious. What happened? Question after question is thrown at me. The guys aren't angry. They sound a little scared and angry that Delilah is in danger now. Raven, you're sure this is happening? Fear like I've never known before grips a snare around my heart, tightening, until every beat fucking hurts. I'm positive, Thrasher. I've been marking the bodies on a map in my office. It was in Northern California, and I always watch neighboring states for activity like that, so we are ready if things come here. He's here. I bet he knows somehow, and he wants Delilah. I will die before anything happens to her, I shout, pressing a hand against my heart. A sharp pain is lancing through my chest, making it hard for me to catch my breath. I'll die! You hear me? The words barely leave my mouth, the breath unstable and quaking, letting it be known just how close I am to falling apart. What happened to her? Fate asks. What are we getting into? She got lucky. The killer must have gotten sloppy. Serial killers don't get sloppy, Dexter says. Ever known one to get away with it then? I sneer, thinking back to all the big-name killers. Bundy, Dahmer, Gacy, just to name a few, I state. She was in a freezer. That's all she remembers. She was cold. She ran into bodies hanging from the ceiling as she tried to escape. She has a scar across her ribs where he took her kidney. Kidneys are high in protein. Everyone turns to Dexter with their mouths open. How do you know that? Doesn't matter. I know. He could be a cannibal. If that's the case, he's probably all fucked in the head. Dexter, you aren't a cannibal, are you? He turns his nose up in disgust. Hell no. That's just gross. Oh, thank the Lord. Ink shivers and sits down. That would have been too much information. You think he ate her kidney? I ask, terrified. Oh, yeah, Dexter says without a worry in the world. Bet you he was going to freeze her, and when he wanted her again, he would thaw her out. Kind of like how we freeze animal meat. Thaw it, and freeze it again. That's fucking sick, Fate spits, letting a curse fly in chapel. That's far from the worst of it, Dexter drawls out. I don't think it could get worse than this, could it?
Chapter 14. Delilah. I wake up when the bed dips and the covers are pulled back. I blink my eyes open and see how dark the room is. Is it nighttime already? How long have I been asleep? Thrasher? His name comes sleepy and dreamy from my mouth. I'm not even sure if I'm awake.
Hey, Flower, go back to sleep. It's late,
he says, wrapping an arm around my waist and pulling me against him in one tug. How late? I mumble.
Around 2.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sleep all day.
Don't apologize. I'm so glad you got to rest.
He kisses my shoulder and cuddles me as he rests his forehead against the back of my neck. Every time he breathes, the puffs of air tickle my skin. The more I focus on the sensation, the more turned on I get. His entire body is enveloping me, holding me as if I'm about to drift away. His bulge is against my butt, and it has me pressing myself against him, acting as though I'm getting settled. I'm wide awake, and I want to wake him up. Now. When he doesn't move, I do it again, rubbing myself along the shaft. His hand tightens around my hip, and he growls,
"What are you doing?"
"Getting comfortable," I say innocently, batting my eyelashes even though he can't see them in the dark.
"Is that so?"
he rumbles, rocking once against me, pressing his long, thick erection between my cheeks. I meet his thrusts. Yes, I lie, liking the game we are playing.
"Maybe you need a good fuck so you can go back to sleep."
I nod, again forgetting he can't see me. Yes. His body heat vanishes as he flips on the lamp on the nightstand.
"There will never be a day where I fuck you and I can't see you."
He stands from the bed, and I flip over to get a look at the show. His fingers toy with the waistband of his boxers, and his erection is poking out through the top. He tugs them down his legs and crooks a finger at me.
"I've been stressed out today, Flower."
"Why?" I ask, licking my lips as I get a sudden urge to taste him, something I haven't done yet.
"I'll tell you later. Right now, how about you wrap that sweet mouth around my cock and make me feel better?"
He wraps a hand around his cock, pumping it slowly. He is so beautiful. He is big, veiny, and I can't wait to feel him in my mouth. I crawl on my hands and knees across the bed, swaying my ass in the air to really get him to lose control. When I get close, he snaps his hand out so fast and tightens his fingers in my hair, shoving his cock in my mouth. "Fuck," he snarls, thrusting to touch the back of my throat. I gag, clenching my throat muscles around his cock.
"Oh, damn it, Delilah. That feels so good. Gag for me. Spit all over me. Show me how much you love feeling me spearing your throat."
He grips my hair tighter until pain is stinging my scalp. I hum, lapping at the head, thirsty for the pre-cum leaking from his slit. He wraps a hand around my neck, inching his cock as deep as it can go. I can hardly breathe. My jaws hurt, my lips are stretched, and my pussy is soaked.
"Look at me."
He applies pressure, threatening to cut off my air supply. I slide my eyes up his body until I meet those blue eyes sparking like hot bolts of lightning in the sky. Since I'm choking, gagging, coughing, my eyes are watering and tears are dripping down my face. He wipes them away and then traces my own tears around my lips, where spit is falling in strings to the mattress.
Have you ever sucked a cock? Because if you have, I'm going to kill the motherfucker you sucked,
he threatens. I shouldn't get turned on, but I do. A gush of hot heat drips from me, and I push a hand between my legs to gather it.
Don't you dare touch yourself yet. When you come, I'll make you.
I whimper, humming around the girth, plugging my mouth.
Answer,
he slides out.
Me.
Thrasher punches forward, hitting my gag reflex again.
Fuck yeah, baby. Love it when you choke on me.
I shake my head and do my best to say no around his cock.
Good girl, he praises me. That mouth is mine. This pussy is mine. And
his cock plops out of my mouth, spins me around, and pushes me face first into the bed.
This tight fucking ass is mine too.
I gasp, barely able to swallow the buildup of spit in my mouth. My lips are swollen, and tears are still falling from my face onto the comforter. He bends down and presses a kiss against each cheek. His fingers slide through my folds before gliding back toward my forbidden star. He swirls a finger around, and I shudder from how unexpectedly good it feels.
Oh, you like that, don't you?
Yes, I admit. A drawer opens, then slams shut, and I jump. He shushes me, grazing my back with his fingers.
It's okay, just getting some lube.
The cap clicks and a cold drizzle slides over my hole. I pucker from how odd it feels, slipping down in my crevice.
Do you have any toys packed away?
In the top box, at the end of the bed, I tell him. Turning my head and pressing my right cheek against the mattress, I watch as he opens the box of goodies. Just because I have never had sex does not mean I've never pleasured myself. The lamp barely casts a glow, but it enables me to see the curve of his cock. My pussy physically hurts from not being filled. I need him inside me. Thrasher, I whimper, wiggling against the bed. I dip my hand between my legs while he searches through the box. I bury my face in the bed to stifle my whimpers. My fingers grow slick as I slide in and out of myself. I'm so lost in my own pleasure, I don't hear Thrasher when he is done. He tosses the toys next to me, and I remove my fingers immediately, wondering if he saw me.
"What did I say about that, flower?"
he tisks, spanking my swollen pussy. I fist the blankets and cry out from the sting. It feels so good, too. I want him to do it again.
"You aren't going to come until I say so."
"I need you." I reach around me and grab his cock, tugging him to my entrance. He touches his tip to my soaking hole and lets out a low groan. He slaps my hand away, and the heat of his cock disappears.
"I'll fuck you when I'm good and ready, after I drive you wild."
"I'm already there. I'm driven wild. You did it." I sound so pathetic, but I've never felt such a pleasurable pain. My lower belly is tight, cramping with the need to orgasm, and my entire body is in flames. I burn for him. From the amount of time he took, he must have analyzed each toy. The long pink one is my favorite vibrator. Next is a large green dildo, and the other is a bullet which vibrates against my clit. I can't imagine what he is about to do. He bends down and licks his tongue all the way down my back until his tongue is in my crease. He spreads my cheeks with his hands as he probes my star with his tongue, loosening my hole.
"Have you ever had a toy down here before?"
I'm glad he can't see me blush, because my face cheeks are red hot at the moment. "Yes."
"Which one?"
"The green one," I answer, hoping he's about to do what I think he is.
"Good. It means you'll be able to take me. I'm a little bigger, but I think you'll be okay.
Without warning, he slips a finger in my ass and his cock in my pussy at the same time. Oh, God! I claw the bed from the intrusion, my eyes rolling to the back of my head.
Fuck, I love how tight you are and wet. So fucking wet. Is this all for me?
He pulls his cock and finger out at the same time, then thrusts in. I can't answer. Our skin slaps together the faster he moves.
Answer me.
Yes, all for you. All yours.
All fucking mine,
he growls, bringing me to the edge. And just seconds before I come, he pulls out of me, leaving me empty and impatient. I slam my fist on the bed and with frustrated tears in my eyes, please, let me come. Thrasher, it hurts.
I know, but imagine how good it will feel when you orgasm.
He slips 2 fingers in my ass, stretching me out by scissoring me.
You know what I'm going to do?
I'm mad with desire, and he is inching me closer to the realm of insanity. What? I ask, after a silent beat.
I'm going to fill this sweet cunt with your toy.
He slips a 3rd finger in my ass, and I hiss from the stretch. I like the burn, so it doesn't bother me much.
And then I'm going to fill this ass with my cock.
Yes! Fuck me, please.
You sound so pretty when you beg, Flower.
He yanks his fingers from me and knee walks on the bed, the mattress dipping from his weight. He lies down, his head against the pillow, and he holds the pink vibrator in his hand before tossing it to the side and decides on the green one instead.
I want you to be so full you can't think straight.
That shouldn't be a problem, considering I can hardly think of 2 words to string together.
Slide down on it,
he orders, settling the toy right above his cock.
Come on, it isn't going to fuck itself, is it?
His words are brash, but they still turn me on. I swing my leg over his lap and I easily slide down on it, the green toy filling me, but not giving me the same stretch as Thrasher does. It's the biggest toy I own, but he's even bigger.
Up,
he orders, tapping my ass. I push myself up until all that is left is the tip, and he reaches between us with his other hand, holding his cock still against my other hole.
Slide down. Take me as slow as you need to,
he says, his chest hitching when I begin to inch down his fat dick. I hiss, digging my nails into his pecs. I've never felt so full.
Oh, fuck. You're so tight.
The tendons in his neck are protruded, and his jaw is clenched tightly as I become fully seated, my pussy on the dildo and my ass stretched wide for his cock. I moan and roll my head around my shoulders slowly. My hair tickles the middle of my back, and when I look down to Thrasher as I adjust to him, "You feel incredible."
He rumbles. You can't be talking like that, Flower.
He reaches for something else, and when I hear the loud hum vibrating, I know what he is about to do. The small, black, round, bullet-shaped toy is between his fingers. "No, I can't take any." The vibrations land on my swollen clit and I scream, trembling from how fucking incredible it feels. I skim my hands up my body and cup my breasts, tweaking my nipples to add to the different pleasures inside me.
"Fuck me,"
he roars, his hands clasping onto the ride of my hips. I do as he says and rock forward, my clit sliding over the bullet, my legs unsteady as I slide back. "My God," I shake my head. "I can't
It's too much. I speak the words, but my actions are opposite. He is stretching my hole wide open, and every thick inch sliding in and out of my ass puts pressure against the dildo inside my pussy. I gain speed, fucking him in an animalistic way. I'm rocking back and forth so hard and fast, my orgasm builds and builds, giving me more fuel to move quicker. My palms slap across his sweaty chest and grasp on tight, giving me the support I need to fuck him harder. You take my cock so good, Flower. You were made for my cock, weren't you? Yes. I flip my hair back and dig my nails as far into his skin as I can. My bite mark is still on his shoulder, too. Ooh, Thrasher. Oh, God. You're going to make me come? I fuck him harder and faster, slamming my ass down as he thrusts into me, his sack slapping against my cheeks. I'm not going to be able to sit for a week after this. That's it, baby. Squeeze me. Come. I'm already there. Yes. Fuck. Yes. God. Don't stop. I groan, still taking him as I orgasm, clutching my muscle tight around the dildo. My ass must tighten too, because he loses control, flips me over with one arm wrapped around my waist, and drives into me. The bullet slides off, but he is quick, snatching it from the bed and pressing it so hard against my bundle of oversensitive nerves, it hurts. And I never want it to stop. He spreads my legs apart and sucks his bottom lip into his mouth, eyes locked on where his dick is plummeting my ass. He grips the dildo and starts to fuck me with that, too. I shake my head back and forth, tears springing to my eyes as another mind-blowing orgasm builds. His hips stutter, and a drop of sweat drips down the middle of his chest. I scream, and he rips the dildo from me, and with his cock hitting the perfect spot, I squirt. I've never done that. The wet sounds heighten between us as my liquid drips between where our flesh meets. The bullet is still attacking my clit, and my back bows as if I'm being saved, like someone has reached down to yank the soul right out from my chest with how hard I'm coming. Sexiest thing I've ever, he thrusts, fucking, and plants himself inside me, filling my ass with his hot seed. Scene. After a few lazy strokes, he collapses on top of me, then rolls off. His cock slips out, leaving me open and empty. His cum gushes from me, dripping onto the sheets. I'm making a mess. He tosses the bullet off me, then hurries to the ensuite bathroom. My chest rises and falls, then my lids droop with exhaustion again. The faucet turns on, and a second later, Thrasher comes out to clean me. It's oddly intimate as the hot rag brushes between my inner thighs. It feels good. The light shines against his lower stomach, which is still drenched with me. You're perfect for me, he whispers as he wipes the rag down either thigh. You're perfect for me, too. I'll be back, he says, tossing the rag into the laundry bin as he enters the bathroom again. The tub turns on next, and then the sound of him brushing his teeth has me curious to see what he is up to. When he walks out, his cock is soft, and he gives me a big grin, then dips his face to mine, crashing our lips together. He tastes minty and clean. I wanted to brush before I kissed you, since... He squeezes my ass to remind me what he did with his mouth down there. He scoops me into his arms and carries me into the restroom. He has a huge soaking tub, but it's a circle, not an oval. This thing is big enough to fit 4 people. He sets me inside. The hot water touches all the sore, aching spots, and I sigh. I'm going to go change the sheets, and I'll be in to join you.
You better watch it. I might get spoiled if you keep on doing this.
Good.
He states, a serious expression masking his face.
You deserve to be spoiled. Don't take up all the hot water. Save some for me.
He winks, teasing me. I bet the hot water lasts for hours here, since so many people live in the same house. I tilt my head back and close my eyes, the water sloshing around my body as it fills up the tub. The crashing from the water rushing from the faucet is calming, and I'm already falling asleep, the twinges of agony in my body forgotten.
All done,
he says, and steps into the tub with me while shutting off the water.
You okay? Did I take you too hard?
No, I say with a grin stretching my lips. That was amazing. I won't be able to sit for a few days, but that was out of this world.
It was.
He slides me across to straddle his lap. He has a look of fear in his eyes, the kind that I have seen before with the Ruthless Kings who feel like they are about to lose their old lady. I'm not going anywhere, I reassure him. I promise. He silences me with a kiss. It isn't hot or passionate, but sweet and fragile, no tongue. We feel each other's mouths becoming one, sliding together as they have always been meant to. I don't know how long we stay like this, clinging to one another for dear life as we share our souls. The water turns cold, but my heart is on fire again. I'm burning for him, and I have a feeling that being engrossed in his flame is going to become more than a need for me to survive. It's going to be an addiction. Like gasoline with a freshly lit match. I crave the spark that only Thrasher can ignite.
Chapter 15. Thrasher. I rub my eyes and stretch as I make my way to the kitchen. The hardwood floors are cold under my feet, which gives me the small boost I need to reach for the coffee pot. It's empty. Since I'm so used to being the one making the coffee, it's muscle memory. I open the cabinet above the coffee maker, grab the Folgers, then the filter, and then place said filter in the pot. The guys say I make the river run coffee, the kind cowboys used to drink because it's so strong. Well, if they don't like it, they can make it, can't they? It's an industrial-sized coffee pot, the kind in restaurants and diners. So when I add scoops, I always add 2 more than it calls for. When that is done, I brush the grounds I spilt on the counter to the floor, and the Roomba, Alfred, rolls by and cleans it up. Thanks, buddy, I say to the vacuum. I open the top of the pot and shove it under the sink, letting it fill with water. My eyes drop, and my head bobs as I fall asleep leaning against the sink. The jerk from my chin hitting my chest has me snapping my eyes open to see Dexter standing there, legs shoulder-width apart, arms crossed as he stares at me. Just stares. Dexter, I'm so not in the mood for... I wave my hand up and down at him. That. You. Stop imagining killing me and go kill something. I'm actually feeling really nonviolent today, he offers, managing to form somewhat of a smile on his face. Honestly, it only makes him look that much creepier. Don't do that. It scares me. I try to sound like I'm kidding so he doesn't take it to heart. But the man just tries to grin wider. His eyes go wide, and now he just looks fucking crazy. I pour the water in the back of the coffee maker, shove the pot on the hot plate, and flip that red switch. Okay, you're freaking me out. I just wanted to say, whatever you and Delilah did last night was really fucking hot. I got off twice listening to the two of you go at it. Damn, I'm getting hard just thinking about it. I don't really know what to say to that. I'm not like a lot of bikers when it comes to sex sounds, and getting pissed about my brothers hearing my old lady come. In fact, It turns me on, because everyone in this house knows who she belongs to, who she fucks, who she sleeps with at night, and all they can do is hear the kind of sex they're missing out on since they don't have their own old ladies. She's more than sex. She's everything. Hell, a few guys probably got off on hearing us. I don't really give a fuck. Sex is hot. As long as they aren't trying to watch, grab a show, or try to fuck her, we aren't going to have any problems. I slap his shoulder as the coffee brews. You're welcome, Dexter. Glad I could, help. I scratch the side of my head. I don't know what else to say. He grabs 2 mugs down from the cabinet and places them on the stainless steel countertop. One mug has tits on it, while the other has a middle finger on the bottom of the cup. In big red letters across the body of the mug, it reads, "If you ain't a bastard, you ain't shit." I'm assuming that's going to be his. Want to know a secret? Shoot, Dex, I say, crossing my ankles over one another. I want an old lady, he admits, and any annoyance I felt is gone. My eyes soften around the edges as I take a look at him. Really look at him. I study his face, knowing he can feel me, and when his intense, dangerous eyes lock on mine, I see it. Just there in the lines on either side of his eyes. He's real fucking lonely. You'll find her, Dexter. There's someone out there for anyone. Come on, Thrasher, he snorts, just as the coffee pot beeps. He grabs the handle of the pot and pours each mug to the rim. For good measure, I reach for another mug, and he fills that one up too. It's for Delilah. I want her to wake up to the smell of coffee that I'm bringing her in bed. There ain't no one out there for me. I know what I am. I know who I am. No woman is going to trust me. They will just be scared of me. Most women, maybe. But, I say, thinking back to the stories I heard about tongue, there is going to be that one who just gets you, Dexter. She's going to understand you. She's going to want to be by your side while you're doing your, thing. You really think that? I slide the sugar container forward and nearly dump half of it into her cup. She's going to get cavities from drinking this shit. One of the kings, he cuts out people's tongues, feeds them to his gator. He stalked his old lady, and come to find out she has psychosis or some shit, and now they're inseparable. So yeah, man, I believe you're gonna find someone. You're too loyal and faithful not to. I don't say he is a good man. Honestly, I don't know if he is. But I think he'd be a good man for the right woman. It's gonna take someone special to lasso his heart. Chin up, Buttercup, I tease him, wrapping my fingers around the handles of my mugs. I begin walking to the bedroom door, and Dexter opens it for me. Thanks, man. So, you guys going to have sex again? Because, goodbye, Dexter. I start to close the door. He continues to talk through the shrinking crack. Just let me know so I'm ready, he says quickly, just as the door clicks shut. I love the guy. Fucking weird, though. I set the mugs on top of the dresser, and like clockwork, she begins to rouse when she smells coffee. It's cute. I hear her sniff, and then peek her head out from under the covers like a little mouse searching for cheese. Do I smell coffee? She asks sleepily. Yeah, Flower. I made you a cup. In 2 steps, I'm to her side, and she's slowly but surely getting up. Her eyes are still closed, kinda, but she's sitting up, so that's a start. Her hair is fucking wrecked. One side is all tangled together and standing up by itself, while the other side is flat and pretty. It doesn't even look like it needs to be brushed. She has indents from the sheets in her chin, and somehow she has a shirt on. We fell asleep naked. I wave the coffee under her nose, trying to get the predator in its natural habitat calm. She inhales, then sighs, a dreamy smile taking over her sleep-ridden face. "Smells so good," she says, wrapping her hands around the mug. "Thanks, babe." Babe. I love it. I reach over for mine from the dresser and take a big gulp, and immediately get diagnosed with diabetes. Holy fuck, wrong mug. Ooh, wrong one. I'm barely able to swallow before I'm swishing out the cups. I wash the disgusting taste of sugar coffee down with rich black, exhaling as it baptizes me clean. She sips hers, and I wait for her to be disgusted, to throw up something, but she's as happy as a clam. "Oh, it's perfect. Thank you." Crazy lady. "You want to go for a walk and go to the stables?" "To see the horses?" She bounces on the bed, instantly springing awake. "Of course. They're pretty calm this early, so that's why I want to go. Plus Wilma, one of our mares, she should be giving birth soon, and I want to check in." "Yes, I'm so excited. Let me get dressed." She hands me her coffee and bolts out of bed. "Can I get a horse? Or a pig? Oh, I want a pig. Please. No, wait. I want a donkey. No, wait. I still want a Savannah cat. I swear they are just like dogs." Ah, the conversation I heard the other day makes so much sense now. "We can get you whatever you want, Flower." I don't need to tell her the club is well off. For a bunch of bikers, we live large. We all have one bank account. We share everything. Everyone has the same debit card linked to the same account. For saving purposes, we all opened up our own retirement accounts and put money in it every month. But other than that, I can get my Flower whatever the fuck she wants. If she wants that Savannah cat, I'll get it for her. I'm so excited! Oh, are we gonna gather eggs too? She squeals and spins around as she puts on her jeans. I've never seen her so excited. "You're like farmer cowboy bikers." "No," I correct her. "We're just bikers. Everything on this land is just a hobby for some of us." "Yeah, okay," she says, as if she doesn't believe me. "I don't have boots. Oh no." She pouts her lips. "We can go get you a pair today." She jumps up and down and claps her hands, then sprints over to one of her boxes. She pulls out a pair of tennis shoes and slips them on, along with a hoodie that has the Ruthless Kings on it. I'll have to get her a Royal Bastards one. "Ready?" she asks. "No, I'm not dressed." "Huh? You could have been doing that as I was getting ready." "I could have, but you were so fun to watch, bouncing around like a pinball with excitement." I set the mugs on the dresser again and get dressed as fast as I can when I see her tapping her foot. Tapping feet from a woman is never a good thing. "Ready?" "Yes!" She doesn't even take her coffee as she flies out of the bedroom. I hear the front door open and close. I chuckle. Damn, she left me in the dust. I fucking love that woman, I say out loud to myself, slipping my fingers through the mugs again and carrying them to the porch where she's waiting for me. The morning is a cold one. I can see her breath every time she exhales. The sun isn't even all the way up yet, so all we can see is the fog. The gloomy clouds swirl around her with every step she takes, but even in the morning of the early hours of the day, she's as bright as the damn sun. I trample down the steps and hand her her coffee. "Ready?" "Yes, I'm so excited. How many horses are there?" "Right now? Probably around 10. We have our horses for riding lessons, then horses for shows and rodeos, and then we have horses that do their own thing because they're for breeding. And retired racehorses." "Shut up! Seriously? I did not imagine you guys having this kind of life." "Why not?" "I expected it to be more sleazy, like the King's place. It was wrong of me to assume. Nah, makes sense. Our bar is kind of like that. But fate keeps her clean. We walk down the hill on the cobblestone, the morning dew clinging to the green grass. When we get to the barn, it's quiet, and a feral barn cat hisses at us before darting away. It's musky and humid in here. The scent of wet hay clings to the air. One of the horses neighs in greeting. That's my horse, Flogger. He always knows when I'm around. I open the fridge and take out a few carrot slices and apples, then hand them to Delilah, but they fall out of her hand when something rams her from behind. She screeches, which has the entire barn waking up. Hooves clomp on the dirt, and neighs ring out of the hills. "Oh, what the hell?" She runs to my side and rubs her ass. I sigh, cross my arms, and look down at the goat. He has long black horns, black fur, and 0 give-a-dams. That is Bastard. Watch out, because he is a mean son of a bitch. Rams anyone he can see. I think my butt is bleeding. Need me to kiss it and make it better? We are in front of many eyes. No, sir, she says, wiping her hands on her jeans after she picks up the carrots and apples. Now keep him away from me and let me see some horses. Yes, ma'am, I say, then point an accusing finger at Bastard. You better fucking watch yourself, goat. He bleats at me, and I flip him off, closing the barn door in his face. Fucking bastard. Chapter 16. Thrasher. This is Flogger. I introduce my horse. He's pure black, and his mane is long and curly. He's gorgeous. His coat shines because I bathe him all the damn time. He's more pampered than a lot of people in this world. Flogger? She asks. Odd name. Why that? He hates the damn things. He's around 8, which isn't old for a horse at all. But back in his younger days, someone used to abuse him with one. I whistle and circle my finger in the air, and he turns around, showing the scars across his backside. No one wanted him when he wasn't perfect. That's the thing with horses. If they aren't racetrack or show ready, no one wants them. Ah, poor baby, she frowns, still nervous about reaching out to pet him. How do you know so much about horses? I grew up on a farm, I admit. A bit shy about it, too. What? You? She gasps. Oh, yeah. I loved it. And when I found the royal bastards and saw this land, I knew it was meant to be. I scratch Flogger's back, and he neighs, curling his lip in the air as he stretches his neck. When I stop, he turns around and nudges his nose under my arm. You want to pet him? Yes. She swallows nervously, inching forward. Don't be nervous. He will be able to sense how tense you are. Relax, and he will relax. Lay your palm flat with one of the treats on it. Yeah, just like that, Flower. She's right against the stall door, her hand flat, and Flogger stretches his neck and opens his mouth. His top lip stretches and tickles her palm. She giggles, and he gently takes the carrot from her, chomping away as if he is never fed. Fatty. Good job. Now you can pet him. Like this. I demonstrate, simply stroking his neck with my palm. She does the same and inhales a sharp breath. Wow. He's magnificent. So strong. He was a working horse, but he's retired. He loves the riding lessons now. They're easy, slow-paced, and he looks forward to them. He beats me to the saddle, actually. He'll run right up to it and wait for me to put it on him. It's good he still found something to love after such abuse. She brushes him, staring at him in awe. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? I ask. The reminder of what Raven found sitting heavy on my shoulders. Yeah, it does. She drinks her coffee with her free hand, never missing a beat to give him scratches. She finally looks at me, dragging her attention away from Flogger. Thank you for this. This is an experience I never thought I'd have. Guilt twirls its ugly fingers through my soul, and I take her hand, tossing the treats in Flogger's stall, and lead her to the closest haystack. I need to talk to you about something. Her smile fades, and she pauses, the mug right at her lips before scoffing, then taking a sip. Let me guess. You're married? Have kids? What? What? No, that's not it at all. Are you breaking up with me? What? Hell no. Fuck no. Flower, you can never get rid of me, okay? It's nothing like that. Well, don't ever say those words again. They didn't feel great. I kiss the top of her hand and nod. I'm sorry about that. I stroke my thumb across the soft skin of her inner wrist and sigh. Do you have health problems having one kidney? She shakes her head. No, people only really need one. I mean, don't get me wrong, if anything happens to the one I have, I'm kind of fucked. I'd find you a kidney. You wouldn't have to worry about that. Oh, so sweet, she chuckles, laying her head on my shoulder. Why do you ask? I was curious, and I take a gulp of my own coffee to gather the strength to tell her that I've put her in danger by bringing her here. We had church while you were sleeping yesterday. Raven found something we needed to know about. He had been tracking dead bodies in California, because the person was scattering them as he traveled. He's in Oregon now, and now more bodies have been found. Oh, that's terrible. Her hand flies to her heart. I hate that. All those families. The bodies were frozen, Delilah. Mutilated. Like how you described to me. I think it's the man who took you, Delilah. I think he's here. The coffee falls from her hand, and the mug cracks in half when it hits the barn floor. The haze soaks up the coffee, and when she manages to bring those golden browns to meet my blues, the terror in them outshines everything else about her. You're sure? No, but I think it's pretty obvious. It has to be him. I am so sorry, Delilah. I didn't know he'd be here. She stands, but when she takes her first step, her leg bends, and I barely have time to catch her before she faints. Delilah! I shake her to wake her up. Delilah! Flower! Come on, baby. You're scaring me. I push her hair out of her face, but her eyes are closed. I lift her, bringing her chest to my ear, and blow out a breath when I hear her heartbeat. Flogger neighs, pitching his ears forward. She'll be fine. I carry her out of the barn and hurry to the house. The sun is rising, and now there is warmth along my skin, and the dew in the grass reflects from the light. I run through the dewy blades to get to the cabin faster. My pant legs get wet, along with my shoelaces, but I don't care. I climb the steps 2 at a time, and when I get to the top, I hear a motorcycle coming up the driveway in the distance. I don't have the time to wait to see who it is. I manage to open the door with 2 fingers and dip inside so the door doesn't hit her head. What happened? Atlas drops his spoon in his cereal bowl. Milk splashes out of the rim and splatters on the table. Open the bedroom door for me, Atlas. He rushes to my aid and opens the door just in time for me. All right, Flower, I say, trying to keep my voice calm and gently put her down. I cover her up and head outside, closing the door behind me. What the hell happened? Atlas asks. I told her about what Raven found. She had a right to know. I couldn't keep it from her. That's rough. I'm sorry, man, he says, just as a knock bangs on the front door. Atlas turns around and checks the time. It's not even 8. Who the hell can that be? I'll take care of it, Dexter offers, stealing Atlas's bowl of cereal as he walks to the door. That's mine, Atlas mumbles, shoulders slumping. Damn him. Who the fuck are you? Dexter asks the visitor at the door, stuffing cereal in his mouth. Is Cameron Clark here? No fucking way. I rush to Dexter, then push him away when I see Roddy standing there. Clark, you gonna let me in or what? He spreads his arms out and grins. You son of a bitch! I swing the door open and slam into him with a hug, patting him on the back. What the fuck are you doing here? Man, look at you. You look good, healthy. You been all right? I don't want to admit that I've been worried sick about him. Yeah, I found the new group. The doctor put me on meds. I'm all right. I wanted to come see how you were doing. Damn, it's good to see you. Come on in. Welcome to the Royal Bastards Clubhouse, I say. It's home. Roddy has never driven out to see me before. He's still walking with a limp, though it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Physical therapy must be paying off, finally. He's lost weight, too, and is back to fitting into the black leather jacket that used to belong to his dad. You want coffee? Tea? Whiskey? He chuckles, running his fingers through his hair. Coffee would be great. It took a few days to get out here. Who is this, Thrasher? Dexter invades Roddy's space, giving him the once-over. I tug Dexter back from Roddy and settle him at my side. No need to go crazy. This is one of my best friends from the Army. Roddy, this is Dexter, and Atlas. Rest of the guys usually sleep until 9 or 10. Oh, Rodriguez? Dexter puts two and two together and holds out his hand. We've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you, too. Actually, that's why I'm here. Where's that coffee? Roddy asks, sliding out a bar stool that's under the kitchen island and taking a seat. Yeah, of course. I pour him a cup, and I know he likes it black, so I set it in front of him. Roddy scrubs his eyes, and his leg starts to shake. What's going on, Roddy? Everything okay? I moved. I'm not in Minnesota anymore. What? Since when? What the hell, Roddy? I'm hoping I can move here with you, he says. I know it's last minute, and you don't owe me anything. If anything, I owe you, but I can't be there anymore, Clark. I'm alone, and you don't know how many times... My heart stops. I don't want him to say the words. There has been so many times that I've nearly pulled the trigger. I've lost count. Roddy, no, just listen. I need to say this. I don't know what goes into being part of this club, but I need it. You're my brother, and I need a sense of family. We will leave you two to talk, Atlas says. I'm fine. I want to know what they say to each other. Atlas grabs Dexter and drags him to the basement door to go to the game room. Sorry about him. Dexter tends to say what he wants. I excuse my friend. It's all right. It's refreshing. Roddy, what happened in Minnesota? You loved it there. I thought I did. You know, I grew up there. But when I got back, Mom and Dad died within a year of each other. I had no one there. I tried to be on my own, Clark. I did. I wanted to prove to myself that I could be alone. But I couldn't. I kept a gun in every room, locked, loaded, every day. I held it under my chin. I sit down on the stool next to him and place a hand on his shoulder, gripping it as he continues to talk. Every fucking day, man. The barrel under my chin. Every day I would say, today is the day. Today I'm going to do it. But I never could, Clark. As much as I wanted to fucking end the misery, I wanted to live, too. I want to remember what it's like not to live in a constant nightmare. So I packed up, sold the house, and I came here. I need to feel like I belong somewhere, Cameron, he says, eyes watering as he tries to stop the urge to cry. If I don't find it, I don't know what I'll do, Clark. I don't trust myself when I'm alone. I don't know what I'll do. He hides his face in his hands, and his shoulders shake as he lets go. I don't want to die, but I just want to be at peace. Roddy hits the side of his head. I just want them to stop. I need it to stop. I wrap my arms around him, giving him a tight hug like Ink did to me when I needed comfort the most. He grips onto me for dear life. I got you, brother. I don't want to die, he repeats. Please, Cameron. I don't want to. You aren't going to if I have any say about it, okay? You're here. You're home. You're safe. You're not alone, and you won't be. I won't leave you behind. My bedroom door opens, and Delilah is there, and she has tears streaking down her face too as she watches us. I'm not going to let anything happen to my family. And I don't care what it takes.
Chapter 17. Delilah. Has anyone seen Thrasher? I asked the guys who are sitting on the couch playing PS5, a football game, from what I can tell.
He's out for a ride on Flogger while Roddy talks to the prez,
Vault says, cursing when he fumbles the ball. Thanks. I zip up my jacket and head out. The leaves on the trees rustle as the wind blows, ruining the warmth from the sun with the nip in the air. Ever since Roddy came here, Thrasher's been distant and quiet. I've given him time and space, but I want to know if he's okay. There are a few pieces of unstable cobblestone that shake under my steps, and when I finally get to the pasture gate, I see him. He's in the middle of the field on Flogger, like Vault said, but staring off into the mountains as Flogger snacks on the grass.
Bah!
Bastard bleats at me before dipping his head and charging. Damn goat! I screech, climbing over the gate just in time for him to miss me. He slams his horns into the metal and digs his front hoof into the dirt. You're a dick, I say, jumping to the ground and landing on my feet. I wipe off my hands on my jeans as I trudge through the tall grass. The metal of the gate chimes as Bastard hits it again to try to attack me. I don't walk behind Flogger, just as Thrasher taught me. Horses don't like that. They will kick, and being on the receiving end of a horse kick is, to put it mildly, not pleasant. I don't feel like getting punched in the gut. I stop where he is feeding and pat his neck. It's a pretty day for a ride, I say in the silence. The tips of the long grass tickle against my fingers as the breeze sways them.
Yeah,
Thrasher says.
Sorry, Flower. I just needed to get out of the clubhouse to clear my head.
Hey, it's okay. You don't ever have to apologize for that. I'm just checking in on you. You holding up okay? Is Roddy okay? Thrasher swings his leg over and dismounts, dropping the reins so Flogger can have more freedom.
No, he isn't. But I think he will be. He's going to join the club as a prospect and move into one of the empty rooms.
That's great that you have your best friend here. I know you've missed him.
I'm not a good friend.
Thrasher holds his hands on his hips and kicks the ground with his boot.
I didn't know how much he was struggling, and I should have, because I do too. I have the worst dreams. Luckily, I haven't had any with you, but with him being here, it might trigger a few. And I don't want to hurt you, Delilah.
I step toward him, lifting my hand and lying it against his chest. You aren't going to hurt me? I know that.
I don't.
I do. I slide my hand up his neck and squeeze the back of his neck. Look at me. Those beautiful blues land on me. It robs me of my train of thought for a minute. You won't hurt me. I know you won't, because you have done everything in your power to protect me. And don't blame yourself for him. Everyone hides how much pain they are really in, because they don't want people to worry. He didn't want to worry you, and guess what? The first person he thought of, the first place he knew he could be safe, was right here, with you. You've done everything right, Thrasher. Don't be so hard on yourself.
If he kills himself, there won't be anyone left from my squad. Just me. I can't live with that kind of guilt.
He isn't going to, because we will be there for him every step of the way. We will be his friends and his family. We will help him. He doesn't want to die, but the need to is what needs to be fixed. I think we can do that. His will to live is on his side, and ours, okay? He nods, placing his hand on top of mine.
Can I admit that I'm scared? I don't admit things like that, but I am. I'm all twisted up inside thinking about Roddy. It's making me sick. I just keep thinking about him with the gun under his chin every day. His finger on the trigger. It fucks with me because...
Of Johnson? He blinks through wet lashes.
Yeah. Johnson.
I don't know what else to say, so I stand on my tiptoes and wrap my arms around his neck. I love you. Whatever happens, we will get through it together. I won't leave your side. His exhaled breath tickles the side of my neck, and he squeezes me tighter.
Thank you, Flower.
Anything for you. Now, let's focus on the positive.
Positive?
He sounds as if there isn't a bright side to this. Yeah, your best friend is here. How awesome is that? You guys could paint your nails and braid each other's hair, I tease.
Oh, is that right?
Definitely. I slowly back away. You could do each other's makeup or have a spa night and wear a mud mask. Talk about boys, you know, if you're into that kind of thing.
You little... He lunges for me,
but I scream playfully, running away from him with a big smile on my face.
I'm going to get you, bend you over my knee, and spank you for that.
Don't act like you won't like it, I shout as I pump my arms and sprint through the field.
I'll show you what I like.
He lunges for me again, and I dodge out of the way just in time again. He trips and falls, smashing right into the ground, which has me stopping. I bend over and lay my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. Are you okay? I ask him, but Thrasher doesn't move. He is still, face down in the dirt and his arms up above his head. Thrasher? My chest flips, and a small sliver of fear makes me wonder if this is real. This isn't funny, Thrasher. Stop kidding around. My voice gets pitchy when I begin to cry. He bolts up and wraps his arms around me, pinning me to the ground. I scream at the top of my lungs, but he smiles.
Got ya.
That, I slap his chest, is slap, not slap. Funny! My hands begin to sting as I pummel his hard, well-defined, muscular chest. No, I cannot get distracted. He manages to catch each hand with his and pin them above my head.
Okay, I'm sorry, Flower, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
Don't do that again. I huff and stop fighting him, sagging against the cold, wet ground that's seeping through my shirt. I can't bear the thought of something happening to you when I just got you. Don't you get it? You're my happily ever after. I clutch onto his shirt and tug him down. Nothing can ever happen to you. The sun is right over his shoulder, making it look like he is an angel with how the rays are casting around him. He stares at me in disbelief.
Nothing will, Flower,
he says, right before he kisses me. Right here in the field, where the scent of fresh rain and hay lingers in the golden rays of the afternoon sun. His tongue dives into my mouth, and his hands are clutching my waist as he grinds his hard cock between my legs. There's an ache between my legs still, in every hole. I still need a few days for the soreness to go away before we can have sex again. It doesn't mean I can't take care of him, though. I bite his bottom lip into my mouth, and he growls, pushing his hand up my shirt. He squeezes my breast over my bra, then tugs the cup down to free my breast. He pulls the material up to my neck and bends down, sucking my nipple into his mouth. I moan, loving when he flicks his tongue over the tight bud, followed by a quick bite. I fumble the button and zipper on his jeans, and he does the same to me, and as much as I want it, I know it would hurt right now. Let me take care of you, I say, dipping my hand under his briefs to grab that thick piece of hot flesh. He hisses, nostrils flaring as he nods. He gets up on his knees, and I sit up until I'm level with his cock. So big. I trace the vein with my tongue, and he groans. His palm slides around my neck and clasps the part of my hair right behind my ear. I kiss the tip, adorning it, praising it, worshiping it with my mouth. "Fuck, that's good. So damn good," he rambles. Smiling around the crown, I hollow my cheeks and suck the tip in. Wrapping one hand around the base, I stroke him as I take him down my throat. I don't gag this time. I pleasure him my way. "That's it. You are so good at sucking my cock, Flower." He compliments me, which only fuels me to try harder to make sure he comes. I want to taste him. With my other hand, I fondle his heavy orbs, rolling them in my palms. His knees give. He nearly falls over me, but stops himself when he braces each side of my head. "Fuck. You're going to be the damn death of me. That's it. Suck that cock." He tucks a piece of my hair behind my ear as he begins to thrust his hips. "You fucking like having my dick in your mouth, don't you? You fucking love being filled. Your ass, pussy, mouth. You love it." I nod the best I can, and his eyes roll back in pleasure. "I'm going to come. Delilah, if you don't want to swallow, you have to get off." Oh, I'm swallowing. I want to feel him down my throat and across my taste buds. "Fuck!" He thrusts once. "Oh, damn it. Fuck yeah. I'm coming, baby. Gonna fill that dirty mouth," he says, thrusting twice. He shouts, which echoes over the treetops. Thrasher fills my mouth as he promised, spurting hot ropes of his cum down my throat. There's so much, I can't swallow it all. Some drips from the corner of my mouth, and I suckle him further, trying to get as much out of him as I can. His softening cock falls thickly from my lips, and he kneels on the ground, taking me in a wet kiss as he licks himself off me. When we are done, his forehead falls to mine. "You are way too fucking good at that. My God, I can't feel my toes." I giggle, tucking him back in his pants. I love making him feel good. "Thank you," Dexter shouts from the porch, and Thrasher groans, sagging his head against my shoulder. "What is that about?" I ask. "Do you really want to know?" He stands up. He grabs my hands, lifting me off the ground, and I brush the dirt away. "Yes," I reply. "He heard us having sex the other night, and he told me he got off on us. Twice." I gasp, then try not to laugh, but fail. "You mean just now when he said thank you, he—" "Yep, he got off again." I hold my stomach and laugh so hard I have tears coming out of my eyes. I can't breathe. "It doesn't bother you?" Why would it? It's like hearing porn. I don't care, as long as he doesn't join in. That gets me to shut up and stop laughing. Wait, he isn't going to join in, right? "No, Flower. I would never allow another man to touch you." "Another woman?" I quirk a brow at him, and he opens and closes his mouth. What if it was just me and another woman? Because I wouldn't want anyone touching you either.
You're getting me hard again, Flower. I'm just a man,
He whines. So, you do like the idea?
Is the sky blue? Fuck yeah, I love the idea.
Maybe for your birthday or something, I say, leaving him gaping behind me as I walk away.
But that's 8 months from now. We can compromise, right?
I start running away from him, and it isn't long before his quick steps are right behind me, trying to catch me. My soul might belong to the kings, but my heart, it is claimed, possessed, and owned by a royal bastard.
Epilogue. Thrasher. A month later. There have not been any other bodies found to this date. I'm referencing the serial killer who disposed of his victims from California to here in Portland, Oregon. Is he done? Do the citizens of Portland need to worry? The sheriff's department thinks it is good to remain vigilant, but in their professional opinion, the killer has moved on. If anything changes, I'll be sure to update you myself. I'm Riley O'Shaw, reporting for Portland News. I turn off the TV and relax a little. It's late, and I haven't been able to sleep well for the last few weeks. I was right. Having Roddy here is fucking with my mind. I've been dreaming of that sandbox every single night. And now I don't want to attempt to close my eyes. Placing my palms against my eyes, I rub them when the familiar burn begins from the lack of sleep. I can't. I'm glad Roddy's here, but having him so close has made the past live within me again. Maybe I need to go to the doctor and get something to help me sleep. Thrasher? Delilah's voice has me turning my head. She's opening the fridge door and grabbing 2 beers. Hey, what are you doing awake, Flower? She walks around the couch and plops down next to me, handing me a bottle. I woke up and you weren't there. What's going on? I twist the top off and the air escapes, hissing. I lean back and take a big gulp, loving that my woman brings me a beer when there is something heavy on my mind. And she brings one for herself. It might not mean much, but it means she knows me. A beer always makes me relax. The dreams. Every time I close my eyes, it's gunfire and explosions. It's seeing myself shoot Johnson. It's seeing Davis's head in my hands. I don't want to see it anymore. Roddy said he found a group, right? Maybe go with him and see if it helps you. Go to the doctor, and if you want, I'll go with you. You aren't alone. I can't imagine what you're going through, but I'll go through it with you, she tells me, taking my hand in hers as she gulps down a beer. Yeah? You'd do that? I'd do anything for you, Cameron. And the last thing I want is for you to suffer. It isn't healthy for you not to sleep. I have some melatonin. It isn't prescription strong, but maybe it can help. Can I take it with beer? You're never supposed to take medications with alcohol. So that's a yes, I can. Lead the way, Flower. What am I going to do with you? She pulls me behind her and drags me to the bedroom. The lamp is on, and all of her stuff is finally unpacked, and it looks like we actually live together. I had to replace my comforter with hers, though, and while it is the girliest blanket I have ever seen because it's purple, I don't care. Because it is fucking fluffy. Not just the feather inside, but the material outside. It's furry and soft. I don't know what it is, but I want to roll around in it for the rest of my life. I'll go get the melatonin. I'll be right back, she says, giving me a kiss on the cheek. So good to me. Damn right. Don't you forget it, she sasses, strutting out the door as if she's the hottest thing in the world. And she's right. She's the sexiest woman I've ever seen. I'll be here. I tuck myself under the covers and keep myself upright. I chug half of my beer before setting it on the nightstand and then look around the room to see how much of it has changed. There's a hint of her perfume in the air. It's citrus, like tangerines in summertime. Her vanity is in the corner with all of her perfume bottles, scarves, lipsticks, and mascara. Her headbands are lined on top of the mirror, and she has a photo of us from the movie theater taped to it. It's one of those silly black and white strips from the small photo booths. We are making funny faces, but the last one is what matters. Like a crazy man in love, I proposed to her right there. And when I opened the box, the camera took the picture to capture her reaction. She said yes, of course. She made me the happiest man alive that day. I know it's fast. No one needs to tell me that or judge me for it. I don't give a fuck. I've done my time waiting. I've done my time living a life of hell, and I finally feel good when I'm with her. I'm not going to let that go. If it were up to me, I would have married Delilah the first time I saw her. But I didn't want to scare her or anything. My room is home. This clubhouse is home. And she's the reason for my life snapping into place when everything around me was falling apart. She's a dying man's last wish and a living man's daydream. My eyes droop. I can't fight the sleep anymore. I try to stay awake, I do, but exhaustion wins. I'm thrown back in Afghanistan. It's my first day. I'm a newbie, a grunt. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm scared if I do anything, I'll do it wrong. It's fucking hot, is the first thing I notice. There ain't shit in any direction someone looks. It's just beige everywhere. Sand, desert, and tents. And guns, let's not forget those. I'm barely off the truck, and I've taken my first step when a drone soars overhead. For a second, I think it's one of ours getting ready to land. But it isn't. Something drops from it, and when the object hits the ground, it explodes. Oh, fuck! This is the real deal. They try to train you for it, but nothing compares to when it is actually happening. My boots are frozen to the desert, which is funny considering it's more than 100 degrees outside. Another bomb drops, then another, and bodies are thrown in the air along with murderous screams. "What the hell are you doing? Take cover!" an unfamiliar voice shouts, gripping me by my uniform. He drags me to a nearby truck that is on its side and throws me to the ground. He scoots against it, and I follow suit. He gets his gun out and cocks it. "What the hell is that gonna do?" I ask. "What is this truck gonna protect us from?" "I don't know," he answers honestly. "And if we die, we don't see it coming. I'd rather go out like that, wouldn't you?" My eyes fall to his name tag. "Rodriguez! I'm Cameron Clark!" I shout over the loud whistles of the bombs dropping, shaking the desert floor. "I'm Marcus. Friends call me Roddy," he says. "We're about to go out there. You ready? There ain't a better time to die, am I right?" He practically yee-haws and pokes his hand around the truck. "On the count of 3, he says. I get my gun ready, trying to remember how they said to shoot in basic training. I'm so damn scared. I can't remember anything. 1, he shouts. 2! He runs out from the truck, his boots kicking up sand. "You said 3! I protest, darting after him. "It's better when you aren't expecting it!" he shouts over his shoulder. As we run, I can't see anything. There's too much smoke and sand. People are screaming. God, the screams. They sound so painful. The smell of burning flesh hits my nose, and I stop. I bend over and throw up, puking up all the water I've drank today. To my left is the cause of my discomfort. There's a man there, dead and burnt to a fucking crisp. His left leg is gone, and flames still flicker across his back. The bombs stop, and bullets pierce the air, like someone is shooting off a machine gun. The bullets pierce the ground a few yards ahead of me, peppering the desert in quick beats. I can't move again, and I'm right in the line of fire. "You stupid son of a bitch!" Roddy yells as he tackles me, knocking the air out of my lungs as we hit the dirt. "Ah, fuck!" he screams, holding his leg. And that's when I see he has gotten hit. "You were shot!" "No shit! I was saving you! I wonder how many times that'll happen." I rip his pant leg and cringe when I see blood dripping from his wound. "Probably more times than you prefer to count," I say, tying his torn pant leg around his thigh. "I think it missed your artery. You're bleeding, but it isn't too bad." It hurts like the devil pissed in it himself," he grits through his teeth. I chuckle and shrug off my pack. "Yeah, I can imagine. I'm going to go check for other survivors." "Don't go getting yourself killed," he says after me. I gasp awake right as a bullet hits my back. "Shh, I'm here. You're safe, Thrasher." Arms gently wrap around me, and the smell of tangerines pull me from my dream. I'm home. I'm not there. "You're okay. I have you. I'll always have you," Delilah says, clutching me to her chest. I'm safe. "What happened?" I croak, squeezing my eyes shut when sweat drips from my brows, causing a stinging sensation. "I was getting the melatonin and I heard you scream, so I ran in here as fast as I could." I'm the safest I've ever been, in the arms of a woman who is more than half my size and weight. I clutch onto her as the tremors of my night terror shoot through me. She accepts every fucked up part of me, and for some reason, she chooses to love it too. "Do you think you can get me a glass of ice-cold water? I want to hop in the shower." "Anything you want. I'll make you something to eat, too," she says, caressing the side of my damp cheek with her knuckles. When she leaves, I groan as I get up. I'm sore all over. I get undressed and my clothes fall to the floor in a wet plop. I turn on the shower, then drop my elbows against the counter to try and catch my breath. I've known Roddy for a long time. He saved my damn life the first day I was there, and I haven't forgotten it. I will not turn my back on him. Not once did he ever turn his back on me. My first 3 months there, he must have gotten shot because of me 5 times. No matter where we went, either I shot him or someone else shot him. And don't get me started on that one time he got attacked by a dog because I thought it was cute. It was not. And then there was that one time he got stabbed from an 8-year-old kid because the kid wanted his gun. Luckily, out of all the injuries, none of them were life-threatening. He called me his curse for the longest time. He swore I was going to get him killed. But I won't be. I'll be the reason he lives. I lift my eyes to the mirror and meet my reflection. 1, 2, 3. You're safe. You're home. You're free. 4, 5, 6. You have love. You have a support system. 7, 8, 9. You're marrying the woman of your dreams. "Hey, I brought you your favorite," Delilah sings songs. 10. Thank you for listening to Thrasher Book 1 in the Royal Bastards MC Portland, Oregon series, written by 𝐂𝐮𝐲𝐬, narrated by Raven Rose and Leo Barnabas, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Dimitra Hardavella. Copyright 2021 by Ruthless Underworld Press. All rights reserved.